Good morning, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Bapak dan Ibu yang terhormat. Welcome to the Global Human Capital Summit today. First of all, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Diva Farzani, and it is such an honor to be your host today. Now, we would like to extend our warmest welcome to our guests of honors and our speakers for today's session. As we have seen today, we would like to welcome the Coordinating Minister for Maritime and Investment Affairs of Indonesia, His Excellency Luhut Pandjaitan, who will be joining us virtually. And we would like to welcome the Chairman of Indonesian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, or KADIN Indonesia, Mr. Arshad Rashid, who will also be joining us virtually. And we would like to welcome the Chair of Business 20 Indonesia 2022, the Chair, Ms. Shinta Kamdani. Welcome, Ibu Shinta. Thank you for joining us today. And the Chair of B20 Future of Work and Education Task Force Indonesia, Mr. Hamdani Zulkarnain Salim. Terima kasih Bapak sudah hadir. And we have Ibu Gita Shahrir, the Special Advisor to the Coordinating Minister for Maritime and Investment Affairs. Thank you, Ibu Gita. And our Co-Su Sherpa of G20 Indonesia 2022, Dr. Ferry Arlianto, who will also joining us today. And our B20 Sherpa Indonesia 2022, Bapak Rizal Lukman. And all senior Indonesian government representatives and all chairs of the Indonesian G20 engagement groups who are joining us here in person in Jakarta and virtually. And of course, to all of our speakers, moderators for today's event, and all of our distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, who attend this event virtually and in person with us. Before we begin, let us commence this event with the Indonesian national anthem, Indonesia Raya. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please kindly stand up. Thank you. Now, ladies and gentlemen, you may be seated. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, before we begin this event, I would like to give a little bit of a background of the Global Human Capital Summit. The Global Human Capital Summit is a B20 Indonesia 2022 site event initiated by KADIN Indonesia and organized by Global Indonesia Professionals Associations, or GIPA, in collaboration with the B20 Future of Work and Education Task Force of Indonesia 2022. And this event is also supported by the Indonesia's Coordinating Ministry for Maritime and Investment Affairs and its partners. The Global Human Capital Summit aims to redouble our global digital talents, green talents, and health talents through the networks of Indonesian professionals associations across Europe, Middle East, Americas, and Asia Pacific. The Global Human Capital Summit brings together global leaders and senior representatives from more than 20 overseas professional hubs in Indonesia as part of GIPA's contribution as the B20 Indonesia's network partner, along with senior representatives of the Indonesian government and institutions, and of course, from all other G20 member countries. And this event won't be held smoothly without the support of our sponsors. Therefore, we would like to thank our main sponsors, Petskita, Lipo Group, Page Group, Equatorize, and the Coordinating Ministry for Maritime and Investment Affairs. This event is also supported by PT Astra International Tbk, PT Bayan Resources Tbk, PT Indica Energy Tbk, PT Sinarmas, April Group, Bakri Group, Bank Central Asia Tbk, PT Bank Negara Indonesia, PT Elang Mahkota Teknologi Tbk, PT Goto, Gojek Tokopedia Tbk, PT HM Sampurna Tbk, PT Indonesia Financial Group, Indofood, Permata Bank, Pertamina, and Telkom Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, before we begin to the very main session, let us hear the programming introduction by Mr. Hilmi Kartasasmita, the Head of Indonesia and Head of Strategic Initiatives of GIPA. To Mr. Hilmi, you may welcome to the stage.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, and ladies and gentlemen. Please allow me to recognize His Excellency General Retired Luhut Pandjaitan, Coordinating Minister for Maritime and Investment Affairs, who will be joining us via live later today. His Excellency Gustavo Arturo Torres, Ambassador of Argentina to the Republic of Indonesia. His Excellency Armando Gonzalez Riena, Ambassador of Mexico to Indonesia. Governor Anies Baswedan, Governor of Jakarta, and Professor Purnomo Yusgiantoro, former Minister of Defense and Energy, who will be joining us after lunch. Ibu Shinta Kamdani, Chairwoman of B20 Indonesia 2022. Bapak Joni Bunarto Chondro, President Director of Astra International, joining us via Zoom. Bapak Priyono, President Komisaris at Astra International, joining us via Zoom. Bapak Hamdani Zulkarnain Salim, Director at Astra International and B20 Task Force Chair, Future of Work and Education. Senior leadership of KADIN at the national and provincial level. Senior representatives from the diplomatic missions of Australia, Argentina, China, UK, Spain, Russia, Canada, Germany, Singapore, and the European Union. Senior representatives from the G20 Indonesia 2002 leadership. Chair and leadership of G20 engagement groups such as Y20, L20, W20, S20, and T20. Senior leadership and representatives from the Indonesian government. Senior leadership and representatives from AmCham, BritCham, HoCham, the French Chamber, and our other network partners. Our main corporate partners, CIMA, AICPA, Page Group, Petskita, and Equatorize. Leadership and representatives from overseas professional hubs allied with GIPA, and senior leadership and representatives from various companies, civil society, and other organizations. Welcome to the inaugural GIPA Human Capital Summit. My name is Hilmi. As mentioned, I'm Head of Indonesia and Strategic Initiatives at GIPA. So with today's summit, we hope to discuss an issue that's near and dear to Indonesia, human capital development, and how development of talent is key in the sectors of green, digital, and health. This is in line with G20 priorities and can help Indonesia realize its global ambitions. Human capital and demographics is the bedrock and foundation for our many aspirations as a country. As a young organization established in 2019, it is our great pleasure to be able to convene such a summit along with our partners of B20 and KADIN, welcoming many distinguished speakers and guests representing an assortment of stakeholders and industries, all interconnected in the mission to redouble Indonesia's digital, green, and health talents. The summit is a hybrid event, so it's composed of 200 guests present here in front of me, who are invited in person, as well as approximately 800 guests joining us via Zoom and YouTube throughout the day. GIPA was established in 2019 as a global nonprofit association that seeks to represent Indonesian professionals and executives abroad across G20 and ASEAN in key 8 industry groups. We strive to empower a global alliance of overseas professional hubs to advance Indonesia's economic diplomacy and human capital development. Since 2019, we have grown from 2 allied hubs with GIPA in London, with GIPA UK in London and IPA New York, to over 20 allied hubs. Going forward, this is the first of many summits we hope to convene on various issues in line with our focus as an organization to strengthen Indonesia's human capital development and economic diplomacy. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, and ladies and gentlemen, we are going to start today's event with an opening plenary composed of a welcome speech by Stephen Marcelino, our founder and chairman, followed by a welcome speech from Bapak Arsyad Rashid, chairman of KADIN, who unfortunately could not be here in person and has sent a video recording, followed by a welcome remarks and a brief fireside chat with Ibu Shinta Kamdani, followed by a short video by Bapak Luhut, leading up to his attendance later today via live. The launch of the Global Skills Center, an initiative we're very excited to share. And finally, special remarks, and of course, special remarks from our main corporate partners, AICPA and CIMA. We're also doing a showcase of our affiliated hubs, allied hubs. We're very excited for this. And finally, for the opening plenary, a scene setting by a fellow GIPA Council member, Dr. Arki Maraksa, aligning today's event with the macro context. Following the opening plenary, we'll then proceed immediately with the digital segment, where we'll start off with a headline speech and fireside chat with Bapak Hamdani Zulkarnain Salim, Director at Astra International and B20 Task Force Chair, Future of Work and Education. This is then followed by the Digital Talents panel session with M. Fajrin Rashid, Digital Business Director at Telkom, Ben Eubank, Director at Page Group Indonesia, and Dayan Sadikin, Human Resources Director at Bank Permata. After the Digital Talents, we will be doing a fireside chat with CIMA and IACPA, lead representative in Indonesia, Bapak Dwi Putra Widianto. We will then adjourn briefly for lunch from 12:20 to around 1. Following lunch, we're welcome back with a headline speech and fireside chat with Governor Anies Baswedan, followed by brief remarks from His Excellency Luhut Binsar Pandjaitan. This will then be followed by the Health Talents panel session, where we'll be joined by Ambassador Siti Mauludiah, Senior Advisor to the Foreign Minister for Diaspora and Socio-Cultural Affairs, Dr. Arianti Anaya, Director General for the Health Workforce, and Caroline Riyadi, CEO of Siloam Group Hospitals. We will then adjourn briefly for 10 minutes, where coffee and food will be served in your seats. Followed by the short break, we are welcomed back by a headline speech and a fireside chat with Professor Purnomo Yusgiantoro, former Minister of Defense and Energy and Mineral Resources. We will then proceed to the Green Talent panel session today with Said Zaidansyah, Deputy Country Director for Indonesia at the ADB, who is also President of the Indonesia Diaspora Network Global, and Ibu Gita Shahrir, a serial entrepreneur who is now Special Advisor to the Coordinating Minister for Maritime and Investment Affairs. This event will then be closed off by the B20 Indonesia 2022 Sherpa, Dr. Rizal Lukman, and our Chairman, Stephen Marcelino. The day's event will end with a wine reception at 4:50 p.m. in the foyer before we formally end at 5:30 p.m. So I thank you all once again for your participation and attendance in this inaugural summit. I look forward to meeting everyone today. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Bapak Hilmi, for briefing us through today's event. I am sure this is a very exciting moment for all of us. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite Mr. Stephen Marcelino, the chairman of GIPA, to deliver his welcoming remarks. To Bapak Stephen, the stage is yours.
morning. A very warm welcome to Global Human Capital GHC Summit 2022, a Business 20 side event with a particular focus in accelerating digital, green, and health talents development globally as well as in Indonesia. Your Excellencies, ladies, gents, Madam Chair, Cinta Kamdani, Task Force Chairs, CEOs, and certainly a lot of great colleagues joining this morning at Mandarin Oriental. I'm Stephen Marcelino, Chairman of Global Indonesia Professional Association, or in short, we call it GIPA. GIPA got established about 3 years ago, as Helmi mentioned, and we represent a global alliance of 20 plus overseas professional hubs, fully independent all across G20 economies and ASEAN. Just before sharing a little bit of GIPA, allow me to say a few words on why we're here today. We're fully supportive of the G20 presidency priorities in digital transformation, energy transition, and global health reforms. These are the right direction of travel. One red thread across these three priorities are actually the need for talents across digital, green, and health that able to translate visions, ambitions from the top into a reality. GIPA believes, and I think it's resonated by many of us here, that the future of workforce has arrived today. Amidst global disruption from the pandemic, the ongoing climate crisis that we're going through, private sectors will need to play a more proactive role in redoubling green digital health talents annually, and also reduce our over-reliance on higher education institutions. We need to work even stronger, and private sector can actually step up. We might move faster together. We will hear later today on the Global Skills Center, an online platform to support companies in global South economies, including in Indonesia, to organically grow these much needed workforce-ready skills. Just before I say a few thanks, but let's get the overview deck up just to introduce a little bit who we are as GIPA and as a global alliance. We are a global alliance supporting Indonesian professionals association working abroad to develop their communities and hubs. And together we are helping to advance Indonesia economic diplomacy and human capital development for the nation. Next, please. We represent these Indonesians working abroad in 8 industry groups that Hilmi mentioned across financial services, technology, healthcare, professional services, public sector, international organizations, industrials, infrastructure, energy resources, and creative media. Next, please. We are, as a global alliance, we are really working to advance this as a mission. Next, please. And as a global secretariat, we have been honored, next please, that we are working with newer hubs that are live from the pandemic. In fact, COVID-19 pandemic has accelerated the ambitions and the appetite for Indonesians to get together to really think ways to contribute back to Indonesia. So across Asia Pacific, there is overseas professional hubs joining from Japan, from South Korea, from Taiwan, New Zealand, and also in Europe. One of the largest overseas professional hubs are in the UK with GIPA UK. There is also Indonesia Professional Association in Germany, in Denmark, in France, and also in the Americas, overseas professional hubs in New York, in San Francisco, which actually founded much earlier in the 90s for the IPA in San Francisco. This is a beginning of Indonesians going global and working in amazing companies and can actually support Indonesian local companies to go global as well. So I think that's a quick overview on who we are. You will hear a lot more. We are pleased that there are about 4 Indonesian professional hub leaders joining, and they're traveling just for GHC Summit, which is great. So I see Vanessa from Netherlands, Leo, who founded the Singapore hub. There is also Odi in the UK hub, and also Will in Middle East in Dubai hub, which is great. Okay, so I think we can stop the share screen. You hear more from them. Now, I want to express our special thanks to our chairwoman, Bu Shinta, B20 chair, Pak Hamdani, chair of the B20 Future of Workforce Task Force, and the whole task force team and B20 secretariat that has been super supportive for GIPA. I personally have seen how Business 20 or B20 has been super proactive, working with the G20 and then the Indonesian government in corralling global business communities across G20 to work not only capturing consensus on policy recommendation, but also long-lasting initiative that will extend beyond B20 Indonesia. From Jakarta to London, back in October 2021, even before B20 inception, that was the very first B20 roadshow, all the way to New York, which is B20 first roadshow in the North America, all the way to Davos at the World Economic Forum. This is how amazing some of the B20 leadership and backed by KADIN, Indonesia Chamber of Commerce Industry, been super aggressive in really promoting the Indonesia story and B20. We're proud to play a part in supporting this, and certainly leveraging great networks of our hub leaders, the great hub leaders, as well as their Indonesian professionals and executive members abroad. We're proud to supporting the first emerging market-led B20, the biggest and the most inclusive yet this year. So that's the first thanks. Also want to thank the Coordinating Minister Luhut as well as Mbak Gita Syahrir, who I see on the audience, which is great, of the Coordinating Ministry of Maritime Investment Affairs for their support. I think one thing that resonates well, the supply of the right and high quality talents in Indonesia is the key enabler, supporting inward investment to Indonesia, and as well as helping companies to expand new business lines, even helping them to go global as they improve competitive positioning in the post-pandemic net zero future. Also special thanks to our network partners I can see across the room, AmCham, BritCham Indonesia, Eurocham, Econet, SingCham, IFCCI, Korean Cham, INBC, Philippine Business Club Indonesia, PYC, Purnomo Yusgiantoro Center, and many more other who have supported this event, in the lead up to it. Thank you again. In closing, as we address the pressing talent shortage together with ways to systematically build out the much needed digital, green, and health skills, we'll recover together, recover stronger. Thank you.
Thank you very much for Bapak Steven Marcelino for delivering his very warm welcoming remarks and showing how integrated the global professionals in all across the world. Now, we would like to invite the chair of Indonesian Commerce and Industry, KADIN Indonesia, to deliver his opening remarks to Mr. Arshad Rashid. Thank you very much, Pak Arshad, for joining us today. And to Bapak Arshad, the floor is yours.
Honorable guests and excellencies, I would like to acknowledge Bapak Luhut Pandjaitan, the Coordinating Minister for Maritime and Investment Affairs. Ibu Shinta Kamdani, Coordinating Vice Chairwoman of KADIN for Maritime Investment and International Affairs, and also Chairwoman of the B20 Indonesia 2022. Bapak Hamdani Zulkarnain Salim, President Director of PT Astra Auto Parts and B20 Task Force Chair on Future of Work and Education. Mr. John Danton, Secretary General of the International Chamber of Commerce, or ICC. Bapak Andre Sulistyo, CEO of Goto Group, Head of Digital Economic Ecosystem Development Agency of KADIN Indonesia, and B20 Task Force Co-Chair on Digitalization. Bapak Fazrin Rashid, Chief Digital Officer at Telkom, and B20 Task Force Deputy Chair on Digitalization. Mr. Scott Bowman, President of Asia Pacific at Google. Bapak Stephen Marcelino, Chairman of Global Indonesia Professional Association or GIPA, Bapak Hilmi Kartasasmita, Country Head of Indonesia and Head of Strategic Initiative of GIPA, and Bapak Arki Meraksa, Head of Professional Development of GIPA. Ladies and gentlemen, firstly, on behalf of KADIN, Indonesian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, the only organization mandated by law to represent the private sectors in Indonesia, I would like to thank the Global Indonesia Professional Association, or GIPA, for inviting me and for the opportunity to speak in this Global Human Capital Summit. Will be the central theme of redoubting our global digital talents, green talents, and health talents. I've been asked to deliver a speech on the importance of leveraging human capital development for supporting businesses and unleashing Indonesia's potentials, especially in light of the ever-changing global microenvironment. President Joko Widodo has a big vision for Indonesia 100 year of independence in the year 2045. The goal is to be the fourth largest economy in the world with 309 million people, and income per capita is expected to reach $29,000 US. However, Indonesia still lags behind other countries with similar income levels in terms of the quality of its human capital. In 2022, Indonesia's Human Capital Index is ranked 96 out of 174 countries and is behind several Southeast Asian countries. Ladies and gentlemen, during the height of the pandemic, Indonesia was faced with the hard fact that we are lacking in medical professionals. In the year 2021, the country's doctor-to-patient ratio was only 3 doctors per 10,000 people, much less than Malaysia, which has 9 doctors for every 10,000 people, or Cuba, which has 64 doctors for 10,000 people. Clearly, Indonesia possesses a glaring inability to provide equal distribution, productivity, and quality of health care throughout the archipelago to a population of approximately 270 million people. Now, let's address digitalization and decarbonization, where they are the two main disruptors in the labor market that will continue to drive new roles and the need for new skills. McKinsey latest reports state that 30% of the global workers could be displaced by automation by the year 2030. Thus, traditional IT roles will gradually vanish, replaced by AI and automated processes. Manual labors, such as administration for data inputs, will also be replaced by more efficient and cost-effective programs. Not only that, industries that are not in line with the sustainability narrative, such as coal mining and fossil fuel drilling, will also gradually transition to a greener sector. But we have to see this in a positive light. Job loss means the creation of new jobs. Green skills are essential to the transition towards a green economy, with the International Energy Agency estimating that 14 million jobs worldwide could be created by the green economy by 2030. The future of Indonesia will inevitably be digital and green. However, we must look at our workforce capabilities. In terms of size, Indonesia has a large workforce with a population of over 270 million people, and over 70% are of the productive age. However, our labor force competitiveness is still low due to a lack of education and supporting infrastructures. Ladies and gentlemen, to reap the demographic dividend, we must raise the quality of education through improvement in teachers' training, professional development, and increased accountability. In Indonesia, 4.0 technologies have the potential to push productivity gains of 40 to 70% for individual companies, adding a net 20 million jobs by 2030. Across key sectors, improved productivity from digitalization could provide a boost worth $120 billion in annual economic output. But we cannot rely on the government alone. 2030 is only 8 years away. Participation from multiple stakeholders is needed, especially in the private sectors, which reaps the most benefit of a highly skilled workforce. Collaboration or public-private partnership is key to expediting human capital development in Indonesia. The public sectors has to allow regulation and policies to enable industry participation in designing demand-oriented and future-ready skills in the national curriculum, while the private sectors must have active participation in communicating information to educational institutions on skills that are in demand, as well as provide in-company training and coaching for existing employees to reskill themselves to stay relevant for the industry of the future. To democratize learning, the private sectors can further its effort in creating more edutech platforms that are affordable and accessible to everyone. Public-private partnership can also address the retention and development of health talents. There should be a different approach to business as usual. Partnership with the international private sectors can also incentivize health workers to stay on their career path while building their capabilities simultaneously. The adoption of telemedicine and health tech should be more widespread to reduce the stress associated with inpatient cares. Ladies and gentlemen, in support of developing human capital, KADIN, as the voice of the private sector and businesses, is taking part in the National Vocational Revitalization Team, working with the institution and enterprises to bridge the knowledge gap. We've also signed MOU with international partners such as GIC and IHK to help us build curriculum and widespread to our vast networks of KADINDA, working with the Regional Department of Education and educational institution. This is in line with the presidential decree on vocational education revitalization, or PADPRES number 68 of 2022. To push for adopting digital literacy in the private sectors, KADIN has also launched KADIN Tech Hub. The hub aims to connect digital professionals with high technical knowledge, such as AI engineers and data scientists, with business that requires their services, giving a platform for highly skilled digital professionals in the hope of kickstarting demand for these jobs and spurs learning towards this space. The hub also connects businesses looking to transition digitally with consultants and training providers who can help transform their businesses digitally. To democratize learning, KADIN also proactively communicates the importance of the on-the-job training and upskilling to its network of industries, as we view human capital as asset and not merely cost of production. Ladies and gentlemen, like other forms of capital, human capital requires maintenance to maintain optimum performance, primarily due to the volatility of the global landscape. Companies need to be agile in supporting their workforce to face the future. Through the power of collaboration between the multiple stakeholders, or we call it gotong royong, we can be the fourth largest economy and fulfill the goal of Indonesia Emas, or the golden time of Indonesia in the year 2045. I hope today's discussion can illuminate how we can collaborate to produce a more high quality and resilient workforce for the future industry. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to Mr. Arshad Rashid, the chair of the Indonesian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, or KADIN Indonesia, for delivering such a very strong points and strong message for today's event. Now we would like to proceed to the next agenda. We have our next speaker who will deliver her very remarkable remarks, of course. Allow me to welcome the chair of B20 Indonesia 2022, Ms. Shinta Kamdani.
Good morning, everyone. I see my dear friend, Ambassador of Argentina to Indonesia, Your Excellency Gustavo Arturo Torres. Also, here there is many people present. Our dear friend, of course, Stephen Marciano from GIPA, and Imi Kartasasmita, head of Indonesia and GIPA. I feel like I'm part of GIPA family here because GIPA has been really much supporting B20 and KADIN throughout our whole roadshow. So it's really great to see everyone here, people coming from different parts of the world, and that GIPA has really made a very strong point on being part of Indonesian. I always say GIPA is our Indonesian ambassadors also overseas that really represent and promote Indonesia. Of course, Pak Luhut Pandjaitan, who will join us virtually, Bapak Arshad Rashid, who you just heard him speak. I think all distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I really I'm standing here to again express my gratitude for the Global Indonesia Professional Association, GIPA, and for their collaboration for organizing not just this summit, but throughout our roadshow, reaching out to young, energetic, and promising professionals across the globe. I also personally have to thank GIPA because from GIPA I got Noto, which is which is now very much working closely with me and working in the B20. So I was lucky to have him aboard as well. And I think these connections have indeed helped garner success for our missions and B20 promotional initiatives. And it's also vital to recognize the effort in their Going Global series session that support also the G20, B20 agenda. And this series have also raised awareness on the three aspects that's very important, which is the digital, green, and healthcare competency that would help Indonesia upskill and remain competitive in the global markets that recovering from COVID-19 and withstanding also geopolitical shocks. As also the representative of the Indonesian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, KADIN, and the B20 Indonesia chair, which is the business engagement group of G20, I'm honored to have this opportunity to open the summit with some insight from business on how we can and should redouble, I have to say, redouble our global digital talents, green talents, and health talents. After the summit, I hope we will see a substantial increase in commitment across businesses and government to drive also job creation, strengthen in education, and hone skill for productivity in all sectors. Thus, let us all share our perspectives and expertise on how we can help best to push our workforce amidst this global transition towards inclusive, innovative, and collaborative growth as the theme of this year B20. I think we all know that the world has changed incredibly this past century. We have faced rapid globalization and digitalization that has made the world more interconnected than ever before. First, the global digital platform has allowed small business to become micro multinationals, connecting them with customers and suppliers in other countries, and allowed individuals to easily learn, find work, showcase their talents, and build their personal network. And around 900 million people have international connections on social media, and 360 million take parts in cross-border e-commerce. The ability of small business and individual to reach new markets support economic and national growth everywhere, encouraging the fair distribution of ideas, innovation, and knowledge. We have even created a whole new industry of telehealth that has taken accessibility and efficiency of health services to another level. And I think this telehealth industry was especially helpful and vital during the COVID-19 pandemic. Economic globalization has advanced the use of renewable energy sources via the channel of FDI inflows and international trade. The development and transition of green energy has increased the demands of what we call the green workers. However, these changes don't come without challenges. It undeniably that the benefits of rapid globalization and digitalization have been equally shared. The combination of increased international competition, skill-based technical change, and labor-saving technology has hurt less educated workers in both rich and poor countries. And since less educated workers were already at the bottom of the earning distribution, globalization and digitalization has consequently been associated with widening inequality and worsening living condition for the most vulnerable. In fact, a recent Confrere report finds that by 2030, more than 85 million jobs could go unfulfilled because there aren't enough skilled people to take them. The speed at which jobs are changing, whether due to automation, trade, or new business model, means that we must constantly learn new skills. Traditional education system and career path are incapable of satisfying the rapidly evolving demand of modern workplaces that are always changing with new technological, economic, and social conditions. Low skill attainment has profound and far-reaching consequences, harming generational wealth, civic engagement, and most importantly, our health and wellness. In fact, a study conducted by Salesforce in April 2021 found that 72% of workers claimed they'd be more engaged with work if their company increased investment in training, and 69% believe they would be happier with their work. The lack of digital, green, and health balance will only work to jeopardize the progress we've made in innovating our economies to become more efficient and sustainable. Without a proper and talented workforce, nobody will be able to operate or use the technology and equipment we have so earnestly made to improve health infrastructure, energy transitions, and business operation. Thus, the global economy and our commitment depend on our ability to upskill and reskill, especially as life expectancy increase and people stay in workforce longer. The more we discover new ways of improving our healthcare system or new forms of green energy, the more it becomes critical for us to train a workforce that can keep up with and contribute to our finding and improvements. Because of this concern, Indonesia G20 presidency has emphasized the need to improve and strengthen our workforce, primarily within digital, green, and health industry. We can no longer leave people behind in this ever-changing world, especially when there are no signs of globalization, digitalizations, and innovation from stopping. We must eradicate the skill gap and foster an environment that encourages lifelong learning and adaptation. The summit in itself is evidence of Indonesia's commitment towards creating a workforce that remain resilient in the face of challenges. We are gathered here today in hopes of redoubling our global digital talents, green talents, and health talents through the networks of Indonesian professional association around the globe, Europe, Middle East, Americas, Asia Pacific. However, to ensure that this event will not mark the end of our dialogue concerning upscaling and retraining, the B20 has established also a task force specific for the future of work and education, as well as legacy programs that are more than just one-time initiative. These legacy programs are long-lasting and will continue beyond Indonesia G20 presidency. I would like to recognize a dear friend, Bapak Hamdani, who's chairing this specific task force and has done a great job with his team in delivering policy recommendation that will be submitted to our G20 leaders. Thank you, Pak Hamdani. The B20 has 6 legacy programs that seek to promote and foster the green transition, inclusive growth, and equitable healthcare. In each of these legacy programs, we require a capable and talented workforce that will help us collaborate globally and create concrete, tangible impacts that will benefit everyone, especially those living in lower income communities. These programs are continuous collaborative effort between G20 countries to solve global challenges and achieve inclusive, innovative, and sustainable growth. For instance, we have a B20 Wiki digital platform, which helps MSME to scale and be part of the global supply chain by providing them with productivity boosters, export capabilities, a developed network, and the opportunity to capture digitalization involving the future digital talents to play a role. We also have what we call the One Global Women Empowerment, which empower women by promoting equitable workforce participation and leadership, supporting women-led businesses with resources and education. Also, our health legacy, such as we call it Always On model, that we create widespread preventable disease mechanism and the global one-shot campaign that will accelerate and increase vaccine access will also require reliable health talents to ensure efficiency and smooth implementation. The B20 and G20 share the same goal: to prepare our global digital talents, green talents, and health talent as to foster a resilient and adaptable workforce that can withstand any crisis. As the representative of businesses, B20 Indonesia brings together the aspirations and voices of corporation and individual to unite on a common cause, which in this case is to urgently need to upskill and retrain our workforce. In this interconnected and digital world, it is extremely crucial for people to have the skill that can satisfy and keep up with the current and future needs. We must break the systematic barriers and that are hindering the people most vulnerable to global changes from reaping the benefits of globalization and digitalization. If we leave this unfair and broken system unchecked, the G20 countries cannot recover together or recover stronger. And our economy will suffer from either a lack of productivity caused by incapable workforce or lack of humanity spurred by an all technological business unit. I would like to end my remarks by stressing the need for collaboration and resolving these issues. Redoubling our workforce talent is no small feat and would require international cooperation between government and businesses. Where government provide the required policy and regulation support, businesses will provide the innovation and ideas needed to ensure efficient and widespread upscaling retraining. After all, the businesses are the ones who know that the labor market needs what they need. We are confident that B20, G20, with the help of GIPA and all the people here today, will continue to produce good results in shaping our talents. Our collaboration will bring our aspiration into fruition and create the best policy recommendations and program that will support the G20 agenda and help create a better and more equitable society. For now, we have our legacy program and policy recommendation, but it doesn't have to end here. These results are only the beginning, and the global network we are building and strengthening today is only the first step towards creating a more resilient and talented workforce. There's still so much work to do, and I know that together we are stronger than ever before. We are also inviting all of you to attend our B20 Summit on the 13th and 14th November in Nusa Dua, Bali, so we can all work together to leave a more positive, tangible legacy for Indonesia and the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to Ibu Shinta Kamdani for delivering such a very strong remarks. Ibu Shinta emphasized on the urgency of collaboration from all the stakeholders to support the professional development and to equip the future Indonesian talents in all the strategic sectors, such as the green, digital, and health sector. Now, we have reached to the next important agenda, as we will be hearing the headline speech from His Excellency Luhut Binsar Pandjaitan, the chair of the G20 Indonesia 2022 Organizing Committee and the coordinating minister for Maritime and Investment Affairs. Now, please allow me to welcome Bapak Menko Luhut. The time is yours.
Gentlemen, first of all, I would like to convey congratulations and success to the Global Indonesian Professional Association in organizing the Global Human Capital Summit. I believe that the human capital and capacity is an important aspect to keep building on. Is one of the cornerstones of progress. As we have entered August, the COVID-19 has been officially in Indonesia for more than 2 years. The impact of COVID-19 was immense as it took the lives of more than 6 million people in the whole world and 150,000 people in Indonesia. Now we have learned to live side by side with the presence of COVID, or what we commonly call as the new normal. The second wave of COVID-19 was managed by the restriction of people's activities or emergency PPKM that was successfully implemented thanks to a great coordination between us all. The government, law enforcement, experts, industries, and the people of Indonesia especially. As we have learned from managing the first wave, PPKM was gradually relaxed by level, according to the situation in each region. And we also encourage faster vaccination and 3T, testing, tracing, and treatment, including the use of Peduli Lindungi, so that the economy can be opened safely. To further monitor and evaluate PPKM, the government also utilized big data as a tool in tandem with the Peduli Lindungi, using global mobility to determine the effectiveness of the policy, so the government can determine what level of PPKM is suitable to be implemented at any given time. Out of all these measures taken, one thing that we know is digitalization has contributed heavily to the acceleration of COVID-19 management. Furthermore, the use of Peduli Lindungi application has expanded to not only in the healthcare sector, but also in the trade sector, specifically for the management of the bulk cooking oil supply chain, showing digital adaptability that Indonesia is pushing for. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, taking example from COVID-19 only, many institutions were pushed to adopt digital transformation for their business, such that digital technology will soon be the backbone of the future society. Indonesia is estimated to be Southeast Asia's biggest player in the digital economy. Building digital infrastructure is one thing. However, building exceptional digital talents is truly challenging. By 2030, Indonesia will need at least 9 million digital talents to contribute 4.434 trillion to the national economy. Our primary attempt is to introduce the digital literacy to the community. The Minister of Communication and Informatics has initiated the strategy through digital literacy movement program for beginners and digital talent scholarship for graduate students and professionals. Around 12.5 million people have completed the program, and at the end of 2024, 50 million Indonesians would have received basic digital training. The government effort in creating digital talent is also extended by collaboration with private sectors such as Apple Development Academy, located in BSD Surabaya, Batam, offers a free intensive project-based software development class for Indonesian talent with entrepreneurial touch in its curriculum. Within 3 years of establishment in Indonesia, the Academy has already had more than 1,000 skilled alumni. The Academy alumni, some of them already landed a job at big enterprises even before they graduated from the Academy. If Indonesia fully embraces digitalization, it can realize an estimated 2,232 trillion growth, or equals to the 10% of GDP by 2025. Digital technology presents opportunity to increase productivity across sectors and broaden economic involvement. Hence, to win in digital age, supportive collaboration between the corresponding parties will become a paramount action. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Indonesia is starting to look ahead to the future of healthcare. We need to find a way to infuse modern medicine knowledge that use bioinformatics, precision medicine, telemedicine, predictive healthcare, and genomic data banks as a form of health big data. The current traditional medicine knowledge is in process to be revolutionized by the Ministry of Health with the launching of the Blueprint of Digital Healthcare Transformation, Strategic 2024, which will digitize health from womb to elderly critical care. The strategy contains a roadmap of 3 priority activities, which are integration and development of health data, integration and development of the health system, and ecosystem development of health technology, all of which will integrate in data fragmentation and AI. I believe that the digitalization of healthcare and the use of data and the technology are important and urgent matters. One concrete application that is being developed is the Ministry of Health Biomedical and Genomic Sequencing Initiative that uses precision medicine to diagnose 6 major diseases in medical uses, which are cancer, infectious disease, brain, neurodegenerative disease, metabolic disease, genetic disorders, and aging. According to the Bureau of Statistics, Indonesia has 2.2 million health talents nationwide, with nursing, midwifery, and doctors filling to the top 3 categories of health talent numbers. The talents number are the backbone of Indonesian management of the COVID-19 pandemic. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, in the wake of the pandemic, there is a massive shift underway in the global economy, including an urgent need to transform our society to a green economy to address the threat of climate change. As one of the driving factors to achieve collective global climate targets, human capital transformation toward incorporating green skill is essential. Improves rate of participation of which contribute to economic growth. Hence, preparing the Indonesian talent, especially in the green healthcare and digital sector, must be incorporated in the national human capital transformation agenda. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for such visionary and strong insights to His Excellency Luhut Binsar Pandjaitan. Ladies and gentlemen, now we are going to commence the very historical moment of the Global Human Capital Summit today. We will be launching the Global Skills Center as the initiative of this event. Therefore, I would like to invite all of our signatories to the stage for this Global Skills Center launch. To Ibu Shinta Kamdani, the Chair of B20 Indonesia 2022, please be welcome to the stage. To Bapak Hamdani Zulkarnain Salim, Chair of B20 Future of Work Task Force. To Ibu Gita Shahrir, the Special Advisor to Coordinating Ministry for Maritime and Investment Affairs. To Bapak Dwi Putra Widianto, Country Director of AICPA and CIMA. To Mr. Ben Eubank, Director at Michael Page Indonesia. To Bapak Gunawan Wahab, CEO of Petskita. To Bapak Steven Marcelino, the Chair of GIPA. to Bapak Hilmi Kartasasmita, Head of Indonesia at GIPA, to Ms. Christy Zacharias, the Head of Public Relations and Advocacy of GIPA, and last but not least, Mr. Stephen Wijaya, the Secretary General of GIPA. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, behind the screen, you will see a button to launch the Global Skill Center. For ladies and gentlemen, you may turn around. You may see the circles behind your back. And on the circle, please, you may put your palm to press and launch the Global Skill Center. Now, to all participants joining us virtually and in person, now let us count down together for the launch of the Global Skill Center. Ladies and gentlemen, in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Press the button, ladies and gentlemen. Let's give a big round of applause for this launch. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Now, ladies and gentlemen, please remain on the stage because we will be having a photo session together. Three, two, one. This is such a very historical moment for all of us as B20 Indonesia Future of Work and Education Task Force and GIPA presents the Global Human Capital and the Global Skills Center for today's event. Congratulations, and let's give a big round of applause for all of us. Thank you. You may be seated, and for Ms. Christy and Mr. Stephen Wijaya, you may continue to the next session for the brief spiel. Over to you, Ms. Christy and Mr. Stephen Wijaya.
Green, digital, and health. 3 words that we've heard probably too many times, but also 3 words that are undisputably influential in expediting the pace of change for the upcoming future. Unfortunately, aside from some of the largest corporates, much of the private sector has yet to be able to translate these trends into action. This is reasonable because with such a fast pace of change, formal education is no longer just enough. We need to be able to reskill, upskill, and prepare the workforce, the future of workforce, for lifelong learning. Now, how do we do that? We need to create an impetus. We need to be able to translate these trends into short-term, directly actionable insights. And for that matter, Christy, my colleague, has done a brief research that I think can explain some of this.
Thank you, Jaya. Thank you, everybody, for welcoming and kind of spending your time with us here today. We just launched what we call the Global Skills Center, and you might be wondering, what does that mean? What is the implication? What are we trying to achieve? Now, Wijaya has highlighted the importance of upskilling an existing workforce. And I'm here to hopefully contextualize some of the best practices and address some of the hows. So in terms of GIPA itself, I'm currently their head of advocacy, and essentially it is a center of excellence whereby we try to consolidate existing research, so market reports, industry insights, but we couple that with primary interviews, and we couple that as well with our own network of Indonesian professionals that Stephen Marcelino outlined earlier around how can we bring on-the-ground insights with existing research and consolidate that into recommendations. And in terms of upskilling an existing workforce, we found 3 best practices in terms of making that successful. The first one is around mindset. People development should be taken at a strategic level instead of an ad hoc basis. What that means is companies should look to develop the people they already have instead of devoting a disproportionate amount into hiring ready-made talents. And that becomes a strategic priority. It's not a matter of securing training when you need it. It's preparing foresight for that. What do you need 10 years from now, 20 years from now, and how can you build your workforce to prepare for that kind of environment in the future? First, mindset. The second part is around consolidation of eclectic, reliable resources. What does that mean? Gathering everything into one Google Drive will not cut it. Just compiling everything is not the reason, people need resources. They also need insights into how do these resources complement each other? How do they build upon each other? What are the different schools of thoughts? What are the different ways you can approach a problem? These are the kind of thinking that would help not just advance their skills, but also their awareness of wider market industries and overall bringing positive externalities to the wider workforce. So second, diversity. The third one is around having the latest developments and having access to being able to being constantly updated. What we find is that things move at an absolutely fast pace, and having a platform digitally is what can enable us stay on top of those latest developments. So with that, I think in terms of the proposition that we are announcing, it's the Global Skills Center, and Wijaya is here to give us a little bit more color about what that entails and strategically what that means.
Thank you. Slide, please. And now, the Global Skills Center is essentially centered around 3 components. The first component is, as Christy was alluding to earlier, an online platform. What we believe is that this is potentially the most scalable way for us to scale things up, the easiest way for us to reach people and to reach companies wherever they are. Now, what's going to be in it? What's in it, and going back again about being strategic, is we're promoting 20 skills across green, digital, and health by creating learning journeys for each of them. These journeys, in turn, will be created by skill curators who will be experts from the industry, who will be think tanks, and essentially people with understanding of these respective skills. Now, will we be creating the skills ourselves? Probably not. Because what we believe is that there's already a wealth of materials, there's already a wealth of repositories out there. What we need to do is just do a curation, make it relevant. How do we make it so that there is a clear impetus for people to start adopting the skills, and not just adopting them, but also implementing the actions? And finally, the third and last part of this will be joint commitment. The founding signatories that were on the stage earlier with us were just the start. What we are hoping is that this will further accelerate as we go along. This will further help more and more companies, not just in a one-way direction. We understand at the end of the day, it's about product market fit, but also this will help us, help them, because we're able to understand these companies better. That would be all about the Global Skills Center. And I think at the end of the day, if any of you are interested, would like to sign up for a closed beta, please reach out to Christy or me by the end of this session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much to Ibu Kristi dan Bapak Stephen Wijaya. We have just witnessed a very historical moment. It is a commitment made by Indonesian stakeholders and its partners to improving human capital development and equipping professionals to be globally competitive and a future-ready generation. Ladies and gentlemen, now let us proceed to the next agenda, as we will be having a very special remarks by Mr. Venkat Ramanan, the Asia Pacific Regional Vice President of AICPA and CIMA, who will be joining us virtually. To Mr. Venkat, the time is yours.
Last week, after 5 years, I managed to see my brother and his nephews. My nephew is 15 years old and the other nephew is 12 years. It is impressive to see a conversation taking place between my brother and his son, especially the 15-year-old. They were having a conversation about what's important to you, and importantly, what do you want to do when you grow up? So my older nephew turned around and said, well, I want to learn humanities. I want to learn about culture, social civilization, and others. My brother, who's a banker, turned around and said, oh, but that's going to be a challenge. How are you going to find employment? How are you going to develop and grow yourself? My 15-year-old nephew looked at him and said, I want to have a purpose about who I am and what I do. Purpose. It's just not that we develop a workforce. There is an emerging, strong, purpose-driven workforce that is being generated and put to the forefront. During a recent survey, they found that 9 out of 10 university students that graduate globally will only take meaningful jobs if it's in terms of what their purpose and how it will be met. Think about that. Think about environmental, social governance issues and where it relates and what's driving it. The current generation brings up and consolidates conversations around environmental, social governance because it's important to them. In organizations, now most CEOs and CFOs have started having conversations about policy, inclusion, diversity, and importantly, the purpose and how each and every single one of their employees or their colleagues contribute towards the organization's value. It is people over profits. It is planet over profits. Don't get me wrong. There's a strong debate around how can that be when an organization's ultimate goal is to maximize shareholder value and wealth. That debate continues. When you talk about a purpose-driven leadership, we talk about how a generation that can come, like in Indonesia, where 65 million people, or 65 million, or 28% of the population are within the age group of 10 to 24, will become the future purpose-driven leaders who are very clear about what they want, who are very clear about how they're going to grow, and importantly, how they bring innovation to the forefront. A generation that is also highly concerned about not only the societal impact, but also the health impact that surrounds them. We live in a world where there's excessive sharing of information, there's excessive sharing of data, and there's excessive concerns about one's health propositions. Then we look at technology, how it could solve most of these issues around health and well-being, along with driving innovation. Just take a look at how mRNA vaccines were developed in a very short period of time when colleagues, doctors, people couldn't fly from one location to another. And using technology and innovation, how that was changed rapidly and further than anything else. More than anything else, the purpose-driven leadership and workforce and its challenges, Indonesia has a very pivotal role to play in that. There are around 64.2 million MSMEs in Indonesia. Think about that number, providing 97% of the workforce. And that's the very MSMEs that struggled during the pandemic. And during the pandemic, quite a lot of them did not successfully manage to come out of it. One of the critical reasons around the data, which showed 80 to 90% lost their income during the pandemic, one of the most important area was the inability to move towards innovation and digitization. And it is not just about telling MSMEs about what technology to innovate or what technology to use, but it's how to use it and how they can benefit from that. And that's where we come. Workforce development, the whole learn, unlearn, relearn process. It starts with a mindset shift. Very often when we ask employees, organizations, talent development teams, what's important to you, they ask about skills development. When you deliver the skills, very often employees ask about, can you provide me the tools in order for me to use the skills? Companies do that, individuals purchase that. And what happens often, those are left alone. Because if the mindset isn't there to drive the change and to innovate, however much skills and tools that we provide in training and equipping them will not work. In this workforce change, and to drive not just Indonesia, but Southeast Asia and ASEAN as a community, mindset change in terms of why purpose-driven workforce becomes important is a number one conversation that we continuously need to have. Individuals help companies to drive change, to move their business models further. Individuals who drive change and move business models establish sustainable organizations. Sustainable organizations that are successful change economies and drive economic growth and prosperity. AICPA and CIMA are absolutely committed in this process. We not only focus in terms of financial literacy for young generation, working mothers, and university students, but we look at competency development, skills development from credentials to professional qualification, because we are interested in providing the solution for workforce development and changes that come along with that. That underlines our purpose in terms of who we are as an organization. When you go back to your organization, your homes, have a conversation in terms of what is your purpose that you want to drive, what is the purpose of your stakeholders, your families, and how they want to make it work. I'm sorry that I could not be there in person or be part of the journey in terms of this whole wonderful event, along with the vision that it takes forward. I wish conference and the event a very most success, and I challenge for us to continuously think about conversations around purpose, demographic changes, technology, environmental social governance concept, and importantly, empowering the young youth who can change and drive a dynamic world around us, specifically in Indonesia. Thank you so much. Have a good day.
Thank you very much, Mr. Venkatramanan, for a very insightful remarks. Today, as a form of appreciation to our Indonesian professionals overseas who have been representing Indonesia in the world's leading companies, we would like to introduce our leaders of overseas professionals hubs joining us here in person in Jakarta and via Zoom. Therefore, I would like to welcome again Mr. Stephen Wijaya, the Secretary General of GIPA, to introduce us to our overseas professional leaders. To Mr. Stephen Wijaya, you may have the floor.
Thank you, Tifa. I'd like to start this by, I think, reiterating what GIPA is, what GIPA stands for, right? GIPA, like what Stephen Marsden earlier mentioned, we're Global Indonesia Professionals Association, meaning we are an organization that represents Indonesian professionals and executives abroad. Now, the people that I'm about to introduce to you, I've met many of them myself. They're people with a very diverse background, very interesting stories. Some of them are engineers, some of them are lawyers, some of them were born in Indonesia, some of them were raised abroad, but retained their Indonesian heritage. Those communities some are very diverse, some of them completely new, some of them more than 20 years of history. However, I think what unites all of us here, what unites all of us together, is the fact that we all want to contribute back in the ways that we can, through professional development, through building business investment links, through creating communities. At the end of the day, for us, it's about Indonesia. So I'd like to welcome on the stage Wilbert, Vanessa, Leonard, as well as Daniel, and virtually as well. And virtually as well, Alexander, Gina, Putri, Felix, Vicky, and Arki. Please come aboard. Wilbert, please, each of you introduce a little bit of yourself.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Sabah al-khair, or good morning in Arabic. My name is Wilbert Angrendo. I'm head of the Indonesian Professional Association, or IPA Middle East. Professionally, I'm a management consultant with Carney Middle East. In IPA Middle East, we are proud to represent numerous Indonesian professionals across trade, investment, as well as energy sector. I couldn't help but be excited that in the growing economy of GCC and their commitment to a transition to a greener future, I hope to see more Indonesian professionals abroad with the ultimate goal of learning the talents and contribute back to the country. We stand to support every Indonesian professionals, B20, G20, whenever there is any event abroad for the contribution to Indonesia. Thank you very much.
Selamat pagi, good morning, and goedemorgen in Dutch. My name is Vanessa, currently serving as the Director of Indonesian Professional Association in the Netherlands. One of my teammates is actually here, Joan. And in my day job, I'm working as a Global Privacy Coordinator at Universal Music Group. And right now, IPA, the Netherlands, is a very young organization, but proud to represent 50 members and counting. And we're very excited with IPA, the Netherlands is really supporting the Global Human Capital Summit. And as Stephen has mentioned, despite being in the Netherlands, our members are very passionate and really willing to contribute back to Indonesia. And as a hub leader, I also have observed growing numbers of talents in the digital, health, and green sectors. So we're more than happy to just tap into this further and support any further development. Thank you.
Good morning, selamat pagi. My name is Leo, and I head the Indonesian Professionals Association in Singapore, short IPA Singapore, which was established in December 2020, so roughly 1.5 years back. I myself, in my day job, I am a vice president at German state-owned bank KfW IPEX, where I cover the infrastructure sector. And IPA Singapore is very happy and grateful that we were invited today and support the summit. We represent more than 400 professionals in Singapore, especially across financial services, the tech sector, and also engineering. And we believe it's a very timely summit in the context of the G20 presidency, but also in the context of the wider vision of the president to become a top 5 economy by 2045. Sorry. And yeah, thank you again to the GIPA team.
Good morning, selamat pagi everyone. I am Claudia Mulia, currently serving as the Executive Director of Young Indonesian Professionals Association in the UK, or GIPA UK in short. And I'm a trained chemical engineer, but now working as a software engineer in JP Morgan London. As for GIPA UK, we have been established since 2015, and now we proudly present around 483 Indonesian professionals in the region, especially across industries of financial services, professional services, and technology. And we are really happy and honored to support GIPA today in this summit, as we believe in the mission to tackle the issue of human capital development through redoubling the green, health, and digital talent of Indonesia. And I look forward to the discussions of today and what we could achieve together. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Daniel and I represent the Australian hub of GIPA. I currently run a startup here in Australia. Previously was a management consultant at Bain & Company. Our hub is also relatively new. We punched through multiple lockdowns and cover roughly around 50 professionals across Melbourne, Sydney and Brisbane. We really resonate with the vision of the summit and also the vision of GIPA more broadly. There's nothing more important than having the right talent on the ground to bring Indonesia to the next level of the global stage. Thank you.
Hello. Hi, everyone. 大家好. My name is Alex. I'm currently serving as the hub lead for China. I'm the VP in a local company, Shenzhen Fountain Corporation. We are proud to represent a number of professional executives in the region, especially in digital, finance, trade, and manufacturing industry. We wish tremendous success for GCHS. And we hope it brings value and more impact to the participants in both online and offline for today. Thank you.
Hi everyone, if you can hear me, bonjour from Paris. So my name is Putri Realita. I am leading now the Indonesian Professional Associations in France, and I am a global director of culture, engagement, diversity, and inclusion at the headquarters of Danone in Paris. So human capital is in the heart of what I do. Our hope from INPA France for this Human Capital Summit is, first of all, is to really recognition of the importance of human capital's developments as the source of strength for Indonesia as a nation to be bigger and stronger in the future. And this will include not only the development of technical skills, but also the leadership or what we call power skills like communications, collaborations, critical thinking, and decision making. So we hope that today will bring like the first step, and I think I'm very proud to be part of this big momentum for all of us. And we hope to continue to have this process of exchange between Indonesian professionals to really make tangible actions that we can do short term and medium term to build human capitals in Indonesia. Thank you.
Taikaho, that means hello everyone in Cantonese. My name is Felix Leonard Liao, currently serving as one of the board members of IPA Hong Kong. In my day job, I work at a private equity firm with operations around the APAC region. And similarly to the other hubs, IPA Hong Kong is relatively young. We just celebrated our second year anniversary a couple of months ago, and we are proud to represent over 180 professionals, mainly in the finance and technology sectors. We spoke about how recent studies show Indonesia has a huge labor potential, with a big proportion of it being the young workforce. So IPA Hong Kong hopes that the Global Human Capital Summit can renew the relevant government bodies and the Indonesian companies' commitment to continue investing in the human capital of the nation through forward-looking policies that focus on developing the workforce's skills relevant in the current global landscape and the future, such as digital, green, and healthcare, in the hopes to ultimately produce highly qualified and versatile professionals capable of competing not only regionally with the Southeast Asian countries like Singapore, but also with other Asian nations like China and India. Toche, Choikin, thank you, and see you in another occasion.
Hello, everyone. 안녕하세요. My name is Vicky. I'm currently serving as an executive director of IPA Korea. So in my daily job, I'm working as a railway engineer, helping the preparation of the bidding of railway projects in the overseas, like we are currently doing like in El Salvador or just like in Vietnam, Costa Rica. So actually, talking about the Indonesian professionals, we have around 300 professionals here working in South Korea, and like we have about 100 members already registered in IPA Korea, and the top industries such as IT, media, and industrials or engineering. So I'm really looking forward to see like this kind of collaborations more often, especially like if we can just collaborate between maybe Asia Pacific first. I think this is a very good idea, and thank you for the invitations. And especially like in our country that we have to solve many problems, like including finding the green, health, and digital talents. And I really appreciate for these invitations and look forward to communicate furtherly. Thank you. 감사합니다.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Aki Maraksa, and I'm based in New York. I am the co-founder and currently the executive board member of Indonesian Professional Association in New York. In my day job, I am the director of enterprise risk management and strategic initiatives at American Express. Our community started off 5 years ago, and at the moment we have around 400 Indonesian professionals in New York, but there are also other chapters in the United States that have been established since the 1990s. Overall, in the United States, we have over 1,000 Indonesian professionals that we represent from various industries, starting from technology, finance, international organizations, and many more. Very glad to be able to be here, and I think we truly look forward to be able to partner with the various hubs. Wish I could be there in person, and looking forward for the collaboration. Over to you, back to the team in Jakarta.
I think just to close things off, it's not an understatement what Pushinta said earlier. These people, they're the brightest top talents for Indonesia, as well as the ambassadors. So please give it up again one more time for the overseas professional hubs.
Thank you, Bapak Stephen Wijaya, for introducing us to all the hub leaders. And thank you very much to all of the ladies and gentlemen of the Indonesian Professionals Association's hub leaders from all across the world. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we will proceed to the next round of event, which is We will be hearing the context setting on the topics that will be discussed in today's segments on redoubling our global digital talents, green talents, and health talents. This session will be brought by Dr. Arki Maraksa, the Head of Professional Development of GIPA, who will be joining us virtually from New York. Dr. Arki, the time is yours.
Thank you, Diva. Appreciate it. Okay. Just want to confirm that everybody can see the screen. Thank you. So I think I was just briefly introduced by the MC as part of the New York team, but I also have a double hat within GIPA as the head of professional development. So what I would like to do today, ladies and gentlemen, your excellencies and distinguished guests, I'm here to provide a few context setting to the various in-depth discussions that we shall experience in the latter part of the day. The Global Human Capital Summit, as recapped in our earlier remarks, aimed to focus on increasing Indonesia's talent, specifically in the areas of digital, green, and health sector. We are poised to enter the world's top 5 economies by 2050. At the same time, we also observe that this pathway comes with a significant challenge. Indonesia is experiencing an underdeveloped workforce talent pipeline and shortages in global leaders. The talent gap is expected to widen further by 2030. As there will be shortages in over 3.8 million skilled workers, this will translate further into losses in the hundreds of billions of dollars in missed opportunities. Many of the shortages would be prevalent in middle and upper management, which are imperatively critical for leading growing organizations or businesses that needs to scale up and compete with regional and global competitors. One of the highest visible gap that we can see right now is the lack in the number of global Indonesian executives. It is almost non-existent when you are comparing it within the Fortune 500 executive suite list. To align the country's trajectory in its appropriate path, as well as aligning with the Sustainable Development Goals, Indonesia needs to be able to smoothly transition into a highly industrialized nation with a sustainable and green economy, and with a robust healthcare program and services to its citizens. With that, we do need a unique and specialized talent that we should focus on to realize some of the goals outlined by the B20 and the future of work. We need to redouble our talent, especially in green, health, and digital sectors. In terms of digital talent, we need workforces who can support our transition into a highly industrialized nation through expertise in engineering, data science, software sciences. At the moment, Indonesia is one of the most coveted markets when it comes to digital economy. There's a lot of case studies everywhere, but it seems that when it comes to the talent, we are still sourcing it from overseas, and very little are homegrown in our own nation. In terms of green talent, we need workforce that can support the transition into green economy. Talent that has expertise in sustainability, climate change, and environmental scientists. This sort of talent is very unique, and unfortunately, it's also scarce, not only in Indonesia, but also in developed nations. And finally, health talent. Workforce that can ensure that our qualities of healthcare and health services are accommodated to the entire population, which links back to the point of view that my fellow counsel, Casey Zachary, had shared a little bit earlier. In this matter, it's simply a matter of access and volume to really uplift our healthcare segment in Indonesia. Beyond these talent development within these 3 segments, the skill set and the expertise must be complemented as well with specific qualities such as leadership, communication, and continuous passion to grow. The process of growing talent by leveraging professional networks around the world has been visibly successful in peer nations, such as Singapore, Taiwan, South Korea, and China, with many of their industrial players actually funneled from overseas networks of professionals. Linkages to Silicon Valley, linkages to European markets, who eventually return or contribute remotely from where they are. Academics and scholars have also agreed that this mechanism will ultimately lead to a huge knowledge spillover, and it will give birth, and it has actually given birth to the global companies that we are seeing today, especially in East Asia and also in South Asia. Overseas professional hubs that you have seen a little bit earlier is a set of independent association that exists, and it is truly one of the channels where we can rethink on how to access these global knowledge spillover, talent sourcing, and subject matter expertise. GIPA's Professional Development Center, which I lead at the moment, aims to focus in continuing the growth of Indonesian professionals, both domestically and overseas, transitioning or supporting the transition from students to professionals, and also creating a launchpad for Indonesian professionals to becoming a global executive to be able to compete in the global market. In the past, GIPA has partnered with various professional hubs to create an agenda on talent development, namely going through a program that we called the Going Global series. It is a program that is targeted to aspiring Indonesian young professionals and students with the idea of inspiring them to pursue unique talent areas as well as gaining global exposure. In our Going Global series, we have covered various topics such as artificial intelligence, data science, sustainability, digital design, and many more. In this program, we brought in leading Indonesian professionals and experts in their field, sourced directly from the various professional hubs that we are partnering with. To name a few, those in San Francisco, Singapore, London, New York, and many more. And all of these Indonesian professionals are working in global companies, Fortune 500, or leading multinational organizations. We are very fortunate to have great partners in this overseas professional hub and throughout our journey at GIPA. And we are really appreciative that there are many Indonesians who are willing to share their career journey to inspire others. With that in mind, I do want to say thank you once again to the various professional hubs who has been supporting in our cause. Cumulatively, the program has gained traction with thousands of participants year to date from around the world and all across Indonesia. But big picture still remains. How can we redouble our talent? We need to connect government, business entities, educational institutions, and global Indonesian professionals to set up a relevant use case that Indonesia can leverage and sustain. We need to continue the engagement and discussion to bring this issue to light. Collectively, we need to be proactive in our approach, in which we truly expect that we should go beyond education and collaborate with various business institutions, organizations, to continue contributing the support and development of Indonesia's human capital. In the next coming segments, we will go over 3 core topics within the Global Human Capital Summit, beginning with digital, followed by green, and finally health. Brought to you by industry leaders, government officials, as well as overseas professional leaders. With that, I would like to say thank you for your attention and pass it over to you back to Jakarta.
Thank you very much, Dr. Arki Maraksa, for delivering a context setting before we begin with our very exciting digital segment. Ladies and gentlemen, for today's segment, we will be having 3 segments as previously mentioned. The first one will be a digital segment, and the second one will be health segment, and the third one will be our last, which is our green segment. I do really hope that ladies and gentlemen here would enjoy the session and all the discussion for today. Therefore, allow me to begin our next session. We would like to move on to the headline speech by His Excellency Hamdani Zulkarnain Salim, the Chair of B20 Task Force Future of Work and Education. To Bapak Hamdani. Okay. To Mr. Hamdani Zulkarnain Salim, the Chair of B20 Task Force, Future of Work and Education, you may have the floor. Please, Pak Hamdani.
His Excellency Bapak Luhut Pandjaitan, Coordinating Minister of Maritime and Investment Affairs of Indonesia, Bapak Stephen Marcelino, Chairman of GIPA and all the caretakers of GIPA, the Honorable Bapak Priyono Sugiarto, the President Commissioner of PT Astra International, and Bapak Joni Bunarto, the President Director of PT Astra International, who joined this event through Zoom. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure and honor to join you today. First of all, let me slightly introduce our Future of Work and Education Task Force of the B20. We have more than 150 task force members from more than 30 countries, representing 140 businesses, 8 co-chairs, discussing dozens of complex topics, and stakeholders at every level of seniority and in every part of the world. And our task force has come up with our policy recommendations, which focus on 3 themes. First, sustainable job creation. This is about accelerating job creation after the pandemic and ensuring that this job creation is aligned with the sectors of the futures in a dynamic and flexible labor market. Second, education and skill for productivity. This covers the misalignment of learning system with labor market needs. It's about the growing skill gaps and the urgent need to upgrade education system and adult lifelong learning systems. And third, equity and inclusion. This is about ensuring that every part of society is included in recovery and growth efforts, especially after the setback of the pandemic. Now I will focus on the specific priorities and interests we have in common. Because it is that common space and those shared interests that will help us to define how we can collaborate together in the best way and how we can generate tangible progress and change on the ground. And that's why I'm so happy to join you today to come together to transform good intention and ideas into real action. And to do this, I'm going to zoom in on each of 3 themes that have become our main focus as we have worked our way through the variety of complex issues within the worlds of work and education. First, I'd like to talk about is the need to focus on job creation, and not just any jobs, but specifically jobs that are relevant for the future. So we are talking about the digital economy, the technology in general, and about the green economy. Sectors that we know are rapidly increasing in importance. Sectors that we know are in need of talent and skills to grow. This is a moment of opportunity in this regard. We are trying to recover from a historic employment crisis, and at the same time, we are trying to pivot our economies towards these sectors of the futures, and also to new ways of working in the future. We noticed that the support post-pandemic recovery and growth align to the future of work. The G20 should accelerate job creation in alignment with the sectors of the future by actively enable entrepreneurship, business growth, and job creation targeting SMEs, align labor market regulation with the realities of post-pandemic ways of working, enable the transition of workers and businesses into formal economy, ensure that the future of work is people-centered, supported by enabling technologies. So, a major emphasis of our B20 policy paper is on actions that bring together government, businesses, and learning institutions to make that happen, and also oriented workers towards the sector of the future and the jobs of the future. It's also clear that the training and skill building implication of this will demand significant levels of work-based learning, which brings us to the second theme I want to talk about, learning, and specifically the nature and science of learning, so we can design education and skill for productivity. Human beings have an incredible capacity to learn. It has been a crucial part of the development of our society throughout history. And it seems that for adult brains especially, learn best through doing, through hands-on learning, through experience, through immersions, through practice. This naturally leads us to highlight the importance of work-based learning. Work-based learning is also what learning in general, and especially lifelong learning, increasingly depends on. In the research of our B20 policy paper, we saw the massive extent of lost learning among adults, among workers. According to the OECD, learning by doing, learning from others, and learning on the job decreased by 25% during the pandemic. And this has serious implications on productivity, since the World Economic Forum finds that 84% of employers are accelerating digitalizations of work processes in response to COVID, and 50% are accelerating the automation of tasks. Lower skilled workers are particularly affected by this because there is a huge, often overlooked reliance on learning by doing and on interaction with colleagues in the workplace. So when workplaces were closed and when workers were distanced from each other, learning was a major casualty. So the lesson for us is clear. We need not only recover from all this lost work-based learning, we need to significantly rethink, and expand our work-based learning system for the future. Taking into consideration where the green economy, renewable energy industry is expected to see 18 to 38 million jobs by 2030, making scaling essential. That's why the B20 is keen to collaborate with you on this crucial imperative of upgrading learning all across the G20. We notice the need to upgrade this quality of education system, build fit for purpose lifelong learning system, and anticipate and support a smooth transition to future sectors and jobs. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the third and final theme I'd like to highlight is about inclusion. We are all aware of that issue of inclusive labor market is relevant everywhere around the world. It's important that we take advantage of holding the G20 presidency in Indonesia to highlight some of the inclusion issues that are especially grave and especially urgent in emerging and developing nations. When we talk about excluded workers, people imagine small group of disadvantaged workers such as veterans, ethnic minorities, or persons with disabilities. So we were already in a bad situation regarding inclusion, and the pandemic only made things worse. We have gone backwards instead of going forwards on this crucial issue. In this context, both the B20 and G20 more broadly have prioritized this issue. I'm delighted that our collaboration with the G20 Employment Working Group has highlighted a particular vehicle for actions, community-based vocational training, or CBVT. For those of you that are less aware of this term, CBVT is vocational training focused on vulnerable, excluded, and often isolated population. CBVT target the inclusions of disadvantaged group into work, and it focuses on locally relevant solutions. So community participation, self-advancement, and empowerment play important roles. It is about training the local community to develop local economic opportunities. And so in many ways, this concept of community-based vocational training, CBVT, ties together the themes I have talked about today: learning, relevant job creation, and inclusion. I have taken up a lot of your time, so allow me to end with the other theme that has run throughout my speech: the opportunity for the B20 to collaborate to make real change happen on the ground. I have talked about why we should collaborate and about what areas we can collaborate on. I would be delighted and excited to move our conversation towards how, when, and where we can really take action together. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much to Bapak Hamdani Zulkarnain. Now, Bapak, if you may, please remain on the stage and take a seat at the sofa. As now I would like to invite Mr. Hilmi Kartasasmita to be moderating our fireside chat with Bapak Hamdani. To Hilmi, over to you.
Bapak Hamdani, thank you very much for your fireside chat, Pa. Very insightful. We've gotten to know a lot better, Pa, about your task force, the work you're doing, the direction of travel for the policy recommendation. Bapa, if I may start with one question, Pa. Your task force, Pa, is composed of members from 33 countries, 134 executives, 139 companies, Pa. It's very global, Pa. Yeah, congratulations, Bapa. Perhaps which country, Bapa, do you think has a good model of industrial upskilling that perhaps we can replicate or as a benchmark for Indonesia, Bapa? Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Hilmi. Yeah. Usually in our experience, we take German or other German-speaking country as a role model. Why? Because we realize that those countries, they can implement both vocational education and non-vocational education in a balanced way, in a proper way. So we think in our task force that those example in those countries are a very good example, especially for us to prepare for the future. Yeah, maybe that's
I
my
see,
answer.
Bapa.
Yeah.
Thank you for your answer, Pa. Since referring to Germany, Pa, I think one of our hub leads is of German origin. Leo, perhaps you'd like to ask Pa Hamdani a question. So Leo, as mentioned, is a hub lead from Singapore. He's a VP at a German SOE bank. Can I get a runner for Leo? Someone to bring him his mic. Runner, please.
Thank you, Pak Hilmi, Pak Hamdani, for the question. This is very spontaneous. This was not planned. I actually went to such a dual education before, so it was a mix of university studies plus internships at a multinational company back then. How has Astra actually implemented it here? That would be my curious question to you, Pak Hamdani. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Leo, for the questions. Yeah, you look like a Westerner, but when you spoke Indonesian, you are very, very fluently. So it was surprising me. Leo, in Astra, actually we have a polytechnic. Maybe you know that the name is Astra Polytechnic. We started this polytechnic about in 1995, so it's more than 25 or 27 years ago. And this polytechnic, actually, in the beginning, we try to first the goals of this polytechnic is to fulfill our necessity of the workers, but on the other side or the other way, we also want to improve the education level or education quality in this country. And luckily, our President Commissioner, Bapak Priyono, is also, he graduated from Germany, so he encouraged us to make a collaboration with some of German education institution and also with some of German companies. We also make a special program in our polytechnic. The special program is maybe you know well, the Master program. Yeah. Master program actually is, in short, is like how to standardize the skill or the ability of the worker in a specific work. So it make easier for the employee and also the employer to get the right employee with the very match skill that the employers need. That's what Astra do. Actually, many that we already did, but I think, yeah, just some that I can share you today.
Thank you for your response, Pak Hamdani. I think for my second question, Bapak, if you allow me, is more towards GIPA and our professionals, Bapak. As you know, we're scattered around 20 countries, Pak, quite young, Pak, demographically, us. What message, perhaps, Bapak, do you have that you want to share to those Indonesian professionals overseas, as well as those back home, Bapak?
Yeah. Actually, to be frank to you, I heard about GIPA is just maybe today. I heard it clearly, and what the first thing I come to my mind is, wow, I will ask my children to join this because I have 2 children and they are working in Singapore. They already work in Singapore, so I think it's a better way for them to improve themselves also with joining GIPA. Of course, if Pak Helmi asks about GIPA, I think GIPA is a very, very positive. Yeah, it's a very good ideas to maybe to develop such kind of organization, knowing that Indonesia now has a very unique positions. We have more than 270 million people. We have so huge young generations, and now we are aiming to enter the golden era of Indonesia in 2045. I think it's the right moment to doing such kind of activity through GIPA, to how to collaborate all the executive of Indonesian executive all over the world to do something and to always to prioritize Indonesia, to make Indonesia better in the future. I think it's a quite impressive and also a very, very strategic, what do you call it? Strategic, maybe goals that can GIPA have in the future.
Thank you so much, Pak.
Yeah.
Those are certainly kind words. Bapak, if you'll indulge me, perhaps I can open just for one round of questions, Pak, with the
Yes,
audience.
please.
Thank you. Anyone have any questions addressed to Pak Hamdani? I'm opening up to 3. I think I see one in the blue jean shirt. We'll ask it all in one go, so Pak Hamdani can answer. Please, can you state your name and institution?
Hi, my name's Ronaldo, and we run like an online platform teaching people from non-business and finance background, basic business background. So usually we teach people from the medicine industry, engineering industry, and several pharmacists as well. So you've laid out a lot of policy decisions, and I think we're all very impressed with the scale of what you're doing with the task force, and we commend you for that. One thing I want to ask is, if we want to help go through with this cause in a smaller scale, say for example at a level that is an SME, if we're starting out trying to help improve human capital, what sort of like advice or suggestions that you can give us so that we can start small? Say for example in a firm that's only with 10 people, 50 people. So like what are there any like small scale suggestions that you can give? Thank you.
Thank you. I'll, if I may, Pak, one round so you can
Yeah,
answer.
okay.
Yes, thank you, Bapak. Please, anyone else? So we can. Just now, I think I see a hand. Yeah, silakan. No more questions? We're just doing this round before we close off. Oke, silakan Bapak. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Ronaldo, for the question.
Yes, all right.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Edison Bako. I'm with Eurocham. Thank you, Pa. I think this pandemic has shown tremendous challenges for the young, especially as you've mentioned. Yes, I agree. We need to be develop youth that is digital savvy, aware of climate and sustainable issues, as well as able to meet the challenges of medical and global health. However, I think most developed countries have seen the emergence of slackers, youth that have actually given up, because these are professions that demand a substantial challenge, both in terms of learning and in terms of competition. And we don't have that yet as a problem in Indonesia, but I think potentially it can develop that way. How do we, as part of the B20, address that situation, Pak? Thank you.
So no more, yeah? Thank you, Bapak. Feel free to address them as you see fit, Pak Hamdani. Thank you.
Yeah. First, maybe Pak Ronaldo question, yeah. Actually, I come here today with my team, yeah. Pak Yusak over there, and also some of Ibu Heli, I think Ibu Hana, yeah. And from now until November 13 and 14, we have many events, many side events. For example, on next week, on 29, we have an event. We will sign a memorandum between the companies, the associations, and also the SMK. What is the SMK in English?
Vocational school.
Vocational school. Yeah, yeah. The collaboration is to make actually the activity that benefit for those sides. Yeah, we will conduct the maybe training or vocational training for them, and for them also is very aligned with their education. And by doing that, we as the company or as an association, also we can select the future workers by doing that. Yeah. So in short, you are free to talk with us. Actually, we are here, and you can even give us an idea how to make our policy into more real actions. Yeah, because Pak Jokowi also mentioned in the beginning of G20 last year that he didn't want we just come up with only a jargon and a very good maybe solution or a policy recommendation on the paper, but our president wants the real action on the ground that affected to many people of Indonesia. So I think this B20 and G20 even is really open to anybody who wants to make this country or maybe these people better in the future. And for the second question, yeah, actually this today, or yeah, we can say that today, people all over the world facing the same situation. Yeah. People all over the world facing at least the three situations that are common. First, we all facing the post-pandemic situations. And the second, we are facing the climate issues. And the third, we are facing the technology disruptions. So with those three threats, actually in a negative way, we can say that, wow, this is the very, very tough situation. But in a positive way, we can say that the gap between the countries become more narrow because of this. So the situations or the conditions in developed country maybe is not as good as before. And also the condition of us in developing country also maybe is not so different with the developed country. So we can utilize these situations to grow together, to recover together, and even recover stronger. I agree that we also discuss and try to anticipate the situation that happens in other countries. And finally, in our task force, also we realize that we cannot answer all the G20 conditions specifically, but at least we try to do something that are beneficial for all the G20 and all the countries around the world. And also we try to do something for our country, Indonesia. So we will try to utilize this opportunity, this moment Indonesia become the presidency of G20 this year, to maximize the benefit for our people, for our country. And to do that, we need to work together and think together and discuss together, to collaborate together. I hope my explanation answer your question.
Definitely, Bapak. Thank you so much for excellent remarks, insight, and your time, Pak Hamdani. We look forward to your various initiatives leading up to the B20 Summit in November. Again, Bapak, thank you for your time, Bapak.
Thank you. Thank you. Are we done?
Thank you very much, Bapak Hamdani and Bapak Hilmi, for a very remarkable conversation. It was a very insightful discussion on the digital segment. Now, allow me to moving on to the next session. It is the panel session with question and answer, and the session will be moderated by Ms. Vanessa May. She is the Executive Director of IPA of the Netherlands. Ms. Vanessa did her bachelor in Groningen, the Netherlands, and finished her master's degree in Public International Law in Amsterdam, the Netherlands in 2018. Ms. Vanessa started her career as a junior legal counsel, as she soon after jumped into the world of data protection. Now, Ms. Vanessa works as the Global Privacy Coordinator at Universal Music Group, advising and coordinating data protection law compliance in multiple territories. To Ms. Vanessa May, you may have the floor, and over to you.
Thank you so much. Once again, good morning, everyone. My name is Vanessa, Director of Indonesian Professionals Association in the Netherlands. Currently working as a Global Privacy Coordinator, and I'm specializing in the EU General Data Protection Law, which regulates the use of personal data, so it's especially relevant in technology and digitalization. So I'm personally very excited to moderate this panel. For this session, we have an amazing lineup of speakers. Our discussion will focus on the state of digital economy and the issues revolving around the state of digital talent in Indonesia. I would like to introduce our first speaker, Bapak Muhammad Fajrin Rashid. He is the Digital Business Director for Telkom Indonesia and holding a role as the B20 Deputy Chair of Digitalization Task Force. Previous to his current appointment, he was the co-founder and president of one of Indonesia's decacorn startups, Bukalapak. Next one, we have Bapak Dayan Sadikin. He is currently the Director of Human Resources of Permata Bank. He has had a long history of holding strategic posts in human capital for multinational companies in Indonesia, such as PT Coca-Cola Bottling Indonesia, DHL Express, and Schlumberger. And last but not least, Mr. Ben Eubank. He is a director at Page Group Indonesia. He has worked with Page Group for over 22 years in the UK, Middle East, and Indonesia. He is currently responsible for mid-management to executive level recruitment across Indonesia. Good morning once again to our speakers. To kick off our session, each one of our speakers will give some brief remarks. I would like to first invite Pak Fajrin. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Vanessa. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, Pak Stephen, Pak Hamdani, and everyone, it's a pleasure for me here to speak at this event. I represent both B20 Indonesia Digitalization Task Force and also Telkom Indonesia, but mainly I think I speak on behalf of B20 Indonesia. So you go to the next slide, please. Next slide. Just to start, here are the challenges of why digitalization becomes really important. Next slide. There are 5 elements. One is obviously regarding the population itself. So now we have actually more than 5 billion around the world who are already connected to online. And it's actually increase of 800 million just in 4 years. The pandemic really actually accelerates digital transformation. The second is about the fast growth of the global digital economy. It's actually grow faster than the GDP itself. Now it's about 15% of global GDP. And the third is about the sectors, all related sectors regarding the digital that is a tremendous big data, AI, IoT, to name a few. But of course, not all of them are good. There are also the risk of cybersecurity, privacy, etc. It's estimated that the cost related with this is actually $2 trillion in the cost of lawsuit and privacy issue and so on. And there is also linkage with the sustainability. So it is estimated that we actually can also drive the reduction for carbon emission through digitalization. Next. Just now it's actually for the global market, and this one is specific for Indonesia. So it is estimated that we will increase the GDP growth by 1%, 0.7 to 1%, if we actually use or leverage digital towards the economy. Next slide. And not just the GDP, but also a job, right? It is true that there are jobs that will be decreased or that will disappear because of digitalization, right? So for example, cashier and then bank tellers and many low-level jobs will be disappeared, but there will also be many more jobs that will be appeared because of digitalization, right? So for example, jobs like data science, product managers, UI UX designers, even more popular so-called job like social media influencers, buzzer, and so on. Those jobs are not exist before 2010, right? Because the social media doesn't exist back then. So that's just an example that the net addition actually will be positive in terms of the net impact created by the digital economy. Next. But there are, of course, challenges, right? When we talk about digital economy, here are the 5 challenges related with that, and especially that relates with the people. So one, knowledge and skills. Again, if we talk about the job that will be appeared or increase in digital economy, most of them are actually medium to high level job skills, right? So the question is, Indonesia, for example, where do we stand? Do we have more high to medium skill talent or more low skill talent? That's why it's a homework for everyone, including us, to increase the skills related with this. And then there's the issue of affordability. I know Telkom is internet provider, but it's not just the internet access provider, but also the device itself, and also contents, a good contents, right? And all the tools that can be used by the people to leverage or to increase their talents. The relevance, so again, the relevant content. So we also need to have a good content that will be used by the people to, to improve their skills, etc. And then safety and security, we have to ensure that the security is there, not just from the technology providers, but also from the people itself, because apparently the issue related with the security, majority of them are actually related with social engineering, right? So people getting phishing, scam, and so on. And then access in terms of the formal IDs, etc. And this is not only happening in Asia, but also in around the world, as seen in the right-hand slide. Next slide. But the homework for Indonesia is even greater because we, at the moment, is still ranked not so good, right? We are actually in the rank of 53 regarding the digital talent competitiveness compared to people around the world, right? So I guess it's also a role that I think GIPA can also play, right? Because GIPA obviously are located around the world. So how can we bring the best practices in many of the countries, right? Like in Europe, in Australia, in Japan, etc., and bring it back to Indonesia. So there will be more and more Indonesians in the future who will have a digital competitiveness index, right? Doesn't have to be a programmer or software engineers, but at least in each of the areas that people are working with, in healthcare, in agriculture, in banking, etc., people are equipped with basic, at least digital talents, right? So maybe it's not difficult to find, just to name a few, doctors, for example. Maybe not also difficult to find software engineers or people specialized in IT, but doctors who are also understand about IT, that actually gives a very valuable insight to them and becomes, I think, very, very prominent in their background. So I suggest to everyone here, doesn't mean that we have to learn IT or programming, but at least also learn about how technology can actually drive our role or our job. Next. So these are the last slide from me, how we can collaborate. So for example, for the private institutions, is how we can ensure our workers, our team, can have these all relevant digital skills, right? So in Telkom, for example, we have the program called DigiLearn, where we essentially require the team, the Telkom team, to join this course, to pass this course. So we call them digital talent. In 2021, we successfully improved or increased the number of digital talent by around 1,000. So we have more than 1,000 people, 1,000 more people that previously doesn't know anything about digital. Now they already have some basic skill about digital, can be in a UI UX or digital product management, digital software engineering, and so on. For education institution is also a homework for us in terms of how we can leverage digital equipment and solutions in the learnings, right? So how schools from primary school all the way into the universities can use this equipment and also contents to be able to enhance their learning methods. It's also important because sometimes I think Telkom and also a lot of tech companies in Indonesia, usually what they consider as the main challenge when developing the digital business is actually regarding the talent. Now we have a lot of universities producing a lot of graduates, right? So there is a mismatch, the mismatch between the demand and also the supply. So how can we ensure that from the industry point of view can share whatever digital talents that is digital talent skills that is required by the university graduates. So universities and also high schools can start to also learn or insert the curriculum related to digital talent in their curriculum. And then for the government, obviously, how to promote policies to provide access to digital platforms. So for example, Pak Luhut and his team in coordinating Ministry of Marine Affairs and Investment have this program called Bangga Buatan Indonesia, or Proud to Use Indonesians, something like that, which I think is good and something that needs to be continued and also even increased for the getting more popular so that it will tap more market and products. So I think that's for me as an introduction. Thank you very much, Vanessa.
Thank you so much. That was a very remarkable introduction to our current digital landscape. The growth of the digital population increases very rapidly in today's climate, And that results in a really big demand of employment in the field, as big as 2.5 million jobs as soon as 2024. But the talent shortage remains an issue, and I think this is why we're all here, and we're working towards that solution. And I think the next remarks from Bapak Dayan Sadikin will provide us more insights on the investment in human capital in the digital sector. Pak Dayan?
Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak here. Thank you, Vanessa, for moderating our session. My name is Dayan. I'm an HR practitioner. I now work for a bank called Permata Bank. It's a medium-sized bank, probably one amongst the top 10 banks in Indonesia. As a practitioner, I entered the bank in 2019. What I can describe as a perfect storm, because everything is happening at the same time. So my views that I will share with you are basically on a more practical level. I believe that digital talent shortage is not happening in the vacuum. And these are the things that I think have been happening around us, especially in the banking industry. If you can go to the first slide, I only have 2 slides, but quite a few points. If we look at the banking industry, everything is basically disrupted. From all the services, funding, lending, payment, trade, transfers, exchange, investing, insurance, all are disrupted. Some banks have reacted to this quite early, since 2010. Some have reacted a bit late. We in Permata Bank basically reacted to this in a massive scale back in 2018. We revamped our Permata mobile application and then revamp our internet banking. We recently also launched a blockchain service for trade. So basically we're grappling to make sure that we stay afloat and hopefully can stay ahead of from some of the features. Brad King, a futurist that writes a lot about banking, has actually written back in 2012 that banking is no longer an activity where you go to a branch, but it's an activity that you do. Now, 10 years later, we know that when we do banking, basically, we just pick up our mobile phones. But the realization for that is some adopted it very late, some adopted very early. So this is where we are. And to make matters more exciting, as you may have seen in the media, that all the neos are springing up. Tech banks, insurance, and everything. Even now, investment advisory can be done by robots. So it is quite a disruption. At the same time, probably some of you have already enjoyed this. When you are transferring to other people, you don't have to pay a transfer fee because of the BI fast feature. So our margins is actually also eroding. With the advent of new players providing best-in-class technology, then basically our customers have quite a lot of options and they can switch very easily. Before, because you have to go to the branch and then build relationship with an RM and so on, and it is quite sticky, but now there is no more loyalty, so to say, when it comes to banking brands. Consolidations is being pushed by OJK, meaning that we have to reduce number of banks in Indonesia. So amidst of all this happening, we also have to do corporate actions, which is quite an interesting feature as well in our daily work. Pandemic was a surprise to everybody, and obviously this has touched everything in our lives. And although it is the most effective change agent in the digital adoption in banking, but still it is very disruptive in terms of the way we do business. We have been experiencing great resignation in Europe and the US. Looking at the numbers in the banks right now in Indonesia, we can see that the turnover has dipped in 2020 and 2021, but 2022 is probably going to surpass 2019 before the pandemic starts. So this is another challenge that we are facing. And working with younger generations who has abundance of choices, we can no longer assume that we can retain them in the same ways that we have retained their fathers and grandfathers. So what are our options? I suppose as an industry, as a company, then there is no way that we don't adopt the tech in a large way. The number of tech people as a proportion has increased from year to year in our bank. The second thing that we need to do, or we have done, is to do or to build partnerships. New platforms have emerged, and in a way is controlling the way market is going. So if you talk about retail, then basically we need to be able to partner with these digital retail kingdoms. Our processes are usually driven towards governance and reliability. So improving simple, fast, reliable services is still key to us. So process improvement is still the way to go. But customer intimacy needs to be relooked at, because the go-to-market strategy is different now, and we need to understand what takes our younger consumers or customers. One of the features of conventional banks like us is that we are able to maintain face-to-face relationships because we still have branches all around Indonesia. And one way to capitalize this is basically to strengthen our relationships with the customers. And another option that we are pursuing is basically to invest more in organization, which I will talk a little bit more on the next page. Can you go to the next page? Thank you. So I believe everybody is faced with the difficulty of creating a digital talent. But when we are building the digital talent, we also need to look at how, can we go to the next slide? We need to look at other factors that is impacting the way we work, and then also how people get engaged, and then obviously the skills itself that we are going to improve. Sorry, I think the slide has moved. Can you press 1? Thank you. So we need to look at whether we are going to change the business model, and then after that, then we need to also align the aspirations in the company, and then share that with the whole workforce working in the bank. Because without realigning this vision, then people cannot understand what we want to do with this digital transformation. Another feature is that we tend to prioritize point of contact with customers. So we created good digital systems when it comes to product and service offerings, but we tend to forget about the internal systems and processes. So we need to make sure that we take care also of the systems that is being used by our employees. Another thing that we are doing is to revisit the structure and jobs. There is a prediction, I think, done by LinkedIn that in 2030, actually 85% of the jobs have not been invented yet. So essentially, we are playing catch up all the time. So what we need to do is to make sure that when the time comes, then we are able to put all these different changes into practice in the organization. And it has to do with how do we create the structure and the jobs to be relevant with the business challenge as well as the organizational requirement. Another thing that we heavily invest in is on the way we work. We have been hearing about agility, Scrum, large-scale Scrum, but the question is, how do we actually change the ancient way of doing business where people are sitting in silos and then have to work in teams, and these teams are not permanent. One person can belong to several teams at one time. This has to do with not only resource allocation, but also performance appraisal, talent management, and so on. So the aim is basically to make sure that self-directed teams can be effective in serving the purpose. Another part that I think is also important is engagement. As a conventional bank like us, it is very important to shift and move away from fixed and traditional ways of doing, and culture needs to be worked on. Career options have been managed under job families. What we need to do is to broaden that, open some of the opportunities for people to move around beyond the job families. To facilitate that, we need to have a democratic learning environment where people can learn everything anywhere, anytime. With that also comes the flexible working arrangements. The pandemic actually has helped us to do that. A survey done by McKinsey and Ipsos, I think about spring this year, from the 60% of the workforce offered remote working environment or opportunity, about 90% of them took it. So this means that it is needed, it is wanted. The question is whether we want to give it to them or not. With that comes other tactics to be managed, which is what I call a more employee-specific benefit and retention-focused team-based remuneration. So we can no longer see employees as a large chunk of a group, but we need to see them as individuals. So on the skills side, it is more or less like a given that we need to build these skills. The issue is obviously how do we transition from buy, borrow, and build. And I suppose the future for all of us would be to build. As Pak Luhut mentioned this morning, we need 9.9 million digital talents by 2030. I think that's echoed everywhere. And currently, according to Binar Academy, we only have 1.1 million. So the shortage for the next 8 years is 8 million. How fast can we produce those digital talents? I suppose we will see, hopefully in our lifetime, but we are going to play catch up. So this is a given. And as I mentioned before, the prediction is that a lot of jobs are not created yet. So we will have to be very, very good at predicting what will come next. Business partnership and relationship building, again, as I mentioned before, is one of our strong suit, but this needs to be refined and developed. And the last thing is that leadership is currently facing a totally different environment in a conventional setting like us, where we have leaders from mostly the Gen X generation. We need to be much better at doing checking-ins to the employees. So my take on this is that we do have some challenges, or a huge challenge on digital talents. But when we are trying to adopt that into organizations, we cannot forget about the other aspects, because this is not happening in a vacuum. So the way we work, the engagement is as important as the skills element itself. I suppose that's my view. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Wonderful remarks. And was a very interesting remarks regarding the development and digitalization in banking, increase of use of technology as there is a clear demand. And that is exactly why we need to redouble our digital talent to be able to hopefully adapt proportionally and in a timely manner. And thank you so much as well for the highlights on the skills that are necessary. I think it's very interesting for everyone to know. And next one, Mr. Ben Eubank, the floor is yours for your remark.
Thank you, Vanessa. And thank you to Stephen and the team at GIPA for this invitation today. My name is Ben. I'm originally from England, but I have been living and working in Indonesia with Page Group for the last 5 years, and previously in the Middle East, Africa, and London before that. It's no secret that Southeast Asia is a tech hub, and specifically Indonesia. That creates, in its own right, a talent war. Unicorns and startups are poaching from banks, and now banks are becoming more digitalized. They're poaching back from unicorns and startups. And these days, it's all about our data, where we go, what we eat, when we travel, how we travel. And so there is a huge demand in this space. It's no secret, last year, data analytics was our #1 job requirement at Michael Page. And there is a skill shortage in data analytics. Risk analytics, cybersecurity, data protection, and anti-fraud specialists are all in high demand, but we can't just create them overnight. So what's the solution? As an employer, as a company, you should be looking for the right skills versus the work experience. Just because someone has been doing data analytics in their last role doesn't necessarily mean you should hire them to do data analytics in the next role. Wijaya mentioned earlier about the need to identify 3 to 5 important skills. You've got to look beyond the usual work experience and the usual candidates. Let me give you an example. When the pandemic hit in March 2020, 2 of the worst affected industries were tourism and airline industries. Citigroup in Hong Kong targeted these 2 industries because they were renowned for training people very well in customer service. They hired over 1,000 people from the airline and hospitality industry, and they trained them in banking ways and product knowledge. 300 specifically in private wealth management. What was the result? Their mortgage-related income went up 20% in 2021, and their credit card-related income went up 11%. That's smart, and that's making the most of an opportunity. There's a good saying in English, when someone closes a door, a window opens. And I think that's a good example of that. As well as hiring people, I think there needs to also be a focus on retaining the ones you've got. Michael Page recently did a survey around the Great Resignation. Alarmingly, 84% of Indonesians interviewed are looking to resign in the next 6 months. That's the highest in Southeast Asia. If there's no progression within a company, the individuals will leave. ING, the Dutch bank, they come up with a solution, a short-term assignment. So basically what that means is they allow their employees to move to a different team, move into a different function, move into a different global location for a period of 3 to 6 months. So there's value add for the individual is learning about different cultures, different processes, different ways, different methods. And the bank is also retaining its employee So therefore, keeping the intellectual property within its own organization. Another example of retention, Alami, the P2P platform, they announced in October 2021 they were going on to a 4-day week. Guess what happened? They got 4,000 direct job applications within a month. When you're looking to attract talent, you need to emphasize that the company will supply upskilling because everyone still wants to learn. It doesn't need to be expensive. In our survey, apparently 46% of Indonesians use YouTube for tutorials, but it must be offered. And I think there's a failure sometimes to be all about what you want as opposed to offering what the individual may want from your organization. So what are we doing at Page Group about this as a headhunting and recruitment and talent acquisition business? In the last 2 years, we've introduced 784 Indonesians into new employment opportunities. Just under 200 of those have been in the digital and financial services sector. 80 of those have come from overseas. So Indonesians who have been educated overseas or working overseas prior to their placement. We run a Building a Nation campaign called Membangun Negeri, which partners with organizations like GIPA in major cities in the world, Hong Kong, London, New York. It was interesting earlier to hear the international hubs and on how many Indonesians they see in those countries. And it was 300 in South Korea, and it was 50 here and 150 there. There are a lot of Indonesian professionals based all around the world. And obviously we're working with our own global network. We've got 8,000 people across 37 countries to try and encourage Indonesians to come back home. Now, being from the UK myself, obviously, I've chosen to live and work here in Indonesia. No secret, I love the country, but I also love the opportunity the country presents. The median salary in Europe, Western Europe, is 40,000 euros a year. The median salary in Indonesia is about 10,000 euros a year. So you may say, well, there's an obvious choice there. If I go to Europe, I'm going to earn more money. Not the case. Fuel prices going through the roof in Europe. I appreciate in Indonesia, it may be happening soon too, but currently it's very heavily subsidized. Whereas in the Western world, it's all about market price. Your rent, your accommodation is going to be 5 times as much. Your heating bill in the winter, and those of you who've been to Europe in the winter know how cold it gets, is 20 times the price that is in Indonesia. So whilst the basic maths may say, well, I'm going to earn more money, what you actually end up with is actually less. And that's why it's a great time to be attracting Indonesians based overseas to come back here, because they're not going to be entering the market at the median salary. They're going to be entering at a higher level because they're in demand and because of the work experience. We're also educating our clients. The job descriptions that they write, they need to change. It needs to be two-way as opposed to I want, I want, I want. The interviews need to be more consultative as opposed to an interrogation. And the interviewers need to be better prepared. Need to look at soft talent, soft skills, as well as just the work experience and what they've done in their last role. 68% of Indonesians surveyed would sacrifice the salary for a better work-life and balance and happiness. Like Diane just mentioned about the work from home, I think it was 90%. He said the people, they want this opportunity, and it's our choice whether we give it to them or not. And I think it's a very valid point. My answer to that would probably be, it very much depends on the nature of the work and the industry you're in. whether it being in an office environment is more important, or actually being able to work from home. It doesn't make a difference to the results of your job. So in conclusion, with the global tensions continuing to rise and they're causing uncertainty, the Indonesian job market is still actually very buoyant. You know, we as a headhunter, we're very busy, and we're a good benchmark for that, because if people are hiring, it's a good indication of the employment market. If people are not hiring, it means the country is going through a downward turn. But it is healthy, it is competitive, and it is growing. You, as senior employers, you can influence the hiring, you can influence the retention, and you can influence the well-being of your employees. And I would encourage everyone in this room to think about that and actually spend extra time doing that, because the results will then be delivered in turn and the business will be more profitable as a result. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ben, for the very useful overview of the current landscape of the tech and digital talents and how focusing on retention strategy would really help. It goes along with the redoubling of the talent itself. And it's really very interesting to know what Page Group has done as well. I think we're going to go for the question and answer round. I will start with Pak Fajrin. In your remarks, you have mentioned the issue regarding talent shortage. So I was wondering, how is your company doing to tackle digital talent shortage and the capability enhancement?
Yeah, so essentially, I think in Telkom, we collaborate with a lot of parties from private institutions, from the government, and also from the university. For example, regarding the university, we partner with, I think, more than 5 universities. The numbers keep growing. In how to ensure the university graduates are closer to the needs of the digital industry, right? So how the partnership forms, essentially, there are many types of partnership, including internship, including we become, like, as in some of the senior talent in Telkom becomes the guest lecturer, and also scholarship and so on. So it's quite a long-term program, I would say 1 or 2 years for universities. So in the end, the number of university graduates will be closer to the industry, and hopefully some of them will work with Telkom as well.
Thank you so much. Really good efforts, I think. And the next question for Pak Dayan Sadikin, if I may. How does the state of the digital economy reflect the demand for digital talents, and how is this evident in your sector?
The evidence is overwhelming. As I mentioned before, all aspects of our industry are basically being disrupted. And now there is quite a shift in our industry from the strategy of digital talents. Initially, it was a buy strategy, and then some borrow, meaning being outsourced. And I think majority of us now is moving towards the build phase, which basically means that we have to build the talents ourselves. Similar to Pamdani with Telkom, we are working with quite a few institutions to make sure that we can produce our own talents. We do management trainee type of recruitment to make sure that we can build from within. And all of these are working together with academies that have been doing this for quite some time. So it is quite a tough situation.
All right, thank you very much. And I think last question for Mr. Ben Eubank. You talked about how upskilling as one of the methods for retention. And in your opinion, can you perhaps tell us what country has a good upskilling model that we can maybe set as a benchmark?
Sure. If I may disagree with you, Pak Kamdani, I'm not going to say Germany. I'm going to say England. Slightly biased. Why? We obviously, England has a very well-established educational system, and the red brick universities, the famous Oxford and Cambridge, are the notorious ones. But what it has done over the recent years is diversify. And you mentioned polytechnics, and there's many schools now, aside from red brick universities, which are teaching courses which are more related to the current working environment. I mean, it goes from sublime to ridiculous. I believe you can study about Madonna if you want to at university these days. It's not just the classics or French or history or whatever it is. So the diversification and the evolution of the UK education system is brilliant, and I think it's a good model that Indonesia could learn a lot from.
All right, thank you very much for the insight. And I think I'll open the floor for the audience to ask their question. I'll accommodate one question, unfortunately, due to the time. For the one at the back.
Okay, thank you. My name is Tia from Medical Power. Very interesting presentations. My questions will, I think, go to Pak Fajrin and Pak Dayan. I would like to ask your opinion about where we look for the resources. Because when we talk about the digital talents, we talk about the skills instead of, well, of course, the formal education is important. And most of the big corporations, they're looking at the background educations. While for the digital talents, for the last couple of years, probably is no longer relevant. So what is your opinion to look the resources elsewhere, outside the formal education background? Thank you.
Yeah, Pak Fajr.
Yeah, thank you. And you are correct that we increasingly, at least in telecom, when finding digital talents, finding the education background less important. We consider it, but it's not the main decision factor. In the end, it comes to the skill itself. So what we do is we just test it, right? So if you want to look for data science or software engineers or product managers, we just give the skill set test regarding the position, right? So even if the background, for example, is in social or other non-related with the product development or data science, if they can use it because they have been working on it either in their own startup or their previous startup company, then we will accept them. Because I think that's actually what matters more related with the skills. The second aspect is more about soft skill or mindset. I think Pak Dayan also mentioned before is what we call a growth mindset, right? Because we also look for people who can grow their skills, who are willing to learn, because we don't know the future, right? 3-4 years ago, for example, we don't know about metaverse. Then suddenly everyone is talking about metaverse and NFT and then other things. In the next 5-10 years, there might be other new technologies that are really important, but not yet defined at that moment. But we will need to catch up, or we will need to be able to acquire the technology and skills related with that, right? So then if we find these talents who have this growth mindset, hopefully that as they embark our journey with the telecom, they will also be able to increase and improve their skills so that in the future where we need the technology or skills, we will have it. I always, when I was asked the question about what is the most important skill that we need to be able to acquire today, my answer is always the most important skill for everyone, including myself, is the skill to learn new skills, because that's actually what matters. If you ask me today, then maybe about blockchain or other, web-based technology, but 5-10 years later, it might be totally different things. So what matters is for us to always improve.
Thank you so much. Pak Dayan, would you like to add anything to it?
Ibu, I'm old school, so I believe the most important thing is still values at the bottom, and then soft skills, and then knowledge. We look at the reports. The most sought after job now is data science. and the average tenure before they jump jobs is just 2 years. So I suppose this is a very fluid situation. And the thing that we can do is to make sure that, as Pak Fajrin said, we identified not for the skills itself, but for the ability to grow. And Pak Ben earlier mentioned about how we need to be more skilled in interviewing for those. And I think that is very important. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Very well said. And I think on that note, we'll conclude our session, our first session for today. Please give a big round of applause for our speakers. Thank you very much. And I wish everyone a wonderful session today.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you to our speakers and also moderators. It was such a very great discussion led by Ms. Vanessa May and all of our other speakers from Page Group and also from Bank Permata and from Telkom Indonesia. Thank you very much, Bapak dan Ibu. Now we'll be moving on to the next session. This is this fireside chat that will be moderated by Mr. Leonard Eggert. Mr. Leonard is the head of IPA Singapore, born to Indonesian and German parents. Leo is the head of Indonesian Professionals Association in Singapore. Professionally, he works as a vice president at German state-owned bank KfW-IPEX, where he is responsible for originating large-scale infrastructure financings in Asia Pacific. Previously, he served as a chief representative of LWBW in Indonesia, having passed the fit and proper test for Indonesia's Financial Service Authority or OJK. He holds the CFA charter and possesses more than a decade of finance experience, and thereof 8 years in Asia. To Mr. Leonard, I would like to hand over the floor to you.
I guess I'm the last thing between us and lunch, so I'll try to keep this short. Selamat siang. From my side, I would like to invite Dwi up to the stage and maybe also give him a hand. Yeah. Well, thanks for joining me, Dwi. Welcome to the Fireside chat. We're missing the Fireside actually, but we got a giant screen.
Yes, no worries.
At the very least. You're the country manager of AICPA and CIMA,
Yes.
Lots of letters. Maybe you want to share first what's behind those letters, how they're connected to each other?
All right. Okay. Maybe for Indonesian people, when they heard about AICPA, CIMA, not really familiar of. But perhaps when it comes to CIMA, I think CIMA been here many years before, but actually we established our office since 2016, where our main focus is on the management accounting. So CIMA stands for Chartered Institute of Management Accountants, originated from UK. It was established since 1919 in the UK and got the Royal Chartered, I think, back in 1975, if I'm not mistaken. But then time changed, right? I think, again, like all the speakers have shared earlier, everything evolved, everything changed, and then CIMA and AICPA, AICPA stands for American Institute of Certified Public Accountants. Whereas I think we have the same vision, we have the same spirit that we want to build the professional accountants to be the first leader, to be the pioneer, to be the strong point of the company, right? So that's why in 2017, we actually joined force into what's so-called as the Association of International Certified Professional Accountants. So I think that's where the ideas comes from. But again, most of the time we still mention us as AICPA and CIMA.
Okay,
Yeah.
thanks for those insights. The first personal, really curious question I had is, after people go through their university studies, undergraduate studies, postgraduate studies, why should people, in your view, consider going for these qualifications, certifications on top of their degree, and why should they invest more time, more effort, more money?
Yeah, frankly speaking, if you are talking about the financial perspective, to be honest with you, doing professional qualification is much cheaper than doing MBA, right? But again, it's about the nature, especially for the Indonesian or maybe more into the Asian countries. Whereas academic qualifications still become the most important thing, especially your parents. They keep pursuing you to do undergraduate. After undergrad, you go for master, and you still have a plenty of time to study to PhD or doctorate. That's kind of a nature that's already within Indonesian, I can say, but not only Indonesian, but I believe some of the Asian countries still have that kind of culture, right? But then, like you say, why they need to consider doing professional qualification? I think many of the speakers here already shared that the most important thing when the hiring managers looking for a right candidate is about the skills, right? So when it comes to the professional qualification, I think it's not only what CIMA. I think there are so many professional qualification, and I believe you do the CFA back there years ago. Any institution that doing the professional qualification, when they try to build their syllabus, the framework of the learning, I think they do really an in-depth research, interviews. Even, for example, I took CIMA for example because this is what we are doing. When we launch our new syllabus in 2019, actually we do the research, the interviews years before. We went to more than 5,000 employers, business leaders. We went to more than 2,000 companies across the globe, even including Indonesia at that time, right? 150 countries, to see from the business leaders and also from those C-suite level, what are they looking forward if they want to hire someone to be in their team? Especially I'm talking about the finance and accounting perspective, but what are they looking for? What is the skill set? What is the competency that they really need to build or to help the organization grows, right? Then that's why when we first launched our syllabus in 2019, I mean, not the first, I mean, this is the newest syllabus we have. We add this digital skill set. Yeah, digital skills, because we see that, I think many of the speakers have shared already that the digital skills, digital talents, including the topic that we are talking about the digital talent. I think this is something that has been in the mind of those business leaders years ago, that they need someone that can be focusing on that area. So yeah, I think again goes back to your question. Mainly when it comes to professional qualification, we are focusing on the competency and skill set that are required by the industry, the employer, and also the business leaders. Yeah, hope it's pretty clear to answer your question.
It does. And since you mentioned my CFA charter, something I realized when I joined the CFA society here in Indonesia and also in Singapore, I was surprised by how many more charter holders there were in other countries, like in Singapore, compared to Indonesia. And is that also a phenomenon that you see for CIMA? And what do you think the reason for that is?
Yeah, again, it goes back again to the nature of most of the, I can say, Asian countries, including Indonesia. Because I think it goes back to not only the intention of the person who wants to do the qualification itself, but goes back to the demand. right? Because I think this is also something that has been done by the World Economic Forum, right? They do some research, they do some findings that mainly when it comes to hiring talents, the main focus are into three things, right? Degree, yeah, degree, working experience, and the funny thing is someone you know. I don't know what kind of someone you know, but definitely this is something that mentioned on the World Economic Forum article. So this is something that need to be changed when we want to build a really good future talents, especially for Indonesia market. Because like I said, it's all about the skill sets. It's all about the competency that these talents has, rather than seeing their degree, seeing only from the work experience. Yes, work experience is something that is important. But again, you know that some of the CFO people, I mean, some of the CFO actually, they have a background from a non-financial degree. Their degree is not really related with the finance. It's pretty surprising one. But again, it's all about the skills and competency that they do have to deliver what the organization wants to achieve as the goals. So it's still the big phenomenon we have. But again, we need something, we need the changes need to be made not from the candidate or those people who wants to do the program, but it needs to come from the organization or the employer as well. Yeah.
No, very clear. Human capital development is key to Indonesia's future and also key to Pak Jokowi's vision for what I mentioned earlier, to become one of the world's 5 top economies by 2045. And how do you think those qualifications, certifications, and also CIMA and AICPA accelerate that human capital development?
Okay, so when it comes to about accelerating the human capital development, it all goes back to what are the skill set that they can deliver? What are the things that they can contribute to the country, to the organization, and also to meet what President Jokowi wants to achieve, right? So here, one of the initiatives that actually CIMA is doing together with AICPA, because when it comes to the professional qualification, most of the time, people consider doing professional qualification when they already working or they already in the industry for 5 and 10 years, then they see, okay, it seems that my company needs someone who has the qualification, or okay, I need to reach this point, but the requirement is I need to do this. So one of the initiatives that have been launched by CIMA is we have been working with some of the universities, right, where we try to provide a solution to the university or to the university students, rather than waiting until you graduate, get like a couple of years working experience. Why don't you start doing the professional qualification during your study at the university? So we try to build the ecosystem where when you graduate from university, actually you get like double qualification. So you will get your academic definitely from the university, but on the other hand, you can complete the professional qualification right away within how many years? 4 years of your study at the university. But again, it needs time to give a better understanding, because I think again goes back to the nature and the culture of Indonesian itself.
No, great initiative. I mean, are there perhaps other countries that Indonesia could learn from where they have successfully managed to accelerate the human capital development in your perspective?
Yes, I think if you're talking about the countries, I cannot really name one by one, but let me take a good example of our friend Malaysia, right? Yes, maybe some people said, Malaysia is a Commonwealth country, so everything comes from the UK. They just decide, okay, I'll take it. But not only from that kind of perspective, but if you understand that some of the, I think there are two things that really helps Malaysia can help to accelerate the human capital. The first one is when you want to achieve, like I said, there are some certain of position in the organization. If you are wish to have that role, I mean, to take the opportunity of that role, you will be required to have a qualification, not just a degree, but a qualification. That's why the intention to do the qualification gets, become something that it needs, right? And the second thing, I think this is also the initiative that our friends in Malaysia, that they are now focusing on how they can provide funding for not only university students but also to the professional qualification, because I think they see that in the end of the day, it's not only the academic but also the qualification that can help to accelerate the human capital development and also to accelerate the economic growth for the country. Yeah.
Maybe mindful of the time, one very last
yes.
question, Dwi, if you allow, and maybe to tie it back with
Yeah,
the theme
sure.
of today's event, which is about redoubling Indonesia's digital green health talent, maybe excluding health. Which trends do you see in the other spaces impacting the accountancy professions, and what is CIMA and AICPA doing to address those trends?
Again, I think the main trends that still become something that also one of the concern from CIMA and AICPA is still on the digital talent, because again, what we are now trying to advocate and promoting to our members, to the market and everyone partnering with CIMA is how we can build accounting and finance professionals to be digital savvy. When I say digital savvy, doesn't mean that they need to be the IT guy, but at least they know, they understand the technology know-how. They have the mindset, they have the behavior of the digital skills or the digital mindset to be applied. So if they, for example, in the organization, they do something and the IT guy came, said, I need this new computer and everything, they know what is the purpose of this thing. That's the basic thing. But again, as accounting or finance professionals, we still understand that cybersecurity, I think some of the speakers also mentioned, cybersecurity needs to be, and they need to understand the cybersecurity. They need to understand data analytics, data visualization, which already applied in the syllabus of CIMA itself.
And with that, I thank you very much, Dwi. Also, thank you for bearing with us.
Yes.
I'm very sure people can reach out to you if they have further questions,
yes.
or catch you over lunch.
Definitely,
But
definitely.
I'll hand it back to the MC. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
All right, let's give a big round of applause for both of our discussants today. So thank you very much, Leo, for moderating this session. And ladies and gentlemen, we will now be having a lunch break for around 45 minutes. And ladies and gentlemen, all the foods are served in front of the ballroom, outside of the ballroom, and it may be consumed here. And for all the speakers and also moderators, all the foods and lunch can be accessed at the boardroom, and it may be brought here as well to be consumed here. So please enjoy the lunch and have a break. Thank you.
Say hello to hello. Data analytics skills are increasingly in demand by organizations today. Get detailed practical guidance on data analytics through the Data Analyst Certificates Bundle. This bundle consists of 5 certificates, with each certificate building upon the previous one to expand your data analytics knowledge and skill sets. Start with the Data Analytics Core Concept Certificate, which provides an essential guide to the core concepts used in data analytics and explains how these concepts are used in data analytics projects. Next, the Application of Data Analysis Essentials Certificate offers hands-on experience regarding how to analyze data and calculate fundamental aspects of your data sets. The Data Analytics Modeling Certificate will expand your ability to work with structured and unstructured data to drive a successful analytics practice. The Forecasting and Predictive Analytics Certificate teaches you fundamental techniques used for predictive analytics, regression, classification, clustering, optimization, and simulation. Finally, the Data Visualization Certificate teaches you fundamental visualization techniques and explores common reporting tools for producing meaningful visualizations. These certificates come with interactive hands-on simulations called learning labs, where you can practice your new skills and master the actual technologies that data experts use daily. When you complete these certificates, you'll earn digital badges to demonstrate your fluency in data analytics. This certificate bundle is offered by AICPA and CIMA, the world's leading and largest professional accounting body, with over 689,000 members, students, and engaged professionals. Develop your expertise in data analytics. Get the Data Analyst Certificates bundle today. Are you an executive, senior leader, department head, or lead consultant tasked with exploring how you can use robotic process automation, or RPA, in your organization? Get a holistic, high-level view of RPA applications through the RPA Strategy for Business Leaders Certificate. The certificate helps you understand the business value and the application of RPA strategies from an organizational perspective. This course will take you through 9 key topics in detail. By the end of the course, you'll know how to define and describe how to use RPA strategically to transform the finance function. You'll be able to indicate the business value of RPA, as well as identify key considerations to address before getting started. You'll also be well positioned to identify needed components and steps to help your organization build and execute a successful RPA strategy. The certificate also comes with interactive hands-on simulations called learning labs. Here, you can put the new skills you've learned into practice and master the technologies that data experts use in day-to-day work. When you complete the certificate, you'll earn a digital badge to demonstrate your RPA fluency. This certificate is offered by AICPA and CIMA, the world's leading and largest professional accounting body, with over 689,000 members, students, and engaged professionals. Establish your RPA expertise. Sign up for the RPA Strategy for Business Leaders Certificate today.
In uncertain times, it can be hard to imagine yourself completing the CIMA professional qualification. But with our new digital-first learning and assessment platform, you can. The CGMA Finance Leadership Program, or FLP, gives you control over your study progress. The CGMA FLP is a remote-based, self-paced learning platform that lets you qualify from home with online assessments and study support. Start from where you are in your CIMA studies. Unlike the traditional program, you don't have to go to classes in person. All assessments and case study exam preparations take place within the comprehensive online CGMA FLP platform. Choose from 1, 2, or 3-year subscription options. Contact us to enroll or learn more about the CGMA FLP today.
Our story is one of choices. Choices that have helped us focus on what matters most to make things better. For 100 years, CIMA has been serving management accountants to take businesses further and make them stronger. Our members are moving from trusted business partners to co-pilots of transformation. But disruptive forces are at work. Businesses are faced with radically new technologies. Their markets are going digital. Their customers growing skeptical. Computers are not far from overtaking human potential. The future of businesses will be decided by the capabilities of finance professionals. Our choice is to power a digital skill set and a future-ready mindset. The ability to learn, unlearn, and relearn, rather than purely technical knowledge, will define a finance professional's future success. We enable management accountants to be navigators of disruption and drivers of trust, opportunity, and prosperity in a complex world. Management accountants will have to be early adopters of new technology, adapt to constant change and evolving business models globally, and move from controlling costs to creating value. Our story is one of choices. We've chosen to lead the transformation beyond insights, beyond limits, beyond expectations. This is the future of finance. Welcome.
A body in motion tends to stay in motion, unless acted upon by an outside force. Indeed, we've all been changed by outside forces affecting our well-being, our livelihoods, communities, and economies. But that didn't stop you, and it didn't stop us. As an organization and a profession, we've stayed in motion through it all. And now, we're more connected than ever. We're not just looking toward the future, we're already moving there, rethinking and reshaping what trust, opportunity, and prosperity mean on a global scale. We're helping people and communities grow stronger and more successful, and advancing our environmental, social, governance, and sustainability initiatives with great determination. Our guidance helps organizations better manage precious resources. And your leadership drives better decisions, helps improve organizations' impact, and ensures future leaders a clear path to career success and a seat at the table. We're broadening member access to education, to credentials and designations, propelling the profession into the new digital world. By reimagining the role technology plays in the future of accounting and finance, and acting with greater agility, even during confusion and crisis. Through it all, we've continuously raised the bar on technical and professional standards, guidance, ethics, and trust, and protected the public interest. Helping economies grow, societies prosper, and inspiring the next generation of accounting and finance professionals. We're all doing the hard work, the work that's worth doing, because we know that together, we are the forces that keep moving forward. And we always will.
Data analytics skills are increasingly in demand by organizations today. Get detailed practical guidance on data analytics through the Data Analyst Certificates Bundle. This bundle consists of 5 certificates, with each certificate building upon the previous one to expand your data analytics knowledge and skill sets. Start with the Data Analytics Core Concept Certificate, which provides an essential guide to the core concepts used in data analytics and explains how these concepts are used in data analytics projects. Next, the Application of Data Analysis Essentials Certificate offers hands-on experience regarding how to analyze data and calculate fundamental aspects of your data sets. The Data Analytics Modeling Certificate will expand your ability to work with structured and unstructured data to drive a successful analytics practice. The Forecasting and Predictive Analytics Certificate teaches you fundamental techniques used for predictive analytics, regression, classification, clustering, optimization, and simulation. Finally, the Data Visualization Certificate teaches you fundamental visualization techniques and explores common reporting tools for producing meaningful visualizations. These certificates come with interactive hands-on simulations called learning labs, where you can practice your new skills and master the actual technologies that data experts use daily. When you complete these certificates, you'll earn digital badges to demonstrate your fluency in data analytics. This certificate bundle is offered by AICPA and CIMA, the world's leading and largest professional accounting body, with over 689,000 members, students, and engaged professionals. Develop your expertise in data analytics. Get the Data Analyst Certificates bundle today. Are you an executive, senior leader, department head, or lead consultant tasked with exploring how you can use robotic process automation, or RPA, in your organization? Get a holistic, high-level view of RPA applications through the RPA Strategy for Business Leaders Certificate. The certificate helps you understand the business value and the application of RPA strategies from an organizational perspective. This course will take you through 9 key topics in detail. By the end of the course, you'll know how to define and describe how to use RPA strategically to transform the finance function. You'll be able to indicate the business value of RPA, as well as identify key considerations to address before getting started. You'll also be well positioned to identify needed components and steps to help your organization build and execute a successful RPA strategy. The certificate also comes with interactive hands-on simulations called learning labs. Here, you can put the new skills you've learned into practice and master the technologies that data experts use in day-to-day work. When you complete the certificate, you'll earn a digital badge to demonstrate your RPA fluency. This certificate is offered by AICPA and CIMA, the world's leading and largest professional accounting body, with over 689,000 members, students, and engaged professionals. Establish your RPA expertise. Sign up for the RPA Strategy for Business Leaders Certificate today.
In uncertain times, it can be hard to imagine yourself completing the CIMA professional qualification. But with our new digital-first learning and assessment platform, you can. The CGMA Finance Leadership Program, or FLP, gives you control over your study progress. The CGMA FLP is a remote-based, self-paced learning platform that lets you qualify from home with online assessments and study support. Start from where you are in your CIMA studies. Unlike the traditional program, you don't have to go to classes in person. All assessments and case study exam preparations take place within the comprehensive online CGMA FLP platform. Choose from 1, 2, or 3-year subscription options. Contact us to enroll or learn more about the CGMA FLP today.
Our story is one of choices. Choices that have helped us focus on what matters most to make things better. For 100 years, CIMA has been serving management accountants to take businesses further and make them stronger. Our members are moving from trusted business partners to co-pilots of transformation. But disruptive forces are at work. Businesses are faced with radically new technologies. Their markets are going digital. Their customers growing skeptical. Computers are not far from overtaking human potential. The future of businesses will be decided by the capabilities of finance professionals. Our choice is to power a digital skill set and a future-ready mindset. The ability to learn, unlearn, and relearn rather than purely technical knowledge, will define a finance professional's future success. We enable management accountants to be navigators of disruption and drivers of trust, opportunity, and prosperity in a complex world. Management accountants will have to be early adopters of new technology, adapt to constant change and evolving business models globally, and move from controlling costs to creating value. Our story is one of choices. We've chosen to lead the transformation beyond insights, beyond limits, beyond expectations. This is the future of finance. Welcome.
A body in motion tends to stay in motion, unless acted upon by an outside force. Indeed, we've all been changed by outside forces affecting our well-being, our livelihoods, communities, and economies. But that didn't stop you, and it didn't stop us. As an organization and a profession, we've stayed in motion through it all. And now, we're more connected than ever. We're not just looking toward the future, we're already moving there, rethinking and reshaping what trust, opportunity, and prosperity mean on a global scale. We're helping people and communities grow stronger and more successful, and advancing our environmental, social, governance, and sustainability initiatives with great determination. Our guidance helps organizations better manage precious resources. And your leadership drives better decisions, helps improve organizations' impact, and ensures future leaders a clear path to career success and a seat at the table. We're broadening member access to education, to credentials and designations, propelling the profession into the new digital world. By reimagining the role technology plays in the future of accounting and finance, and acting with greater agility, even during confusion and crisis. Through it all, we've continuously raised the bar on technical and professional standards, guidance, ethics, and trust, and protected the public interest. Helping economies grow, societies prosper, and inspiring the next generation of accounting and finance professionals. We're all doing the hard work, the work that's worth doing, because we know that together, we are the forces that keep moving forward. And we always will.
Data analytics skills are increasingly in demand by organizations today. Get detailed practical guidance on data analytics through the Data Analyst Certificates Bundle. This bundle consists of 5 certificates, with each certificate building upon the previous one to expand your data analytics knowledge and skill sets. Start with the Data Analytics Core Concepts Certificate, which provides an essential guide to the core concepts used in data analytics and explains how these concepts are used in data analytics projects. Next, the Application of Data Analysis Essentials Certificate offers hands-on experience regarding how to analyze data and calculate fundamental aspects of your data sets. The Data Analytics Modeling Certificate will expand your ability to work with structured and unstructured data to drive a successful analytics practice. The Forecasting and Predictive Analytics Certificate teaches you fundamental techniques used for predictive analytics, regression, classification, clustering, optimization, and simulation. Finally, the Data Visualization Certificate teaches you fundamental visualization techniques and explores common reporting tools for producing meaningful visualizations. These certificates come with interactive, hands-on simulations called learning labs, where you can practice your new skills and master the actual technologies that data experts use daily. When you complete these certificates, you'll earn digital badges to demonstrate your fluency in data analytics. This certificate bundle is offered by AICPA and CIMA, the world's leading and largest professional accounting body, with over 689,000 members, students, and engaged professionals. Develop your expertise in data analytics. Get the Data Analyst Certificates Bundle today. Are you an executive, senior leader, department head, or lead consultant tasked with exploring how you can use robotic process automation, or RPA, in your organization? Get a holistic, high-level view of RPA applications through the RPA Strategy for Business Leaders Certificate. The certificate helps you understand the business value and the application of RPA strategies from an organizational perspective. This course will take you through 9 key topics in detail. By the end of the course, you'll know how to define and describe how to use RPA strategically to transform the finance function. You'll be able to indicate the business value of RPA, as well as identify key considerations to address before getting started. You'll also be well positioned to identify needed components and steps to help your organization build and execute a successful RPA strategy. The certificate also comes with interactive, hands-on simulations called learning labs. Here, you can put the new skills you've learned into practice and master the technologies that data experts use in day-to-day work. When you complete the certificate, you'll earn a digital badge to demonstrate your RPA fluency. This certificate is offered by AICPA and CIMA, the world's leading and largest professional accounting body, with over 689,000 members, students, and engaged professionals. Establish your RPA expertise. Sign up for the RPA Strategy for Business Leaders Certificate today.
In uncertain times, it can be hard to imagine yourself completing the CIMA professional qualification. But with our new digital-first learning and assessment platform, you can. The CGMA Finance Leadership Program, or FLP, gives you control over your study progress. The CGMA FLP is a remote-based, self-paced learning platform that lets you qualify from home with online assessments and study support. Start from where you are in your CIMA studies. Unlike the traditional program, you don't have to go to classes in person. All assessments and case study exam preparations take place within the comprehensive online CGMA FLP platform. Choose from 1, 2, or 3-year subscription options. Contact us to enroll or learn more about the CGMA FLP today.
Our story is one of choices. Choices that have helped us focus on what matters most to make things better. For 100 years, CIMA has been serving management accountants to take businesses further and make them stronger. Our members are moving from trusted business partners to co-pilots of transformation. But disruptive forces are at work. Businesses are faced with radically new technologies. Their markets are going digital. Their customers growing skeptical. Computers are not far from overtaking human potential. The future of businesses will be decided by the capabilities of finance professionals. Our choice is to power a digital skill set and a future-ready mindset. The ability to learn, unlearn, and relearn, rather than purely technical knowledge, will define a finance professional's future success. We enable management accountants to be navigators of disruption and drivers of trust, opportunity, and prosperity in a complex world. management accountants will have to be early adopters of new technology, adapt to constant change and evolving business models globally, and move from controlling costs to creating value. Our story is one of choices. We've chosen to lead the transformation beyond insights, beyond limits, beyond expectations. This is the future of finance. Welcome.
A body in motion tends to stay in motion, unless acted upon by an outside force. Indeed, we've all been changed by outside forces affecting our well-being, our livelihoods, communities, and economies. But that didn't stop you, and it didn't stop us. As an organization and a profession, we've stayed in motion through it all. And now, we're more connected than ever. We're not just looking toward the future, we're already moving there, rethinking and reshaping what trust, opportunity, and prosperity mean on a global scale. We're helping people and communities grow stronger and more successful, and advancing our environmental, social, governance, and sustainability initiatives with great determination. Our guidance helps organizations better manage precious resources. And your leadership drives better decisions, helps improve organizations' impact, and ensures future leaders a clear path to career success and a seat at the table. We're broadening member access to education, to credentials and designations, propelling the profession into the new digital world. By reimagining the role technology plays in the future of accounting and finance, and acting with greater agility, even during confusion and crisis. Through it all, we've continuously raised the bar on technical and professional standards, guidance, ethics, and trust, and protected the public interest. Helping economies grow, societies prosper, and inspiring the next generation of accounting and finance professionals. We're all doing the hard work, the work that's worth doing, because we know that together, we are the forces that keep moving forward. And we always will.
Data analytics skills are increasingly in demand by organizations today. Get detailed practical guidance on data analytics through the Data Analyst Certificates Bundle. This bundle consists of 5 certificates, with each certificate building upon the previous one to expand your data analytics knowledge and skill sets. Start with the Data Analytics Core Concepts Certificate, which provides an essential guide to the core concepts used in data analytics and explains how these concepts are used in data analytics projects. Next, the Application of Data Analysis Essential Certificate offers hands-on experience regarding how to analyze data and calculate fundamental aspects of your data sets. The Data Analytics Modeling Certificate will expand your ability to work with structured and unstructured data to drive a successful analytics practice. The Forecasting and Predictive Analytics Certificate teaches you fundamental techniques used for predictive analytics, regression, classification, clustering, optimization, and simulation. Finally, the Data Visualization Certificate teaches you fundamental visualization techniques and explores common reporting tools for producing meaningful visualizations. These certificates come with interactive hands-on simulations called Learning Labs, where you can practice your new skills and master the actual technologies that data experts use daily. When you complete these certificates, you'll earn digital badges to demonstrate your fluency in data analytics. This certificate bundle is offered by AICPA and CIMA, the world's leading and largest professional accounting body, with over 689,000 members, students, and engaged professionals. Develop your expertise in data analytics. Get the Data Analyst Certificates Bundle today. Are you an executive, senior leader, department head, or lead consultant tasked with exploring how you can use robotic process automation, or RPA, in your organization? Get a holistic, high-level view of RPA applications through the RPA Strategy for Business Leaders Certificate. The certificate helps you understand the business value and the application of RPA strategies from an organizational perspective. This course will take you through 9 key topics in detail. By the end of the course, you'll know how to define and describe how to use RPA strategically to transform the finance function. You'll be able to indicate the business value of RPA, as well as identify key considerations to address before getting started. You'll also be well positioned to identify needed components and steps to help your organization build and execute a successful RPA strategy. The certificate also comes with interactive hands-on simulations called Learning Labs. Here, you can put the new skills you've learned into practice and master the technologies that data experts use in day-to-day work. When you complete the certificate, you'll earn a digital badge to demonstrate your RPA fluency. This certificate is offered by AICPA and CIMA, the world's leading and largest professional accounting body, with over 689,000 members, students, and engaged professionals. Establish your RPA expertise. Sign up for the RPA Strategy for Business Leaders Certificate today.
In uncertain times, it can be hard to imagine yourself completing the CIMA professional qualification. But with our new digital-first learning and assessment platform, you can. The CGMA Finance Leadership Program, or FLP, gives you control over your study progress. The CGMA FLP is a remote-based, self-paced learning platform that lets you qualify from home with online assessments and study support. Start from where you are in your CIMA studies. Unlike the traditional program, you don't have to go to classes in person. All assessments and case study exam preparations take place within the comprehensive online CGMA FLP platform. Choose from 1, 2, or 3-year subscription options. Contact us to enroll or learn more about the CGMA FLP today.
Our story is one of choices. Choices that have helped us focus on what matters most to make things better. For 100 years, CIMA has been serving management accountants to take businesses further and make them stronger. Our members are moving from trusted business partners to co-pilots of transformation. But disruptive forces are at work. Businesses are faced with radically new technologies. Their markets are going digital. Their customers growing skeptical. Computers are not far from overtaking human potential. The future of businesses will be decided by the capabilities of finance professionals. Our choice is to power a digital skill set and a future-ready mindset. The ability to learn, unlearn, and relearn, rather than purely technical knowledge, will define a finance professional's future success. We enable management accountants to be navigators of disruption and drivers of trust, opportunity, and prosperity in a complex world. Management accountants will have to be early adopters of new technology, adapt to constant change and evolving business models globally, and move from controlling costs to creating value. Our story is one of choices. We've chosen to lead the transformation beyond insights, beyond limits, beyond expectations. This is the future of finance. Welcome.
A body in motion tends to stay in motion, unless acted upon by an outside force. Indeed, we've all been changed by outside forces affecting our well-being, our livelihoods, communities, and economies. But that didn't stop you, and it didn't stop us. As an organization and a profession, we've stayed in motion through it all. And now, we're more connected than ever. We're not just looking toward the future, we're already moving there, rethinking and reshaping what trust, opportunity, and prosperity mean on a global scale. We're helping people and communities grow stronger and more successful, and advancing our environmental, social, governance, and sustainability initiatives with great determination. Our guidance helps organizations better manage precious resources. And your leadership drives better decisions, helps improve organizations' impact, and ensures future leaders a clear path to career success and a seat at the table. We're broadening member access to education, to credentials and designations, propelling the profession into the new digital world. By reimagining the role technology plays in the future of accounting and finance, and acting with greater agility, even during confusion and crisis. Through it all, we've continuously raised the bar on technical and professional standards, guidance, ethics, and trust, and protected the public interest. Helping economies grow, societies prosper, and inspiring the next generation of accounting and finance professionals. We're all doing the hard work, the work that's worth doing, because we know that together, we are the forces that keep moving forward. And we always will.
Data analytics skills are increasingly in demand by organizations today. Get detailed practical guidance on data analytics through the Data Analyst Certificates Bundle. This bundle consists of 5 certificates, with each certificate building upon the previous one to expand your data analytics knowledge and skill sets. Start with the Data Analytics Core Concept Certificate, which provides an essential guide to the core concepts used in data analytics and explains how these concepts are used in data analytics projects. Next, the Application of Data Analysis Essentials Certificate offers hands-on experience regarding how to analyze data and calculate fundamental aspects of your data sets. The Data Analytics Modeling Certificate will expand your ability to work with structured and unstructured data to drive a successful analytics practice. The Forecasting and Predictive Analytics Certificate teaches you fundamental techniques used for predictive analytics, regression, classification, clustering, optimization, and simulation. Finally, the Data Visualization Certificate teaches you fundamental visualization techniques and explores common reporting tools for producing meaningful visualizations. These certificates come with interactive hands-on simulations called Learning Labs, where you can practice your new skills and master the actual technologies that data experts use daily. When you complete these certificates, you'll earn digital badges to demonstrate your fluency in data analytics. This certificate bundle is offered by AICPA and CIMA, the world's leading and largest professional accounting body, with over 689,000 members, students, and engaged professionals. Develop your expertise in data analytics. Get the Data Analyst Certificates Bundle today. Are you an executive, senior leader, department head, or lead consultant tasked with exploring how you can use robotic process automation, or RPA, in your organization? Get a holistic, high-level view of RPA applications through the RPA Strategy for Business Leaders certificate. The certificate helps you understand the business value and the application of RPA strategies from an organizational perspective. This course will take you through 9 key topics in detail. By the end of the course, you'll know how to define and describe how to use RPA strategically to transform the finance function. You'll be able to indicate the business value of RPA, as well as identify key considerations to address before getting started. You'll also be well positioned to identify needed components and steps to help your organization build and execute a successful RPA strategy. The certificate also comes with interactive hands-on simulations called Learning Labs. Here, you can put the new skills you've learned into practice and master the technologies that data experts use in day-to-day work. When you complete the certificate, you'll earn a digital badge to demonstrate your RPA fluency. This certificate is offered by AICPA and CIMA, the world's leading and largest professional accounting body, with over 689,000 members, students, and engaged professionals. Establish your RPA expertise. Sign up for the RPA Strategy for Business Leaders certificate today.
In uncertain times, it can be hard to imagine yourself completing the CIMA professional qualification. But with our new digital-first learning and assessment platform, you can. The CGMA Finance Leadership Program, or FLP, gives you control over your study progress. The CGMA FLP is a remote-based, self-paced learning platform that lets you qualify from home with online assessments and study support. Start from where you are in your CIMA studies. Unlike the traditional program, you don't have to go to classes in person. All assessments and case study exam preparations take place within the comprehensive online CGMA FLP platform. Choose from 1, 2, or 3-year subscription options. Contact us to enroll or learn more about the CGMA FLP today.
Our story is one of choices. Choices that have helped us focus on what matters most to make things better. For 100 years, CIMA has been serving management accountants to take businesses further and make them stronger. Our members are moving from trusted business partners to co-pilots of transformation. But disruptive forces are at work. Businesses are faced with radically new technologies. Their markets are going digital. Their customers growing skeptical. Computers are not far from overtaking human potential. The future of businesses will be decided by the capabilities of finance professionals. Our choice is to power a digital skill set and a future-ready mindset. The ability to learn, unlearn, and relearn, rather
Ladies
than
and
purely
gentlemen,
technical knowledge,
I hope
will define a
all of
finance
you
professional's
have been
future
enjoying
success.
your
We
lunch
enable
very well.
management accountants to be
Please, we
navigators
will
of
be
disruption.
regrouping soon. We'll be regrouping soon and gathering again in this ballroom today as our very important speaker will be approaching and he will be joining us in shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, you may please grab your coffee or tea. Please enjoy all the snacks as well inside the ballroom as we'll be starting the event shortly. Thank you.
Beyond insights, beyond limits, beyond expectations. This is the future of finance. Welcome.
motion tends to stay in motion, unless acted upon by an outside force. Indeed, we've all been changed by outside forces affecting our well-being, our livelihoods, communities, and economies. But that didn't stop you, and it didn't stop us. As an organization and a profession, we've stayed in motion through it all, and now we're more connected than ever. We're not just looking toward the future, we're already moving there, rethinking and reshaping what trust, opportunity, and prosperity mean on a global scale. We're helping people and communities grow stronger and more successful, and advancing our environmental, social, governance, and sustainability initiatives with great determination. Our guidance helps organizations better manage precious resources. Your leadership drives better decisions, helps improve organizations' impact, and ensures future leaders a clear path to career success and a seat at the table. We're broadening member access to education, to credentials and designations, propelling the profession into the new digital world, and reimagining the role technology plays in the future of accounting and finance, and acting with digital agility, even during confusion and crisis. Through it all, we continuously raise the bar on technical and professional standards, guidance, ethics, and trust, and protecting public interest. Helping economies grow, societies prosper, and inspiring the next generation of accounting and finance professionals. We're all doing the hard work, the work of doing, because we know that together we are the forces that keep moving forward. And we always will.
Data analytics skills are increasingly in demand by organizations today. Get detailed practical guidance on data analytics through the Data Analyst Certificates Bundle. This bundle consists of 5 certificates, with each certificate building upon the previous one to expand your data analytics knowledge and skill sets. Start with the Data Analytics Core Concepts Certificate, which provides an essential guide to the core concepts used in data analytics and explains how these concepts are used in data analytics projects. Next, the Application of Data Analysis Essentials Certificate offers hands-on experience regarding how to analyze data and calculate fundamental aspects of your data sets. The Data Analytics Modeling Certificate will expand your ability to work with structured and unstructured data to drive a successful analytics practice. The Forecasting and Predictive Analytics Certificate teaches you fundamental techniques used for predictive analytics, regression, classification, clustering, optimization, and simulation. Finally, the Data Visualization Certificate teaches you fundamental visualization techniques and explores common reporting tools for producing meaningful visualizations. These certificates come with interactive hands-on simulations called Learning Labs, where you can practice your new skills and master the actual technologies that data experts use daily. When you complete these certificates, you'll earn digital badges to demonstrate your fluency in data analytics. This certificate bundle is offered by AICPA and CIMA, the world's leading and largest professional accounting body, with over 689,000 members, students, and engaged professionals. Develop your expertise in data analytics. Get the Data Analyst Certificates Bundle today. Are you an executive, senior leader, department head, or lead consultant tasked with exploring how you can use robotic process automation, or RPA, in your organization? Get a holistic, high-level view of RPA applications through the RPA Strategy for Business Leaders Certificate. The certificate helps you understand the business value and the application of RPA strategies from an organizational perspective. This course will take you through 9 key topics in detail. By the end of the course, you'll know how to define and describe how to use RPA strategically to transform the finance function. You'll be able to indicate the business value of RPA, as well as identify key considerations to address before getting started. You'll also be well positioned to identify needed components and steps to help your organization build and execute a successful RPA strategy. The certificate also comes with interactive hands-on simulations called Learning Labs. Here, you can put the new skills you've learned into practice and master the technologies that data experts use in day-to-day work. When you complete the certificate, you'll earn a digital badge to demonstrate your RPA fluency. This certificate is offered by AICPA and CIMA, the world's leading and largest professional accounting body, with over 689,000 members, students, and engaged professionals. Establish your
Ladies and
RPA
gentlemen, we
expertise.
will begin our
Sign
event
up for the
shortly. We'll
RPA
be back
Strategy
again to
for
our
Business
session
Leader Certificate
as our
today.
speakers has approached and our event. Both of our very important speakers for today, the Governor of DKI Jakarta and the Chair of Urban 20 has arrived, Governor Anies Baswedan, and also Coordinating Minister for Maritime and Investment Affairs, His Excellency Luhut Pandjaitan. So ladies and gentlemen, we hope all of you are ready as we will begin our event shortly. Thank you very much.
CGMA FLP is a remote-based, self-paced learning platform that lets you qualify from home with online assessments and study support. Start from where you are in your CIMA studies. Unlike the traditional program, you don't have to go to classes in person. All assessments and case study exam preparations take place within the comprehensive online CGMA FLP platform. Choose from 1, 2, or 3-year subscription options. Contact us to enroll or learn more about the CGMA FLP today.
Our story is one of choices. Choices that have helped us focus on what matters most to make things better. For 100 years, CIMA has been serving management accountants to take businesses further and make them stronger. Our members are moving from trusted business partners to co-pilots of transformation. But disruptive forces are at work. Businesses are faced with radically new technologies. Their markets are going digital. Their customers growing skeptical. Computers are not far from overtaking human potential. The future of businesses will be decided by the capabilities of finance professionals. Our choice is to power a digital skill set and a future-ready mindset. The ability to learn, unlearn, and relearn, rather than purely technical knowledge, will define a finance professional's future success. We enable management accountants to be navigators of disruption and drivers of trust, opportunity, and prosperity in a complex world. Management accountants will have to be early adopters of new technology, adapt to constant change and evolving business models globally, and move from controlling costs to creating value. Our story is one of choices.
Ladies and gentlemen,
to lead the transformation.
Now,
Beyond
our very important
insights,
speaker for today's
beyond
event has
limits.
arrived. let us welcome our Governor of DKI Jakarta as well as the Chair of Urban 20 Indonesia 2022. Welcome to the Global Human Capital Summit, Bapak Anies. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, good evening, and good morning to all of you who are joining us virtually. And good afternoon to everyone who are joining us today in person in Jakarta today. Welcome back to the Global Human Capital Summit. Now we will begin our event shortly, but before that, allow me to extend our warmest welcome to the Governor of Indonesia, DKI Jakarta, Indonesia, and the Chair of Urban 20 Indonesia 2022, Bapak Anies Baswedan. Terima kasih Pak Anies sudah hadir dalam acara ini. And now we will be moving on to the next agenda. The next agenda is still on the 3 segments that will be going on through the Global Human Capital Summit, and this agenda is the health segment. And the first agenda will be the headline speech by the Governor Anies Baswedan as the co-chair of Urban 20 and Governor of DKI Jakarta. To Bapak Anies, you may have the floor, Pak. Yes, we'll be having the headline speech.
Excellencies, Chair of B20 Task Force, Future of Work and Educations, Bapak Hamdani Zulkarnain Salim, Chairman of GIPA, Bapak Stephen Marcelino, the Asia Pacific Regional Vice President of AICPA and CIMA, Mr. Venkat Ramanan, distinguished speakers, moderators, organizing committee, and all participants, leaders coming in from various different countries for coming here in Jakarta to participate this important event. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good early afternoon, everyone. Allow me, on behalf of the city of Jakarta, to welcome you who are coming from outside the city to the city of Jakarta. I hope the city treats you well during this visit, and that you enjoy not only the conference, but also the city. And the subject that is being discussed today is of importance to all of us. I think whenever we are talking about global human capital, it is the challenge that we all are facing, especially in a country like us that have just celebrated our 77th anniversary. The biggest asset of the Republic is the people of Indonesia, and that is our biggest asset. And yet, we have not even convert our paradigm and looking at human capital. We are often in our conversations still using the term human resource, in which we are seeing human as resources, and we need to stop seeing human as resources. But in fact, in many speeches, in many narrative, in many policy agenda, we are still not yet eliminating the word resources next to human. And I think this very conference is important for us here in Jakarta, in Indonesia, to underline that it is human capital, and we need to sort of develop its potentials. And allow me on these occasions to share some of the things that I'd like to do here. Instead of me presenting, I've mentioned to the moderator that I will give a brief remark, and then I'd like to have more Q&A engagement. I'll be welcoming questions. I'll be welcoming ideas. Why that is the approach? Let me share with you our approach in the past 5 years in Jakarta. Before I served in government, I was a university lecturer. I was a social activist. So I was on the other side of government. And we often, people of outside the government, have a lot of ideas. And we know exactly what is happening in the field. And we know exactly the kind of breakthrough that needs to be done. Okay? And then we try to share those ideas to the people in government. And then the people in government were saying, we have the authority, we know everything, you do your part. Vote and pay your tax. Do nothing, we'll do our part. And then a few years later, I switched part. I switched side. I'm in the government side. And then this time, bringing that experience with me, the approach, I said, when we are managing Jakarta, let's do it in a different way. Us in government, we have two things. One, we have authority. Number two, we have the fiscal power. But grounded experience often will lack off. Innovations, creative ideas, seeing new things, that's often not the ingredients of bureaucracy. And therefore, we set up the approach that is called collaborative approach, which is us here in government, we are as a collaborator, and the civil society serve as co-creator. And then we're working as a collaborations. And that is our approach as well when it comes to reforming our city. So we're talking about global human capital. Let me share with you a small small portions of reform that we're doing with regard to human capital here in our city through our education system. Just one part, and education is big. And then we will have schooling system. Now, Jakarta is a city that has quite extreme diversity. If you want to find the most right-wing thinker, you can find it here. You can also find the most left-wing thinkers. It's also here. The far right is present, the far left is present. But also, the top of the top in terms of wealth is present in the city, but also the lowest of the low is in the city. So the city have extreme diversity. When it comes to human development, one thing for sure, everyone needs to have equal access to quality education. Is it right now? Everyone has the access. Every child have equal access to quality education. And that's our aim. And when you look at the structure of Jakarta, it turned out that that was not the case. Why that is not the case? Because one, we have favorite schools. And those favorite schools has been there for decades. So if I talk to the native of Jakarta, they can tell me which of the SMP in Jakarta is favorite, which of SMA is favorite. For non-Jakartans, that's not known yet. But for all of us in Jakarta. On the other hand, those who can enroll on those schools were also socioeconomically selected. And so therefore our approach was we would like to reform and allow equal opportunity for everyone, for every kids to enter our school system. And when we adopted that, this is nothing new in many Western countries. In the Western country, they call it a random process. There's a randomizations in allowing enrollment. But here in Indonesia, we don't use the word random in terms of selection, but we use date of birth. And date of birth is random, but we do it in a polite way. Because the date of birth is random. You cannot select your date of birth. And so we are allowing a recruitment system by zoning, by date of birth. And with that, we are seeing now diversity of enrollment of students in all schools in Jakarta. And what does it helps? It helps for us now to see more variance of family backgrounds in every school in our city. What do I mean by variance? So in the past, there are quality schools in which 90% of their parents were coming from highly educated family. Same school now, we are seeing a school that have 30% of their parents coming from a primary school educated parents, then 30% middle school educated parent, and around 30% highly educated parents. Normal curve is there. And that's through random process. And for all of us who study social science, you know, random will produce normal curve, obviously. And that's what has been adopted. What is that relate to human capital development? So we would like to provide the opportunity for everyone to access quality educations, and then they will have quality education at the secondary education so that they can reach and they can go further for higher education in whatever field they have and are coming from all sectors, all segments of our society. It is important because we would like to see Jakarta as a city that unites the people. not segregate the people. And education is actually a uniter. Education is an important tool to create the feeling of equality, the feeling of unity. When the school has a diverse student, those students experience what is called differences. Those students will experience what is called tolerance. Those students experience what is called collaborations and all of that. And that is basic for us to have a quality human capital in the future. Some of this reform were rather controversial. Why that was controversial? Because we received protests from who? From those who used to have the privilege of dominating good schools. And who are they? The middle class and up of Jakarta. Because they are the one that has been dominating all good schools. And now the opportunity is equal. Only rare that we have a policy that we adopt and experiencing a very tough media conversations and pressure, except when we reform our school system. However, if I may also share, when you reform a school system in a political context everywhere in the world, you're not going to see the result in the next election. That's why many politicians don't want to address education reform, because you cannot prove the result next election. It takes a generation to actually see that result. World Economic Forum is happening every year, but World Education Forum is happening every 15 years. It shows the difference. With regard to education, you set a strategy and then you wait another 15 years to have another World Education Forum. That's very different in economic. In economic policy, you intervene today, be it fiscal policy, be it monetary policy, you see the result in the next few months, and then you meet again next year, and then see how things evolve from the previous policy, but not in education. But I do believe if we invest on this aspect, we will be seeing new generations coming from every segment of our society, not next year's, but perhaps 10 years and 15 years down the road. And we will be very proud as a nation to see that as education serve as an escalator of social and economic to everyone. That's the type of reform we're doing. And again, I'll end my opening remark here. I'm happy to entertain question, comment with regard to this issue or with regard to other issues that relate to Jakarta. As one of the global city, we hope, and happy to entertain all of that. Thank you, and look forward for a productive conversation. Assalamualaikum.
Thank you very much, Bapak Anies. Excellency, if you don't mind, please remain on the stage as we will proceed with the fireside chat with you. In this session, the fireside chat will be moderated by Christy Zacharias, Head of Public Relations and Advocacy of GIPA. Christy was born and raised in Jakarta. Christy moved to London in 2015 to pursue her interest in human behavior. Following a BSc in neuroscience from UCL, Ms. Christy is currently the head of ESG investor relations at Barclays. Outside of work, she is a behavioral economic research assistant at the LSE and a board member of a biotechnology startup, and serves as the head of public relations and advocacy for GIPA. To Ms. Christy, over to you.
Hi, good evening, Pak Anies. Thank you for your time and for the openness. I think it's a great initiative on your part to open yourself to questions. So I think for everyone in the room, please start thinking about your questions, because I think I'll start with a couple and then I'll throw it straight to you guys as requested. I think I'll take 2 to 3 at a time for speed as well. So to start off, I think picking up on a couple of things you call out about Jakarta, the diversity, the complexity, As the chair of Urban 20 and also in your experience of being a governor of Jakarta, how do you think about where to prioritize health in terms of your strategy for, there are so many health issues, but they interconnect with a lot of other issues. So how do you strategize identifying what comes first?
Thank you, Christy. Health is very crucial, and if I may underline the priority whenever we're managing a city like Jakarta, is one, ensuring supplies of basic needs, food and everything. People often ask me, Pak Anies, how's banjir, how's macet? Actually, a governor like me is not thinking about banjir and macet every day. But we're thinking about the price of bawang, the beras, daging, telur, that's every morning. Because if the supply is interrupted, it affects household all over Jakarta and Indonesia. So that's number one. Number two, health, obviously. And health is critical. And then education, employment. Those are top 4 priorities. And when it comes to health, we have Ibu Karolin here, who is working on the issue of health, and her approach in managing the healthcare center, which the hospitals, is we use it as benchmark. We would like to improve the quality of our regional hospital in Jakarta to benchmark, and we work together on that. However, we also have community health services, which is Puskesmas. And majority of us, perhaps here, if I may ask, how many of you have ever visited Puskesmas in the past 2 years? None. That's the thing. Almost all middle class of Jakarta never visited Puskesmas. If I may, I'd like to invite you to visit the Puskesmas. I'm not inviting you to be ill, okay? I'm inviting you to observe, look at the facility. I guarantee you will be impressed. I guarantee you will be impressed to see the facility on health prevention, on healthy life promotions, the promotive and the preventive aspect on the Puskesmas. From taking care of illness to public health management. And the public health management often undermined for so many years. And then pandemic arrived in 2020. The section of public health was the most important section in every Puskesmas, because they are the one who's doing the tracing, they're the one who's doing monitoring. And in every Puskesmas, you have the clinical aspect, and then you have the kesehatan masyarakat, public health aspect in our Puskesmas. So we have invested a lot in terms of resources, in terms of human capital, and we recruited medical staff from not only from Jakarta, from all over Indonesia to work there. So when we are talking about Jakarta as a global city, we did a little bit of survey. What are needed by global employee to decide when it comes to where would they work? And number one is quality of the environment. Number two is quality of the health service. Number three is quality of education service in a particular city. That's how global talents decide where they're going. So for us in Jakarta, we need to do all of them at the same time. The highly, I would say the A+ health services that may be servicing the global talents, but also the community health centers, which we have around 320 community health centers across Jakarta that ensure the healthiness of our population here in the city.
Noted. Thank you, Pak Anies. For those of you taking notes, that's one call to action. Come visit Puskesmas, tapi jangan sakit. And then I think what's interesting is another point you highlight around public-private partnerships, around the fact that you're in contact with the private sector as well. I think sometimes it's a misconception that they both are independent of each other. So I think that's an interesting observation. I think without further ado, as I mentioned, opening up the floor for 2 to 3 questions. If you would like to ask a question, please raise your hands. And we will circulate a mic to you. Yes, Bianca. Thank you.
Yeah, hello, Pak. Thanks for the opportunity, and thanks for Christy as well. I really resonate with your speech earlier about how difficult it is to drive education policy. I relate as a student of social science, so I study development study at Cambridge, and one of the papers that I took was on human development and education. And it is particularly challenging to do a quantitative analysis on education policy because the effect is just so delayed that you cannot sometimes attribute the successes or even failures of that policy to that specific policy that you intended. And sort of my question, just a curious question from a student, from your experience in the government, public sector and dealing with policy, is there sort of a way to sort of get a glimpse of whether the output of a certain education policy is actually working or not? Because if you're thinking of like you said, 10, 15 years of development to see in the future whether this is working or not, then ideally you want to stop the investment if it's not working. You mentioned about how we must ensure that we invest in the right policy, but also how do we ensure that we don't prolong a policy that is not working? And I think why I'm asking this question is also remembering the bonus demography that we might be experiencing in a few decades, where investment to achieve quality, productive population needs to happen now, and it may look like a one-shot kind of thing where but I know it's not just as rigid as just one policy, but just how do you ensure that you're actually deploying the right policy for something that's years to come? Thank you.
Thank you, Fianca. I think before we get to the answer, it's a very meaty question. So I'll give you some time to think about it first as well, because I think I just received news that we actually have Pak Luhut Pandjaitan in the room, and I think he wants to engage. So yeah, please stay on stage. And I think Diva, if you would be able to help call Pak Luhut.
I'm happy to respond while we're waiting.
Oh, he's already here. So I think if we could stand up,
Yes.
Everybody.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have now having our next important speaker, which is His Excellency Luhut Pandjaitan. Yes.
Okay.
All right. To Bapak Anies and Bu Christy, you may proceed to the discussion.
Di mana Pak Luhutnya? Oh, ya udah, oke, saya jawab dulu. Nanti kalau dia datang kita sambut ya. Oke, as simple as that. Bianca ya tadi. It is true. When we make a change in terms of education policy, we see the complete result in a rather longer period of time. But we need to see initial signs. So in the case of our reform, for example, the initial signs is this. These schools has 0 student who has parents from elementary school education. Orang tuanya SD pendidikannya, 0 for many years. And then after we reform, 30% of the children were coming from family with parents has only elementary school education. So we can project that these children perhaps will be going to good universities. Hopefully they will become a highly educated workforce, and then they will uplift the well-being of their family. That's where education serves as an escalator. I often use the word escalator because what's unique about escalator is that You step in the escalator and then you're moving up the ladder. Selamat datang, Pak Luhut.
Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, now let us stand up and welcome our next very important speaker, His Excellency Luhut Binsar Pandjaitan. Thank you very much, Bapak Luhut, for attending this event. May you have a pleasant experience to the Global Human Capital Summit. Thank you.
Pak Luhut, izin meneruskan, Pak Luhut. Jadi, so Bianca, the approach is that you intervene today, you see initial sign of progress, and then we can project how it's going to be in the future. And that quality education, the access of quality education matters a lot. And if I may say, all of us here in this room, we are benefited from education and from investment in education, including Your Excellency Pak Luhut Binsar Pandjaitan. His father was a nobody, was a driver, but get an access to quality education. Betul ya Pak Luhut? Quality education in the US, a nobody. But because of that, he's able to transform the family. My family is the same thing. My grandmother cannot even speak Bahasa Indonesia. She can only speak Bahasa Sunda. But the children, all of them get the opportunity for higher education. It transformed the entire family. And then many of us who are in this room were third generation or second generation of the first Indonesian educated generation. It is our parents, it is our grandparents that tasted education as a first generation. So if here in Jakarta, we allow the fact that only smaller portion of our society that can benefit from that quality of education, then disparities in the city will continue for a long time. Because the have-nots, the knows-not, will continue to be the work-nots because they don't have access to quality of education. So if I may add to that. And if I may add to the previous questions, I forgot to mention with regard to health, is universal health coverage. Jakarta, for so many years, that the coverage was around 73 to 75% of the population is covered by health insurance. We started to commit ourselves to have, right now, Jakarta is 98.5% of its population is covered by insurance and it's paid by government. We allocated 1.5 trillion rupiah per year to cover that. And with that, everyone feel secure and everyone feel protected. We are actually even higher than New York. New York is only 95%. So we are 98.5%. And actually, if we are talking about the reality is 100%. Why? Because discrepancy in data kependudukan. There are so many people who were KTP barrier of Jakarta, never, even though they're relocated, they never changed the address in their KTP. So they're still registered in Jakarta. So just additional comment.
Thank you, Pak Anies, for those insights. I think, yeah, very, very interesting takes on investments. Just because you don't see the returns doesn't mean you shouldn't do it. I think I would hand over the floor back to Diva.
Thank you very much, Governor Anies, for delivering such a very remarkable conversation. Now we would like to continue to the next agenda. We would now invite our next speaker. This is our headline speech by His Excellency Luhut Binsar Pandjaitan as the chair of G20 Indonesia Organizing Committee and also the coordinating minister for Maritime and Investment Affairs. To His Excellency Luhut, you may have the floor. Thank you very much, Pak Anies.
Thank you
very much.
Thank you everyone for participating. Thank you.
Such a pleasure to have you here. Please, you may have the floor, His Excellency. Thank you very much.
Saudara-saudara sekalian, selamat sore. Saya minta maaf, saya rupanya ada acara yang conflicting dengan ada US Business yang datang dari Amerika, sekarang sudah di kantor saya. Jadi saya sangat cepat sekali memberikan apa yang saya perlu sampaikan pada Anda sekalian. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Saya sangat bahagia banget bisa hadir di sini. Saya tidak tahu ada acara seperti ini sebenarnya. Ini saya mulai dengan slide saya saja biar cepat. Saya tidak bisa basa-basi karena saya malu juga ditunggu karena tadi kemarin saya miss juga pertemuan dengan mereka. Ini slide kita Indonesia. Saya selalu kalau pergi ke manapun memberikan presentasi saya selalu ingatkan Indonesia. Indonesia itu salah satu negara archipelagic terbesar di dunia dengan jumlah penduduk 278 juta. Ada slide-nya bisa di-share? Ada slide saya. Ada kan? Jadi visi Indonesia itu sebenarnya kita ingin pada 2045 itu masuk jadi negara maju. Kalau kita lihat sekarang ini kita income per kapita kita kira-kira 4.000-an sekian US dollar dengan GDP kita 1,3 miliar, 1 triliun dolar. Dan dengan perkembangan kita sekarang ini, saya kira pada 2030 kira-kira GDP kita bisa berkisar 3 sampai 3,3 triliun US dollar. Nanti saya akan cerita kenapa kita ke situ. Kemudian kita punya income per kapita kira-kira akan 10.000 atau lebih. Ini juga prediksi yang menurut saya sangat realistis dan juga kita buat dengan konservatif. Kenapa ada 4 pilar sebenarnya yang sekarang menjadi anuan kita, membuat ekonomi kita bagus. Yang pertama, kita punya memang commodity price bagus. Yang kedua, sebenarnya adalah downstream industry. Downstream industry itu generate kita punya ekspor luar biasa. Itu saya mulai terus terang 2015, walaupun sebelum mulai, tapi kita masukin program jadi strategis kita itu 2015-2016. Nah itu membuat Indonesia itu juga jadi bagus. Yang ketiga adalah tadi kita bicara dengan digitalize. Sekarang hampir semua pekerjaan kita bikin digitalize. Misalnya e-katalog. E-katalog itu government procurement ada 1.200 triliun. Atau dengan BUMN itu bisa 1.600 triliun. Atau sama dengan kira-kira 120 billion US dollars. Itu semua 85% sampai 90% kita import. Saya lapor presiden, saya bilang, Pak, kita coba paksain semua supaya buatan dalam negeri. Nah, kita mulai tahun ini dengan 400 triliun rupiah. Tapi ternyata tadi saya baru laporan ke presiden, rapat kabinet terbatas, itu kita bisa hampir 900 triliun. Tapi dari 900 triliun itu masih banyak yang dibohongin. Karena tidak menggunakan betul produk dalam negeri. Kenapa harus buatan dalam negeri? Akan create job opportunity, akan membuat kreasi, akan membuat tadi UMKM baru dan sebagainya. Dan hasil BPS itu sendiri membuat assessment, kalau kita bisa 400 triliun tadi, itu ekivalen dengan 1,7% economic growth kita. Dan itu sama dengan 2 juta lapangan kerja yang tercipta dari itu tadi. Nah, kalau kita melihat juga itu, ya saya pada visi Indonesia tadi, memang kalau kita melakukan dari bawah ke atas dan atas ke bawah, seperti tadi dana desa. Dana desa itu ada hampir tiap tahun 100 triliun sekarang. Dan itu mengcover 74.000 sekian ratus desa. Sudah berjalan sepanjang 7 tahun. Dan itu waktu COVID, saya juga bingung kenapa ekonomi kita, saya kan selalu senang data itu. Saya pembantu-pembantu saya ada Edo di sini, ada Gita, ada Seto, segala macam itu. Saya kenapa nih kok angkanya kok bisa bagus terus gitu. Coba lihat datanya lagi gitu. Kita baru terakhir lihat itu rupanya data dana desa. Dana desa itu hampir tidak ada desa itu yang suffering. Jadi dari 74.000 sekian desa itu paling mungkin di bawah 1.000 desa yang bermasalah. Dan itu saya waktu lapor presiden, saya sampaikan, Pak ini juga lucu gitu. Tapi saya jelaskan, Presiden jawab, Pak Luhut itu dulu di UGM, ini Pak Anies dari UGM, Profesor Mobiarto menyatakan itu ekonomi Pancasila, di mana uang itu berputar di desa itu terus, sehingga kalau kita lihat nanti data-datanya, berapa ribu kilometer jalan desa yang jadi, berapa jembatan desa yang jadi, berapa desa yang terjadi, itu karena dana desa. Yang menurut kita, apa sih 1 bilion rupiah? Tapi 1 bilion rupiah di satu desa middle of nowhere is something. Yang dulu dia tidak pernah terima karena itu melalui kementerian yang selalu mungkin akhirnya end up mungkin cuma 100 juta. Nanti potong ini segala macam. Ini exactly they have to get like 1 billion rupiah. And itu ditaruh di di mana namanya itu di balai desa apa-apa yang dan diawasi oleh seluruh desa. Itu baru kita sadar. Jadi tadi saya katakan tadi downstream industry, ada harga komoditi, ada tadi digitalisasi, ada tadi efisiensi di semua tempat itu. Ini membuat Indonesia sekarang berubah. Jadi saya melihat pada Anda sekalian bahwa Indonesia itu sekarang memasuki satu era, mungkin kalau saya sebutkan industrialisasi ya. Next slide saya terus. Ya terus saja. Ya. Terus next slide. Ya ini yang saya sebutkan tadi, ini yang orang lain yang buat, bukan saya yang buat ini. Jadi 1,3 triliun US dollar itu. Tadi yang kita sebutkan ini, dan sekarang kita akan target sini 2030. Dan di 2030 ini, kita bisa berharap 3,5 triliun US dollar. Next. Nah ini tadi saya katakan tadi, misi kita menjadi negara maritim yang besar, karena kita negara memang kepulauan yang terbesar di dunia. Kita punya hubungan sangat baik dengan Amerika, kita punya hubungan sangat baik dengan dengan Cina. Malam kemarin saya bicara telepon dengan National Security Advisor-nya Biden dengan Jack Sullivan. Saya bilang sama dia, kamu tuh mau ngundang Presiden Jokowi melalui saya, suruh aja presiden bersama presiden saya bicara. Coba kamu atur 1 minggu. Saya ngatur Presiden Jokowi bicara sama Presiden Xi Jinping only 1 week. Let's see. Can you do that? Jack, saya bilang. Oh, sounds good, Luhut, dia bilang. Ya. Kalau kita punya 2 leader bicara, that's the different. Ya, kamu sama saya ngomong saya. Nanti kalau kami dekat sama China, kau ribut. Saya bilang we have to survive. We don't care from which country, but if we can make something from this country, we go there. But we have to make it balanced. This country is too big to lean to any superpower globally. Trust me, I said to him. You're not gonna lean toward China, not gonna lean toward America. Because we proved it during the COVID-19. Look at Indonesia. Today even better after the COVID-19. Ini tadi mengenai maritim, terus kemudian peran maritim dalam pembangunan nasional. Next slide please. Next slide. Ya ini saya kira growth kita angka-angkanya banyak, saya terus terang agak buru-buru. Ini mangrove ini. Kita the largest mangrove in the world. Kita punya hampir 35% globally. Dan itu punya kontribusi 10 kali lebih besar daripada forestry. Saya bilang sama John Kerry, kalian tuh jangan bicara, sama si Jalet Secretary Treasury Amerika. Kita temanin saya sama Edo. Edo mana? Edo. 2 anak muda ini mendampingin saya bertemu dengan Yellen. Yellen bicara energy transition mechanism. Saya bilang, Yellen, Secretary, Professor, I said, look, you guys here. Bahasa Inggris saya begitu, you guys here. We are here. So you ask us like this. I said, unfair. You are already here. You should do like this, we are good like this, and then we go down together like this. That's fair. Otherwise, when we're going to be the developed country? We're not going to be the developed country. We're going to be developing country forever if we are doing like this. Itu kita harus berani mengatakan itu pada mereka. Dan itu saya katakan. Dan dia bilang, wah, make sense. Yang berunding sama dia, ya ini si Edo ini, kau berdiri dok. Edo berdiri sama Gita, sama Rahmat. Hanya tiga orang. Saya bilang sama Yellen, after this meeting, Excellency, let my team and your team discuss detail about this issue. Mereka bilang apa sama kamu tuh? Ya. Mereka bilang itu
sesuatu yang mereka diskusikan hampir 3 bulan. In 15 minutes.
Jadi mengenai masalah yang kita diskusikan waktu itu dengan timnya John dengan Chief Economist dari US Treasury. Jadi waktu itu hal yang 3 bulan dibahas, in 15 minutes kita sudah bisa tangkap dan we are on the same level ya dengan diskusinya sehingga ya bisa langsung dieksekusi very fast.
Ya, dan itu yang kemudian kita bicarakan. Saya bilang sama si Yalan kemudian, saya bilang, kita ingin move very fast, but don't ever dictate Indonesia. Indonesia is not like this. No, we have to be like this. This is, I think, the message have to be very clear. Nanti waktu John Kerry bilang sama saya, dia bilang, General Luhut, you have to this about environment. Saya bilang, Pak John, don't lecturing us about the environment. You know what? Saya bilang sama dia, my granddaughter, she's studying in Georgetown University. And she phoned me the other day, she said, Opung, don't ever make a wrong policy about the environment, ya. Don't destroy my generation, ya. So you can imagine, Pak John Kerry, that's a very strong message. I'm not going to allow any people in this country, my country, to make any policy against the interest of the next generation of Indonesia. That's my promise. So you don't need to lecturing us, because I have a good person like Gita who understand about environment. She's also very talkative about this. Every time every single hour she texting me about it. Tulang, this is something wrong. You have to do this. This is. I said, okay. You know. So that's the way decision-making process today. We are not going to be very rigid decision-making process. Make it very quick. You know. Next. Nah, transformasi kita menghadapi perubahan ini kita lakukan dengan bagus seperti ini. Kita sekarang next slide cepat sedikit. Ya kita agree dengan ini, tapi kita bisa dengan bantuan internasional seperti ini. Dan kita komit. Dan saya bilang sama Amerika, sama John, saya bilang, John been meeting like 6-7 times, you know. The first meeting that I had with you, it was talking about the $1 trillion. I was like this. I said. Today no more. I like to see money, you know. Put the money on the table and then the agenda from Indonesian side. So we can swap. Kemudian saya juga sampaikan pada Indonesia kita net zero emission, seperti saya katakan kita komit 2060, kita punya data semua, ini anak-anak muda yang buat, kita kerja, mereka tidak bisa komplain mengenai ini, kita deliver, ya. Kemudian juga kalau Anda lihat potensi tadi saya sampaikan, next slide, potensi ini, mangrove ini semua mangrove kita. Kita punya 600.000 restoration mangrove restoration untuk sampai 2024 dan ini jalan dan sekarang Indonesia menjadi leader di sini karena kita taruh uang. Sekarang Saudi Arabia taruh uang, Abu Dhabi taruh uang, World Bank taruh uang, terus kemudian Amerika sekarang mau ikut taruh uang. Saya bilang don't talk about money, put your money on the table, then we can discuss about this. Ya. Kemudian rehabilitasi mangrove ini udah jalan, Anda lihat ini targetnya semua target dan saya cek satu persatu, saya pergi lihat. Kemudian juga Indonesia kaya dengan energi terbarukan, kita mungkin salah satu negara yang terkaya, kita punya 437 gigawatt. Kemudian hilirisasi, saya sebut tadi, dulu kita hanya ekspor ini. Kita sekarang sini, sudah mulai masuk sini, lithium baterai. Kita akan menjadi tahun 2027-28, kita akan menjadi second largest lithium battery producer globally. Dan kita akan masuk sini. Akibatnya, Anda lihat data ini, tahun 2015 kita ekspor 1,1 billion US dollar. Ya, iron steel. Tahun lalu kita 30 miliar dolar hampir. Tahun ini kita akan 30 miliar US dollar. Anda lihat ekspor kita, saya disampaikan tahun lalu, the highest ever in our history, 232 billion US dollars. Itu yang pernah sebelumnya hanya 203. Kok bisa naik dalam during COVID ini? Orang bilang kita dikontrol oleh Cina. Bagaimana kita dikontrol Cina? Trade deficit kita dengan Cina dulu 27 miliar dolar. 2019 17 miliar dolar. Tahun lalu hanya 2,2 billion US dollar. Tahun ini kita sudah bulan sampai bulan ini kita surplus sudah 500 juta dolar. Dan dia impose lagi anti dumping ke kita 20%. Bagaimana Anda bilang kita didikte oleh Cina? Tidak ada. Kita sekarang justru melakukan leapfrog dalam era ini. Next slide. Nah ini Anda lihat, sekarang ini semua berjalan. Dan kita membuat satu industri di Kalimantan Utara, itu integrated industry, kita ada investasi di sana 132 miliar dolar, sekarang sedang jalan, saya kebetulan yang in charge di sini, dan ini ada 10 gigawatt solar panel, ada 10 gigawatt hydropower, ada 2,9 TCF gas, dan itu akan 150.000 pekerja-pekerja yang ahli ada di sana. Anda bisa menjadi bagian dari ini. Ini akan kita produksi nanti 200 new energy baterai, 265 gigawatt hour, itu sama dengan 3 juta mobil yang listrik yang akan kita produksi dari sana. Jadi Indonesia itu betul-betul menjadi center untuk orang datang investasi kembali. Dan kita akan industri di situ, polycrystalline silicon, dan itu akan menggunakan clean energy. Jadi kita dapat premium. Nobody can beat us. Karena harga listrik kita lebih murah, hanya 5 sen per kilowatt hour, kemudian di Cina atau di mana tuh 10 sen, 8 sen, 12 sen per kilowatt hour. Cost transportasi kita hanya 1-2 dolar, dia sampai bawa raw material ke sana itu sampai 15-20 dolar. Jadi, who can beat us? Nggak ada, nobody can beat us. Kemudian, next ini, tadi kita ini adalah iron steel. Sekarang downstreamnya ini semua, ini sedang kita jalankan. Jadi dari sana tadi 132 billion dolar, dari 2027, 2028, 2029, kita akan bisa dapat mungkin dekat-dekat 200 miliar dolar ekspor dari sana. Jadi itu akan membuat ekspor kita dekat 400 lebih miliar dolar. Jadi kalau sebegitu banyak, memang tidak menjadi heran kalau kita punya GDP akan bisa berkisar 3 triliun US dollar. Dan kita akan sampai pada semiconductor. Waktu saya ketemu sama Elon, saya cerita ini sama dia. Dia bilang, Minister Luhut, I love to invest in semiconductor and chip. Karena masalah Cina dengan Amerika, chip jadi isu masalah dengan semiconductor. Sekarang mereka akan masuk di sini. Kita sudah juga melakukan tanda tangan dengan supply chain, next, dengan tadi CATL, LG, Anthem. Ini sudah jalan. Dan itu akan berproduksi pada tahun 2024. Kemudian pengembangan EV baterai juga sudah berjalan. Kita sudah dengan Tesla, dengan Ford, dengan VW, dengan bus. Orang dengan Ford ini, mobil, saya nanti ketemu dia bulan depan di Amerika dengan Elon, saya mau bicara soal mobil. Kalau dia bahan baterai untuk tadi kursor, dia sudah dapat dari Huayo di Indonesia di Sulawesi. Sudah jalan. Kalau tadi Ford, dia sudah jalan. Ford sudah tanda tangan, dia masuk dengan Vale. Jadi kalau orang tanya, kita bikin balance of power. Ada dari Cina, ada dari Jepang, ada dari Amerika, ada dari UI, ada dari tadi Korea Selatan. Kemudian hilirisasi industri itu kalau Anda lihat peta, kita punya begini hampir 10 di Indonesia Timur. Ini yang terbesar sekarang. Di sini single area ini ada 132 miliar dolar dengan hydropower yang saya cerita tadi. Di sini semua ini rata-rata 20-15 miliar dolar setiap spot. Itu yang terjadi. Dan terjadi perimbangan ekonomi sekarang Jawa Sumatera dengan Indonesia Timur. Itu sekarang menjadi 50-50 kira-kira. Nah, hilirisasi juga merubah Indonesia. Dulu kita segini aja nih. Sekarang sudah segini di Morowali area. Ini 70% orang industri. Dan economic growth sekarang 2,5 kali lipat di sana. Itu di sana bisa 9% lebih. Nasional kita 5,2 mungkin nanti tahun bulan depan, kuartal ini kita memprediksi kita akan growth 6%. Anda mau bilang apa gitu loh. Saya tadi malam di interview sama satu orang, saya bilang kita jangan marah-marah boleh, beda pendapat boleh, tapi nggak usah berkelahi. Nggak usah musuh-musuhan, nggak ada gunanya itu. Kalau Indonesia ini musuh yang terberat kita dari dalam sendiri, dari luar itu siapa yang mau nyerang kita? Negara ini terlalu besar untuk ditundukkan oleh siapapun. Efisiensi saya sudah jelaskan sama Anda tadi, digitalisasi semua kita buat digitalize. Ini kita kurangi korupsi, biaya penerimaan. Anda tidak sadar mengenai penanganan kelapa sawit. Saya diminta nanganin. Kita sekarang sudah hanya 39% dari kelapa sawit yang baru kita audit. Kita bisa dapat 466 triliun. Can you imagine? Tadi baru saya lapor Presiden. Nanti akan diumumin. Dan semua kita tidak ada bicara masuk penjara, kau salah, kau kena penalti, kau bayar. Kalau nggak kau bayar, disita oleh pemerintah. Aturannya dibikin transparan semua. Jadi kalau kita bikin negara yang secara transparan diatur dan kita detail bekerja ke bawah, itu bisa kita lakukan. Kalau hanya omong-omong saja, forget it. Saya yang pelaksana ini. Saya eksekusi, detail. Bagaimana tadi mengenai COVID. COVID itu terkendali kenapa? Detail saya cek semua. Ya ini Pak Anies ada di sini sebagai gubernur. Saya cek satu, saya teleponin satu-satu kalau perlu. Sampai kepada yang terbawah. I have to make sure all the instruction carry out properly by any element within the government. Itu baru kita bisa jalan. Kemudian kalau Anda lihat digitalisasi sistem pengadaan barang, saya sudah sebutkan tadi. Ini yang saya sebutkan tadi. Sekarang jalan. Sekarang kita mau bikin undang-undang supaya siapapun pemerintah yang akan datang, jangan sumber korupsi ya dari sini-sini juga. Sekarang nggak bisa, karena semua digitalize, sampai semua kementerian itu terbuka kita buat, sampai kepada Pemda. Ya, saya bilang Presiden Pak kita buat, tadi masih gimana Pak Luhut kalau begini? Saya bilang ya pasti ada masalah, tapi we have to force them to do it. Dan itu akan bisa, karena itu benefit buat semua. Karena akan terkreasi lapangan kerja, kreasi, teknologi dan sebagainya akan terjadi di sini. SDM ini yang kelemahan kita. Jadi Anda kenapa saya perlukan datang kemari, SDM next slide, kita masih lemah kalau Anda lihat sini. Ini yang harus kita perbaikin. Dan itu saya usulkan Presiden membuat program Indonesia Maju, di mana kita mengirim anak-anak muda kita yang dari SMA, kita train di Indonesia selama 4 bulan, bahasa Inggrisnya, matematiknya, GRE-nya, segala macam itu. Kemudian 8 bulan mungkin kita bikin sekarang mungkin ada model di 5 universitas di Amerika, saya usulin waktu itu di Northwestern University, Chicago, MIT, Harvard dengan Stanford. Itu saya buat. Karena ini kita lemah. Nah kalau kita lihat perbandingan 7 pilar Global Innovation Index, kita juga lemah di situ. Itu yang harus kita perbaikin. Kalian punya, kalau ingin bermain, main di sini juga. Bisa. Karena banyak peluang untuk kita. Skor PISA matematik kita masih rendah, kalau Anda lihat. Ya, ini. Makanya saya ajak Profesor Johannes yang sekarang mempromosikan gassing theory, yang sekarang mulai kita sebarin kemana-mana. Dan dampaknya kepada anak-anak sekolah untuk matematik sangat hebat. Ini tadi menjadi penting buat kita. Airport juga seaport kita digitalize semua sekarang. Kita buat sekarang 11 seaport di Indonesia, semua digitalize. Saya mau akhir tahun depan semua done. Jadi dengan demikian kita jangan jadi feeder ke Singapura, kita bisa direct call. Direct call akan menurunkan cost kita 20-30%. Sama dengan airport. Airport kita punya tadi yang saya ada cerita sama tadi teman-teman ini ada 34 international airport. Today only 14 airport international. Kenapa? Ya jangan jadi feeder ke Singapura dong kita. Kita direct call aja kemana? Supaya cost kita turun. At the end we are talking about cost. Ya semua cost, efisiensi itu saya bilang tadi pilar daripada ekonomi kita. Rating tools Greenport kita sudah buat ini. Kita masuk Greenport. Assessment Greenport sudah juga kita buat. Self assessment pelabuhan aplikasi. Next slide terus please. Ya, terus. Ya, next slide. Ya, ini dari saya harus pergi karena ditunggu sama nanti saya dipecat sama negara karena saya tidak memenuhi janji saya. Dan buat Anda sekalian saya pesan satu. Be yourself. Proud to be Indonesian. Datang ke Indonesia, berkarya ke Indonesia, kamu sama seperti si Edo ini. Edo ini dia menyelesaikan, saya kirim dia, dulu dia staff saya waktu saya Menko Polhukam, kemudian dia menyelesaikan PhD-nya di Oxford, dan saya bilang, kau balik kemari setelah dia kerja di UN. Dia ini kerja di UN, kau cerita sekarang, buka mulutmu tuh. Ya.
Terima kasih Pak Menko, sedikit saja. Jadi memang saya sempat gabung di UN di Young Professional. Kemudian ya itu balik untuk membantu Pak Menko karena memang banyak yang bisa yang bisa dikerjakan. Dan peran diaspora kebetulan satu research saya juga tentang diaspora. Itu lebih dari sekedar remittances. Ada remittances itu enggak hanya, jadi ada remittances of ideas. Ya, itu capital yang paling besar. Dan itu yang, karena kita banyak ini Pak, kalau boleh sedikit, karena saya urus di kantor Bapak kan tentang green economy. Jadi kita tuh harus banyak industrialisasi di bidang green investment, butuh sekali. Jadi capital termasuk ideas capital, bagaimana kita bisa memaksimalkan green kita yang masih raw, itu bisa menjadi nilai tambahnya tinggi. Mulai dari peternakan, termasuk siwit, kita tuh nomor 1 dan nomor 2. Tetapi kapasitas kita tuh bahkan masih di bawah 50%. Itu contoh-contoh sederhana yang mana diaspora bisa sangat membantu di sini. Dan ya, we look forward lah Pak Menko, Pak Gubernur dan Bapak Ibu sekalian, peran diaspora, more than remittances, tapi juga ideas, capital, semuanya bisa kita bikin brain circulation untuk Indonesia. Terima kasih.
Ya, kita.
Terima kasih, saya sebenarnya juga salam diaspora. Saya dulu di Amerika 25 tahun, maaf muka saya emang kelihatan kayak anak umur 25. Jadi setelah bekerja di New York cukup lama, saya balik lagi ke Indonesia dan masuk di dunia entrepreneurship selama 12 tahun, di mana saya membuat 5 perusahaan dan masuk ke dunia investment, angel investing, dan sekarang bekerja di Marvest, di mana kita bisa menunjukkan bahwa kalau yang namanya mau berkreasi, kita itu sebenarnya tidak harus terlalu stres. Saya masuk di private sector atau public sector, karena yang penting kalian itu berkarya. Dan kalau misalnya kita berpikir impact, tidak usah berpikir langsung impact 300 juta orang, kita bisa nggak impact komunitas kita sendiri dan diri kita sendiri secara mendalam. Jadi think of depth, bukan hanya breadth. Dan kalau kita melihat impact secara maksimal di sisi individu dan sisi komunitas, mungkin kita bisa membuat satu sama lain dan kita naikkan satu sama lain. Terima kasih.
Ya, kita ini lahir di Cambridge, kemudian dia selesai sekolah di Chicago, dan kemudian dia masuk di Wharton, dan dia sekarang di fellow di Kaufman. Ya, jadi Indonesia yang kedua yang menjadi fellow di Kaufman. Jadi saya rekrut mereka, dan yang saya rekrut lagi satu Profesor Johannes. Ngomong.
Ya, siapa? Ya, jadi saya saat ini diminta untuk Pak Menko untuk membantu pendidikan di daerah-daerah terutama dan juga pengembangan teknologi. Kalau kita lihat di daerah-daerah ini sangat mengerikan sekali gitu pendidikannya. Kemarin saya baru pulang dari Bangli, dari Morowali juga, di sana sangat rendah sekali kualitas pendidikan. Jadi saya minta juga teman-teman di sini coba pikirkan pendidikan supaya Indonesia ke depannya bisa lebih baik gitu. Terutama di daerah-daerah tertinggal itu sangat jauh dari apa yang kita bayangkan gitu. Itu aja. Terima kasih.
Anda mungkin tidak bayangkan saya kirim Prof. Yohanes ini ke Papua untuk tadi membuat latihan gasing di sana. Saya kirim di Morowali, WDB, melatih, dan mereka cerita di sana tuh yang silakan cerita dikit biar dengar teman-teman ini.
Ya, jadi mereka itu sebelumnya nggak bisa ngitung sama sekali. Kita coba dalam 2 minggu, ternyata mereka itu luar biasa. Anak-anak yang tadinya nggak bisa ngitung kali bagi tambah kurang, dalam 2 minggu bisa. Itu menunjukkan bahwa setiap anak itu sesungguhnya anak-anak yang cerdas-cerdas gitu. Nggak ada anak yang istilah bodoh gitu. Saya coba ke beberapa daerah itu dan memang semua sama gitu. Dan mereka asal diberikannya pelajarannya dengan cara gembira, karena dalam kebahagiaan itu mereka belajar lebih cepat gitu. Nah, itu yang kemarin kita lakukan di beberapa daerah. Makasih.
Jadi banyak sekali yang Anda mau saya buat. Saya berikan story dari tadi si Edo, Gita, dan tadi Profesor Johannes. Prof. Johannes sekarang saya suruh mobilisasi. Ternyata di Bali itu ada berapa mungkin 1.000 orang asing.
Sekitar 100.000 sampai 200.000 digital nomad, Pak.
Anda bisa bayangkan. Jadi saya besok diatur oleh Prof. Yohanes, kebetulan persiapan G20 di Bali minggu depan, saya akan ketemu perwakilan mereka. Apa yang mau kita berikan? Saya bilang, saya lapor Pak Presiden. Pak, orang-orang pintar apa segala macam itu kita kasih aja Pak 5 tahun visa. Presiden bilang, kenapa 5 tahun Pak Luhut? Kenapa? 10 tahun aja kasih gitu. Kenapa? Ini apa ruginya gitu. Kita ini kadang-kadang di sini berpikir itu betul-betul berpikir yang terlalu birokratif. Saya bilang harus think out of the box. As long as for the interest of this country, what the hell of this gitu. Jadi saya tidak ada urusan. Pokoknya sepanjang itu kepentingannya untuk nasional, kita bikin. Tidak perlu ada ragu-ragu. Kecuali ada conflict of interest. If you don't have any conflict of interest, make a decision. Jadi sepanjang saya menjadi pembantu presiden sekarang, semua keputusan saya buat cepat. Karena saya berpikir masukan dari anak-anak muda ini. Menurut kamu bagus, tanya legalnya. Bisa. Ya kita putusin. Jadi sekarang itulah cara kita bekerja. Sehingga Indonesia sekarang saya pikir di bawah pimpinan Pak Jokowi, kita mencapai langkah-langkah yang hebat. Banyak mungkin yang kritik-kritik, ya enggak apa-apa. Saya bilang tadi malam saya di interview, saya bilang boleh, kita berbeda pendapat itu biasa. Tapi jangan marah-marah dan jangan bicara yang tidak benar dan jangan bicara tanpa data. Data itu basisnya. Kalian yang muda juga saya katakan, kau bicara dengan data. Kita juga tidak sempurna. Tidak ada yang sempurna. Tapi bicara dengan data, sehingga dengan data itu kita bisa menyelesaikan, memperbaiki masalah. Karena masalah ini never ending proses. Sampai kita mati pun tetap ada masalah ini. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi
Let's give a round of
wabarakatuh.
applause to Coordinator Minister Luhut. A huge thank you for Coordinator Minister Luhut for spending that time and sharing incredible stories. We also would like to thank Governor Anies Baswedan, co-chair of Urban 20, Governor of DKI Jakarta, who have shared some of his outlook and trends, some of his breakthrough initiatives on Jakarta Future of Work. Both really marks an amazing headline speeches. GIPA is delighted to play a role in supporting Indonesia government at the central level as well as the regional level. Again, we are super delighted. We are joined by a number of overseas professional hub leaders who are really thanking Governor Anies Baswedan, who have been very kind with your time in your headline speech and some of the conversation. I believe in the Zoom there are many questions. We'll try to loop in with the different offices and trying to get back to the team. Ladies and gents, again, please join me for a great round of applause to our speakers today. On that note, I would like to now invite Christy Zacharias back on stage to now moderate the health segment of Global Human Capital Summit. Over to you, Christy.
Thank you, Stephen. And I think echoing some of that, we're more than halfway through our summit today, and it feels like we've been exposed to so many different ideas, whether it's on digital, whether it's on health, and I think it is truly my honor to kick off this health panel today. We have a variety of speakers, some from the private sector, some from the public sector. So for the first one, I believe we will be joined by 3 panelists, 2 of which will join us via Zoom. So I'm not sure if we can connect with them at right now. But I would introduce the 3 speakers first. And in terms of the format of the panel, so each of our panelists will present their ideas around human capital development in health for 10 minutes. And then we will segue into Q&A across all the different panelists. And again, at the end, as always, we would open to a couple of questions from the audience. So in terms of our speakers for today, the first one, we have Ibu Siti, we have Ibu Siti Mauludia, or she's commonly called Bu Nining. Bu Nining is a senior advisor to the Foreign Minister of Diaspora and Cultural Affairs. Previously, she has served as ambassador to Poland and as Indonesian Consul General in Shanghai. She also holds a Master in International Economic Policy from Columbia University. Please, can I check if Bu Nining is on the line? Hi, Bu Nining, I can actually see you. How are you?
Hi, Christy. Good. Thank you. How are you?
Good as well. Thank you for joining us all the way from Bali, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Sure.
Perfect. Yes. Secondly, on the panel, we also have Ibu Caroline Riyadi. Caroline is the CEO of Siloam Hospitals Group, part of Lipo Group. She joined Siloam Hospitals Group since 2012. With a passion for human capital development, she actually trained as a teacher in the earlier part of her career. So I'm sure she has a lot more to say and a lot of passion to share on human capital. With that, please join me in welcoming Bu Caroline Riyadi. Perfect. And then last but of course never least, we also have Bapak Sugianto on the line now. Bapak Sugianto is the Deputy Director for Health Workforce at the Ministry of Health. So looking specifically after our workforce quality and development. Pak Sugianto, please can I check if you are on the line as well?
Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam, Bapak. Thank you for joining us. Perfect. So those are our three panelists for the health panel, as mentioned. So each of them will provide an overview of their views, their thoughts, and hopefully we can see some alignment and engage as well across panels. So with that, I welcome Bu Nining to start with her presentation, I believe.
Thank you, Christy. I prepare a short PowerPoint presentation. If you could help, if the committee could help me show it. I sent it this morning to the committee. It would help me to, so that I don't jump from one topic to another. But anyway, do you have it? Do you have my presentation?
Yep, I think they have it. I see a thumbs up. They're putting it up on the screen.
Okay, great. If I could have my first slide. First of all, I would like to thank you, Christy, and the committee for the opportunity. It is both an honor and a pleasure to be here and meet with all of you virtually. I wish I were there in person with all of you there, but unfortunately, I have to be in Bali for 2 G20 related meetings. Christy, ladies and gentlemen, the COVID-19 has shifted the policy of Ministry of Foreign Affairs to mitigate the socio-economic impact of the pandemic. At this time, diplomacy is essential during the uncertain time to manage the pandemic and its prevent adverse impact to the people of Indonesia and the world. Therefore, diplomacy is one of the important tools in order to enhance health resilience in Indonesia. Slide 2, please. In this occasion, I would like to explain about the outline of my presentation, my brief presentation. I won't take a lot of your time for my presentation. I would like to touch upon Indonesia's vaccine diplomacy, and then the effort of multilateral vaccine diplomacy, development on the Indonesia active pharmaceutical industry, and last one is the human resources role to enhance Indonesia's health resilience from the point of view of the health diplomacy. Slide 4. Ladies and gentlemen, since the beginning of COVID-19 pandemic, Ministry of Foreign Affairs have started the search of COVID-19 vaccine. Our minister has stated that vaccine is the game changer, which will be the starting point of recover from the pandemic. He said this early on during the initial break of the pandemic. And since then, diplomats in Indonesia and overseas have the main task to open the access to have commitment for vaccines bilaterally and multilaterally in order to secure safe and efficacious as well as affordable vaccines for Indonesian people and promoting equal access of vaccine for all people in the world. Our goals of vaccine diplomacy in the short term is to secure the domestic supply of vaccine and equitable access of vaccine. Until now, we have received a total of 510 million doses of vaccines, which is procured and donation from partner countries. 25% of the total doses vaccines, or about 130 million doses vaccines, received are free from COVAX and donation from partner countries. We are one of the a few countries who managed to secure enough doses of vaccines for our community, and we are one of the highest rate of citizens who receive vaccines. Ladies and gentlemen, in mid to long-term focus of vaccine diplomacy is to enhance Indonesia's health resilience and the capacity of national health industry in order to have a sustainable access of vaccine. And to have the sustainable access of vaccine, the government encouraged development of COVID-19 vaccine in Indonesia. Biopharma is currently developing COVID-19 vaccine called Vaccine BUMN, state-owned companies, in cooperation with Baylor College of Medicine in United States, and it is now under 3rd clinical trial. In addition, Biopharma is part of recipient of transfer of technology to develop mRNA COVID-19 vaccine from WHO. Indonesia is also actively participating in multilateral cooperation to ensure access to vaccines for all. Indonesia is a member of COVAX vaccine, which supplied vaccine for 20% of the population. Now, COVAX has distributed 1.35 billion doses of vaccine to 92 countries. Our own minister, of Foreign Affairs, together with Minister of Health Ethiopia and Minister of International Development of Canada, have been appointed as the co-chair of COVAX AMC Engagement Group to provide access of information for member countries about the shipment of vaccines. To increase access on vaccine globally, COVAX provides technical support, for example, vaccine campaign, mobile vaccination at local and community level, financial support, vaccine delivery. Indonesia is also at the moment a member of Research and Development Group for Vaccine called CEPI, or Coalition for Epidemic Preparedness Innovation. Indonesia is committed to allocating $5 million for 5-year contribution to COVID-19 mitigation activities, especially research and development. Indonesia also encouraged inclusiveness of vaccine research for developing countries through CEPI. In the WTO, Indonesia is also a co-sponsor of the TRIPS waiver for the COVID-19 vaccine. The TRIPS waiver will foster the enhancement of access to COVID-19 vaccines technology, especially for developing countries. Ladies and gentlemen, in order to achieve the target of health resilience, active pharmaceutical ingredients, or API, as the raw material for medicines is essential. In 2020, 90% of API is imported from other countries. Therefore, the government encourages API to be produced locally in Indonesia and to not depend on other countries. Now, Pertamina is exploring cooperation on paracetamol API production with potential partners such as from China. And in the achievement of COVID-19 medicines, Kimia Pharma has successfully received sub-license from Medicine Patent Pool to produce COVID-19 medicine Molnupiravir locally in Indonesia. And Ministry of Foreign Affairs also encourages enhancement of human resource capacities and capabilities through training, capacity building, and transfer of technology to enhance health resilience. For instance, biopharma's experts visiting Afrigen from South Africa in order to obtain training and transfer of technology on mRNA platform vaccine and research and development of vaccine capacity building through CEPI programs. In the long run, Indonesia aspires to become the hub for vaccine production in the Asia Pacific. And at the moment, the governments are in the conversation with partner countries to realize this aspiration. Therefore, we also need to have adequate human resources to support this, starting from the production line to research development. And along with Minister Luhut, who is calling all diaspora abroad, who has unique or has a lot of experience in how to help Indonesia achieve health resilience, I would, call you to join the force in Indonesia. And with this, I conclude my presentation. Thank you very much, Christy.
Thank you, Bu Nuning. Yeah, very insightful. I can hear myself. That's what I sound like, apparently. Thank you, Bu Nuning, for those remarks. I think we will then move on to our second presentation from our second panelist. So I'm pleased to welcome Bu Carolyn Riyadi to share a little bit around what Lipo Group has done around human capital development.
Good afternoon, everybody. I hope everybody is having a good day. But Stephen, Chairman of GIPA, thank you very much for the invitation. Mr. Venkat, Asia Pacific Regional Vice President at AICPA and CIMA, Mr. Ben Eubank, Director at Page Group Indonesia, Pak Gunawan Wahab, CEO PETS Kita, distinguished speakers, moderators, and organizing committee. Thank you very much for the invitation and opportunity to share leaders of overseas professional hubs across the Netherlands, UK, and all the other countries in the room, as well as joining virtually. It is an honor to be here and to be sharing on this topic that comes very close to our heart. Our group is very much invested in healthcare and education, and the reason being so is because it has to do with building human capital in Indonesia, which is really the basis of nation building. I am a teacher by training. I taught elementary school for a number of years, and I believe that everybody can learn given the opportunity. Many people may learn differently, but everybody can learn and everybody can be trained. So I'm going to talk a little bit about healthcare from where I stand. I come from a practitioner's perspective, and so some of the things I share will be a lot more practical. Slide, please. So the problem in healthcare is we have a supply issue. We don't have a needs or demand issue, but we have a supply issue. And so the constraint in healthcare is really down to three things: talent, tech, and infrastructure. Now, we'll talk a little bit about talent, but technology and infrastructure you can get as long as you have money. But talent is here what we're here to talk about. Now, the implications of having a shortage in healthcare because of talent, technology, and infrastructure is that the underprivileged will suffer because there's just not enough to go around. Number two, the wealthy will always fly abroad to access healthcare. And so these are two implications that we have to overcome. And so here we see that the spending of healthcare to GDP for Indonesia, it's still way behind all the other countries. And in terms of the number of beds per population is also very low. So we're not constrained by the demand, but we are constrained by the supply, and therefore the spending is low. Slide, please. And therefore, with this backdrop, the vision for Siloam was born with one challenge. How can we make quality care a reality for all? For the patient in Jakarta and for the boy all the way in Papua. And maybe nobody will ever know his name. But how can we make quality care a reality for all? We have 41 hospitals spread across 30 kota kabupaten, and so our challenge is how can we make this sustainable? So I asked my human capital team to put together a list of all the roles in the hospital, and this is what I got. Next, drum roll. Nope. Okay, and this is what I got: 150 roles in the hospital, and this is 12,300 staff in Siloam and fulfilling all these roles. Now we're going to see two things. One is the huge amount of technical skill required to provide healthcare. I mean, you have here things that you probably would not think about, right? We have sterilization staff, we have medical record coders, we have medical physicists to make sure that the MRI doesn't suck you in the minute you open the door. We have hemodialysis nurses. We have very, very highly skilled technical staff that is required. Number two is, you might notice that there are actually a lot of general roles. We have a lot of people in finance, in marketing, in operations, in data, in IT. We have a lot of general roles. And the problem is most non-health talent never consider a career in health. So on the skilled part, then we have a big shortage. But on the non-technical, the general skilled talent that we need, people don't usually consider working in a hospital as they are choosing a career. So this is the situation in Indonesia. Slide, please. So we face a huge scarcity of healthcare workers. Now, this is a portrayal of the scarcity of doctors and specialists in Indonesia. So in order for us to get to where other countries are, more developed countries are, we'd have to multiply our physician number by at least 2 to 3 times per population. And then you also notice that distribution is an issue. The very top bar is Jawa Barat, followed by DKI Jakarta, followed by Jawa Timur, and all the way in the bottom is Kalimantan Utara at 91 specialists in the province, 91. Now, so it's an issue in Kalimantan, but do you know how many lung oncologists are in Indonesia. I just found this out. For the longest time, I've been trying to recruit lung oncology specialists, more of them, yeah? We have 5 and I'm complaining, 5 is not enough. I need more, I want 10. Then I found out we only have 12 lung oncologists in Indonesia, 12. Yeah, pantesan, that's why the queues are long and everything. So this is a huge problem that we face. So not only that, next, it's not like we can rely on our pipeline because we have 35,000 specialist doctors in the whole of Indonesia. 35,000, that's all. And we are only adding 2,600 specialists every year. And then, of course, some of them retire, some of them pass away. So in order for us to just double that, it'll take us about 10 to 15 years if nobody leaves the profession in 10 to 15 years. So this is the dire condition we're in. The pipeline is not growing either. It's not like we're saying, okay, we're graduating more specialists than we were 2 years ago. That's not the case. So, and our population is growing. So we must somehow get ahead of the shortage curve. The population is growing, the pipeline isn't growing, and the need is growing. So how can we get ahead of that curve? So I'm going to show you some of the things, and this is just an illustration on doctors and specialists, but we can go through every single profession and the situation is the same. And unless we address this talent issue, then none of us will, then the whole country will be suffering because we don't have enough healthcare capacity. So these are some of the things we've done over the years. Next. One of the things that we've done is we've grown health talent through our medical services group. So our medical services group comprises of research, education, and clinical practice. So the clinical practice sits in Siloam, the education sits in UPH, and the research sits in Marin. And therefore, we have a very strong basis to be training healthcare workers. And we, the first is we started with GPs. We started with doctors. Next slide, please. Under the Faculty of Medicine and UPH, so Fakultas Kedokteran, we have been licensed to graduate 200 to 250 students only a year. It used to be 50, then it became 100, then it was 150, and now we get 250. So we say, okay, that's fine. We're happy with 250 now. It's better than 50. We earned an A in our accreditation. That means that now we can apply for specialization. And so we applied for specialization, and we are very pleased to announce that actually this year we have been licensed to graduate specialists. And now this is a huge breakthrough. We're almost practically the only private institution graduating specialists, and we're allowed to graduate specialists in one specialty, which is radiology, which is a good start. We would like to continue to other specializations, and we'll be continue to work with stakeholders. Next is our project for nursing. So out of the 12,300 staff that we have at Siloam, 5,000 are nurses. And so it's a huge part of our workforce. It's a huge part of the patient care and the patient experience. We want to make sure we have a strong pipeline, we have a quality pipeline, so that when they come into our system, they're ready to work on day one. So we work together with UPH, and UPH runs their program under the nursing faculty, and we help them train the nurses throughout their 4-year education. The program is, we graduate 300 to 500 nurses every year, and 100% of all the students we accept are scholarship students. We recruit them from rural areas such as NTT and Ambon and Nias and all those rural areas, students who are top of their class who otherwise would not have an opportunity for education. We bring them to Jakarta, we train them for years under the faculty of nursing, and then they rotate through Siloam at different stages of their practicum, and then they graduate, and 100% of them come to Siloam as our pipeline. Next. So what we have is, next slide. What we have is a pipeline of graduates, and next again, this next slide. Now, we have a lot of akbar in the country. Next slide, please. We have a lot of akbar in our country. Akademi Keperawatan. Now, every single nursing student in Indonesia must take ujian kompetensi nasional, UKOM, in order to graduate. Ya, kayak dulu kita Eptanas gitulah ya, UN gitu ya. So, do you know what the passing rate for the national exam is? So nationally, 100% of all the nursing students who take that exam, only 50% pass. Now, so that speaks to the quality of the training of our own academies. So this is the problem that we also need to fix. It's not just quantity, but it's also quality. Why would we want to make so many students fail? But at the Faculty of Nursing at UPH, because of the training they've gotten, the graduation rate is 99.7%, if not 100%. And so that speaks to the quality of the nursing program that we have. And this is a little bit of a breakdown of where all of our students are coming from: Sumatra, Jawa, Kalimantan, Sulawesi, Papua, Maluku Islands, Bali, NTT. So, you know, you go back to what Panis was talking about earlier, right? I mean, you take somebody who doesn't have access to education, you give them an opportunity for education, they can be somebody and they can go places. And so this is what we hope to do. And a lot of those nurses have come into our system and become head nurses, become directors of nursing, and really made a career in healthcare. So this is something that we're particularly proud of. Next slide. So, but what about all the other professions that we have that outside of doctors and nurses? Well, when they come to us, we still need to make sure we upskill them. So a lot of the talent that comes to us are not at the level we need them to be. For example, we get a lot of radiographers who are trained, come to our hospital, but have never touched an MRI. They've read about the MRI, they've answered questions about the MRI, but they've never operated an MRI. So how are they going to be able to operate the MRI in our operations? So with that, we created the Siloam Training Center. The Siloam Training Center is our training that houses all the trainings for all the professions that we need in Siloam. So anywhere from an ICU nurses, from a blood bank technician, finance for hospitals, whatever, you name it. So this is Siloam Training Center. Now, we were accredited by PPSDM under Kemenkes in 2021, and our target is for healthcare professionals, healthcare students, and even non-healthcare talent. We open this program up for Siloam as well as for external participants as well. So typically we get about 30 to 40% of all our participants as non-Siloam staff. And that's how we feel like we're contributing to the industry outside of Siloam. Next. We partner with a lot. We partner with our Siloam subject matter experts. We have experts in all the fields in the hospital field: lab, radiology, pharmacy, emergency, finance, marketing, you name it. We partner with them to provide training. We partner with associations in healthcare, suppliers, vendors who have the know-how and the expertise, as well as our hospitals and clinics for sites for these trainings. Next, we do a lot of training anywhere from midwives and nurses to emergency technicians, allied health. And in fact, this was our lifesaver during COVID because we were short of ICU nurses. So I said, well, we have a Siloam Training Center. Why can't we train more ICU nurses? Because at that time, we had a huge shortage of ICU beds. As you can remember, nobody can get ICU beds. It's because nobody had enough ICU nurses. So I said, we have an ICU training, so we should train our nurses to operate the ICU bed and the ventilator and all that. And so my team said, well, you can't do that. It takes 3 months to train an ICU nurse. And at that time, we were sitting in I think April or June of 2020. And I said, that's not even an option. In 3 months, this pandemic is going to be gone. So if it's going to take 3 months, then it's going to be no use. Well, that was not what happened because the pandemic was much longer than that. But I said, can we train nurses ICU nurses in less time. So we ended up creating a program with a fast track ICU program to train ICU nurses to become to operate ICU beds and equipment under the supervision of other more experienced ICU nurses. And so we were able to grow the ICU capacity very fast in a very short amount of time. And obviously many, many lives saved. Next. We have a variety of methods in our training. We have a mini hospital, we have a e-learning platform. We use a lot of on-the-job training, hybrid, offline, online, and anything that will anything to promote learning. So in conclusion, there's a huge scarcity of a talent, and this needs to be our priority, our common priority, because without enough healthcare workers, we don't have enough healthcare capacity to go around, and therefore all of us will suffer. So a few questions for us to think about. What do we need to do to liberate the training of specialists and to encourage more people to be training specialists? Number two, what are practical steps to bring back foreign trained doctors, foreign trained healthcare professionals back to Indonesia so that they can contribute to the country? Number three, what are changes in regulation needed to allow for foreign doctors and healthcare professionals to come back? How can we improve vocational training in Indonesia? Because there are a lot of vocational training sites. We need to upgrade the quality. And last, how can we attract non-healthcare talent into healthcare? So coming from an elementary school teacher, I believe we can all learn. And we should not shortchange ourselves by failing to provide adequate opportunities for everybody to learn so that we can together build the nation. So thank you so much for the opportunity to share. Back to you, Chrissy.
Thank you, Bu Carol. Yes, very, very insightful. And I think we'll pick up on a couple of points you made on overseas talent as well. As you know, they will be the stakeholder we kind of engage with the most as well. But in the meantime, we're moving on to our third panelist as well. My pleasure to welcome Bapak Sugianto online. Bapak Sugianto, Deputy Director General for Health Workforce for the Ministry of Health. The floor is yours, Pak.
Okay. Okay, thanks, Ibu Christy. His Excellence Ibu Maulidia, Staf Ahli Menteri Luar Negeri, Ibu Caroline from Siloam Hospital, and Mr. Stephen Marcelino from Global Indonesia Professional Association. Also, I would like to convey deepest regret from Ibu Arianti, our Deputy Minister for Health Workforce. He was not been here she has to be in the meeting. His Excellency Mr. Budi Gunarti Sadikin, and I am Sugianto, Deputy of Director General of Health Workforce, Ministry of Health of the Republic of Indonesia. Honorable guests, global leaders, and senior representatives from 20 overseas professional hubs in Indonesia, networks of Indonesia professional association across Europe, the Middle East, the Americas, and the Asia Pacifics. Good afternoon. I'm happy to be here today at this important session, Health Panel of Global Human Capital Summit 2022. As we all aware, the pandemic of COVID-19 show us that the health system face more challenge not only today, but also in the future. It is also reveal us the importance of healthcare professional as the core of the healthcare system. Therefore, we are now in the process of transforming health system into 6 pillars to make it be more resilient, and human resources will be one of the important component of transformation. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, our national midterm health development plan 2022 until 24 have set up 5 objectives to achieve by the end of 2024, including 0% of public health contents having no medical doctor. 83% of public health center meet the staffing standard of minimum 9 categories of health workforce. 90% district or city hospital to have 7 categories of medical specialists and more than 40,000 health workforce receive training per year to improve their level of competence. Currently, the biggest challenge in health sector are the quantity, distribution, and access for health workforce to increase their competency through accredited competency-based training program. We have challenges related to the availability of health worker. The standard ratio from the WHO is 1 doctor serves 1,000 people. With a projected Indonesian population in 2031, approximately 298.4 million. Currently, ratio in Indonesia is 0.42 doctor per 1,000 population. It means we have shortage of approximately 198,000 doctors. About 5% of puskesmas do not have doctor, and 50% of puskesmas do not have 9 types of health workers according to the minimum standard of services. Also, 42% of district or city hospital do not yet have 7 types of specialist doctor, which is 4 basic specialist doctor: pediatrician, obstetrician, internal medicine, and general surgery, and 3 supporting specialist doctor: anesthesiology, clinical pathology, and radiology. We know that sufficient and equitable health workforce is an important enabler. Facilities will not be built evenly without the availability of health workers. This should be overcome immediately. Ladies and gentlemen, if we refer to WHO, therefore, there is 1 province that has excess of medical doctors, which is Jakarta, for specialist doctor. Indonesia still lacks 32,000 specialist doctor. 1 specialist or types of specialists in each regional public hospital, and 7 specialists consist of pediatricians, general surgeons, obstetricians, internists, anesthesiologists, clinical pathologists, and radiology specialists. The ratio is 0.60 per 16 per 1,000 population, still far from the Bappenas target of 0.28 per 1,000 population. With around 2,600 graduates per year, the required fulfillment times is more than 10 years. You can imagine, it's a long time. The most shortage of specialists are in Papua, Maluku, and Central Sulawesi. Ladies and gentlemen, His Excellency Mr. Budi Gunadi Sadikin also gives strong direction for Directorate General of Health Workforce to continue developing programs and innovations. Health workforce transformation were meant to resolve the problem. In terms of providing adequate number of health workers, we collaborate with all stakeholders to implement the academic health system, increasing the number of specialist study program for 9 types of priority disease and increasing the number of scholarship for health work until 2024. In terms of health resources mobilization, we are trying to formulate regulation of facilitate Indonesian health professionals who study abroad to join diaspora program and support the availability of health workers in Indonesia, including foreign health workers to play this role as part of the foreign healthcare investment access scheme. In terms of improving the quality of health worker, fellowship, scholarship, health training, and transfer of knowledge and technology from DORA are also carried out. Last but not least, what we want to see in the upcoming near future is more balanced supply and demand of health workers, equitable distribution of health workers at all referral levels of health facilities, competent and professional health workers supported with the structure and systematic of quality improvement and career development, appropriate and fair financial and non-financial incentive, accurate, timely, and reliable information system of health workforce. Finally, in conclusion, the government in this context is the Ministry of Health. We put strong effort to adapt in addressing all challenges at nation context as well as to contribute the global need. I see this forum is very strategic forum. I'm glad to meet many stakeholders as we know that health transformation need all strategic lines across ministries, local government, and professional organization and community to unlocking the burden towards the health vision of healthy Indonesia. In this regard, Indonesia Health Talents Network could help the government to build strong healthy system nationally and globally. As we are now a presidency of G20 Forum, and as the big country, we want to play an important role towards resilient global health architecture through prominent global networking of Indonesia health talents overseas. I'm sure they can be global health leaders around the world and bring benefit to the country. Thank you.
Thank you, Bapak Sugi. Materials. I think what's interesting for me as a moderator sitting here, tadi Pak Luhut says, you know, come back home, contribute to your country. Bu Nining echoed the same sentiment, come back home, contribute to your country. And then Bu Carol highlighted the supply gap in our healthcare workers back in Indonesia. Similarly, Bapak Sugianto juga, he highlighted the supply gap and at the same time highlighted some very ambitious targets from the Ministry of Health and quoting the need for a transfer of knowledge for diaspora. And I think all of this, there is a clear theme of a supply gap and the benefit of having overseas Indonesian professionals skillful in healthcare coming back home or contributing that knowledge and transferring that knowledge. Now, here at GIPA, we have a Center of Excellence on Public Relations and Advocacy. And a lot of the work that we do is trying to pinpoint common concerns across Indonesian professionals scattered across the world. And we try to write policy papers that advocates for their stance and for their benefits in strategic recommendations. And actually the first one that we published was on healthcare workers. And a lot of the Indonesian professionals abroad working as doctors or nurses or any other healthcare workers, every time I ask, so why aren't you coming back? Are you coming back at all? And I think you can guess their, standard answer of like, it takes too long. I have to go through the adaptation process and it takes too long. So there is that perception, and it has been years on years, decades even, of having that perception. But it feels like when you're back home, there is that clear call to action to come back. So in my perspective, sitting right here, where is that bottleneck is, I guess, the question. I think earlier this year, we saw some reforms around specialist doctors, not necessarily general practitioners, but keen to hear your thoughts around, what kind of progress would be helpful to see, whether these early steps, what are the key for implementation and for wider scope around that. So perhaps if I can get Bu Carol to opine first, and then Bu Nining after, and Pak Sugianto after.
Thank you, Christy. That is probably the elephant in the room. I think that having Pak Budi as a health minister has been the progress. I mean, for the first time, we're able to be very transparent and have open conversations. He is very much aware, and he is making this a priority. And I know that it is also a priority for Pak Jokowi as well. I think that for foreign trained Indonesians coming back, the issue is not just time, but it's the uncertainty. I think that if they knew that it's going to take 2 years or 3 years or 4 years, at least they could prepare themselves. But we have people within our system who've been waiting for much longer than that. But I think that things are changing. Pak Budi has reiterated his commitment to make a breakthrough in this area. And I think that ultimately regulation has to change so that there is lasting change. Earlier this year, Pak Budi announced a new process for being accepted into the adaptation program. I was skeptical. I have to say, though, that some of our GPs waiting on that adaptation list have been accepted into the program. So I was very skeptical, but now that I'm seeing that something's moving, I think there's hope. And so for those of you listening, those of you who have healthcare training, wanting to come back, I think this is a good time.
Thank you, Bu Carol. That was very insightful. I think I forgot to mention there's in-person attendees here, but we are actually live streaming as well. And I've been getting texts as we're going through this panel around that exactly, the doctors that we interviewed for GIPA's own point of view paper. Perhaps Bu Nining, some thoughts around the reforms on the adaptation process.
Well, I'm glad to hear that it is now moving forward. I remember when I was the Consul General in Shanghai, and Pak Jokowi came to Shanghai, Hangzhou actually, for G20. The first question that was put forward to Pak Jokowi, and this was 2016, about the adaptation program. And it has been the question for over 5 years before it was presented to Pak Jokowi in 2016. So now I'm glad that it's going to there's some movement in this, and I believe you, Ibu, because you are in this sector, so you are witnessing it, yeah. But I couldn't agree more that regulation has to be changed and has to change. And I think all of us could, put forward. I know that GIPA has already had some kajian about this. I remember you had this, and then I think that's also one of the things that makes things better now. So applause to GIPA for this effort for initiative. But if these news are more spread, and a lot of students are encouraged to take study abroad on medicine, there are a lot of opportunities. For instance, I was approached when I was in Poland. I was approached by some doctor association. Then they said, we are ready to give a scholarship on medical, on the medicine school for Indonesian. But then, their concern is also about the adaptation, because it's going to become unattractive for students to do medicine, abroad, and they have to go to such tedious steps to be able to do the practice here. So I think I would really, hope out of this session, there would be more breakthrough, hopefully with GIPA has proven themselves that they are a voice that was heard by the government. So let's make it another effort to move it much further. So thank you.
Thank you, Bu Nining. Certainly encouraging to hear that. I think Pak Sugianto, over to you as well for thoughts on diaspora abroad.
Oke, mungkin saya mohon maaf, saya akan mencoba pakai bahasa Indonesia agar bisa menggambarkan dengan jelas gitu. Jadi sekali lagi saya sangat mengapresiasi forum ini, forum dari GIPA ini. Terus terang ini sebuah forum yang menurut hemat kami ini sebuah terobosan di mana para anak bangsa yang luar biasa ini berkumpul. Kami ingin menjelaskan sekali lagi apa yang tadi yang saya sampaikan, bahwa permasalahan di Indonesia itu terkait dengan tenaga kesehatan itu pada prinsipnya ada 3 hal. Masalah bagaimana produksi atau ketersediaan, kemudian distribusi, dan juga masalah kompetensi. Tadi yang seperti yang saya jelaskan, bagaimana tentunya distribusi itu mengalami katakanlah permasalahan terutama pada Indonesia Timur. Kemudian juga masalah produksi terkait dengan terutama dokter ataupun dokter spesialis. Jadi dalam konteks ini Kementerian Kesehatan sudah melaunch apa yang disebut dengan program adaptasi, di mana kita sudah selangkah lebih maju. Sebelumnya kita berdasarkan katakanlah university base, kita sudah sekarang berubah menjadi facility base. Kita sekarang sudah memiliki komite bersama adaptasi, kita sudah punya regulasinya, dan kita semua mengharapkan sekali terutama para diaspora untuk pulang kampung, pulang ke Indonesia. Kita juga punya katakanlah semacam tagline Indonesia memanggil anak bangsa. Jadi dalam kesempatan yang baik ini kami ingin mengajak para diaspora dan juga para talenta-talenta muda yang luar biasa yang notabene-nya para profesional untuk mari membangun bangsa terutama di sektor kesehatan. Saya sampaikan juga bahwa terkait dengan apa yang disampaikan oleh Ibu Caroline dari Rumah Sakit Siloam, kita di Kementerian Kesehatan memiliki 38 poltekes, politeknik kesehatan, yang tersebar di 33 provinsi minus Kalimantan Utara. Tapi ada 1 provinsi yang memiliki lebih dari 1. Ada di Jakarta ada 3, di Jawa Timur lebih dari 1, ada Malang, Surabaya, dan di Jawa Barat ada di Tasik sama di Bandung, dan sehingga seluruh Indonesia ada 38. Tapi pada intinya kita menghasilkan tenaga-tenaga kesehatan yang notabene bisa untuk mengisi. Dan tadi disebutkan oleh Ibu Caroline bahwa hasil uji kompetensi secara umum itu sekitar 50-an. Tapi di kami lulusan Poltekkes ini dari aspek kualitasnya sangat bagus, di atas 95%. Artinya ada bahkan sampai beberapa Poltekkes sudah sampai 100%. Ini menunjukkan kita di Kementerian Kesehatan juga sudah all out untuk memastikan terkait dengan bagaimana meningkatkan kualitas itu sendiri. Jadi saya kira secara umum forum ini sekali lagi apresiasi yang luar biasa. Kita big applause kepada forum ini yang notabene-nya bisa memberikan kontribusi terhadap kemajuan bangsa khususnya di sektor kesehatan. Semoga forum-forum ini bisa lebih sering dilakukan dan juga lebih konkret dalam bentuk peran terutama para diaspora. Saya kira itu yang ingin kami sampaikan. Sekali lagi terima kasih yang telah memfasilitasi forum ini. Terima kasih.
Thank you, Bapak Sugianto, Bu Nining, Bu Caroline. I think a lot of insights, a lot of alignment, but at the same time also a lot of room for discussion. And I think that's exactly why we host this type of forum. If something resonates, let's take the conversation forward. Just because the summit will end doesn't mean that the discussion and any of the debates we may have to stop at the event. This is exactly what we want, the start of discussions and the start of alignments. And for us here at GIPA, would be happy to help you connect with actual doctors, nurses abroad lot as well to get their perspectives firsthand. But Caroline, maybe if I can help find you some pulmonary oncologists, I'm sure we'll find in our database somewhere. But on that note, I would like to thank everybody for their time. I think even though it's hybrid, I think so far the materials that you've delivered has been very, very interesting with a lot of data points. So on behalf of everyone here, thank you for your time. And MC, I'll hand it back over to you.
Thank you, Christy.
Thank you, Christy.
Thank you, Christy.
Thank you very much to all of our speakers for the health segment today. Thank you very much, especially to Ambassador Siti Mauludia, the Senior Advisor to Foreign Minister for Diaspora and Sociocultural Affairs, and also to Ibu Caroline Riyadi, the CEO of Siloam Hospitals Group, and Mr. Sugianto, the Secretary of Director General for Health Workforce. Ladies and gentlemen, I do really hope that every one of you had a very pleasant afternoon, especially since everyone has been joining us from the beginning, from the earlier events on the plenary session, and also like today we have been going through some segments starting from the digital segment and health segments. It was very interesting how from all these speakers we have learned that Kemenkes having program and innovations to transform the lack of human capital in health through scholarships, training, knowledge transfer between diaspora and more. And also like we have also learned from Christy bringing the perspective from the Indonesian diasporas as well of how Indonesian doctors would really love to be able to contribute back to Indonesia, and the government has been facilitating that very well. And also we have heard as well the strength, how we Indonesia would love to strengthening global health architecture through identifying and creating initiative for global health priority issues, as it is also part of the Indonesia's G20 presidency priority on global health architecture. And ladies and gentlemen, we will now proceed to the next segment. This is also the last segment of this event, which is the green segment. On this event, we will be having our very important speaker. In this segment, we will be having a headline speech from Professor Purnomo Yusgiantoro. Professor Purnomo is the former Minister for Defense and former Minister of Energy and Mineral Resources. And Professor Yusgiantoro will be here joining us as soon as possible. And before that, I would like to ask all of the delegates, all the participants in this event, joining us virtually and in person to have some little breaks. If you want to have use the restroom, it is also available. And please enjoy the light refreshments such as coffee and tea. And we'll be back soon with the digital segment as soon as possible. Thank you and enjoy, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, now we have our headline speaker for today, Professor Purnomo Yusgiantoro, our former Minister of Defense and Minister of Energy and Mineral Resources, joining with us today. Terima kasih Pak Profesor Purnomo sudah hadir di acara ini.
Re-econing lagi, sebut lagi agendanya.
Ladies and gentlemen, I hope all of you had a very light refreshment, enjoyable from today's afternoon. Now we will be moving on to our next segment. While we have already receiving our very important speaker for today, in this segment, we will also be having the same arrangement. There will be a headline speech, and also there will be fireside chat, a moderated conversation, and the last activity from this segment will be the panel session with question and answers, especially on the green segments that will be moderated by our IPA representatives and all of our distinguished speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, now we would like to welcome our headline speaker, the headline speech by Professor Purnomo Yusgiantoro, the former Minister of Defense and Minister of Energy and Mineral Resources. Welcome, Bapak. The time is yours.
A very good afternoon to all of you, my dear friends. I am delighted to be in front of all of you here to give a speech in the Green Talent. First, I really appreciate to my friend Michael that come here from London and invited me to this very good conference, the prestigious event. Without taking much of the time that I would like to share with you what is really the green talent, especially that I will pick up the case in this country. You know, the first one that I would like to show you is when we talk about the green. You know, green is always beautiful. You know, when we talk about the sustainable development, when we talk about the net zero emission, when we talk about the sustainable development that related to the environment, then all these three things is important. You know, I'll show you the green one, you know, the green light and green dark, and then the blue one. But if you look at the slide here, the biggest color is in the blue one. That is an energy. So we're talking about the green talent, then I would relate it, our discussion to the blue one. That is the case of energy. Especially is the production of CO2 emission. This is the battle that I think all of us in the world here to cope with the net zero emission, especially also in this country that we are struggling very hard. If we look at here, what is really important, if we talk about the green talent in the energy sector, I would summarize three big factors involved. The first one is the capital, you know, the money, the fund, you know. So nothing we can do without the fund. If we want to do the, let's say the clean technology, you want to do the green projects, it's always number one is the capital investment. And the bad news is, and the green talent is that the capital here is capital intensive, you know. It's not like the business and other commodities. The second one is the technology. Also, what we need in the green talent is the technology intensive, you know. That sometimes it's not that easy to get that in the developing countries, like what we are now in Indonesia. Now, the third one that we focused this afternoon is the human capital. Human capital is not human resources. It's higher than that. The need for professionalism, skill, education, training, you know. And the human capital can also be depreciated if you not keeping up from time to time. The next one, the next slide is, I would like to show you, you know, what is really the Human Development Index in this country. I have to be frankly open to you that in this country is still low. You know, if you look at the dot line for Indonesia is still, you know, the point is 8.2, in which then we should be. Now it's in the 13.6. Why we are low in this country? You know, please do not look at only in Jakarta. You know, we have about now close to 300 million people. And some of them also live in the rural area. Some of them live in the remote areas, you know. And if we look at the education, you know, usually in the elementary school is 6 years, and then in the junior high is 3 years, in the senior high is 3 years. So you total together is about plus the diploma certificate, you know, total is about 13.6. That's what we dream to achieve, that Human Development Index. the human index, but now it's still 8.2. So we still have to climb, to achieve that 13.6. But actually, we want to talk about the Human Development Index, under the UNESCO, under the World Bank, it's consisting of the 3 factors. One is life expectancy in this country. And then the second one is the income per capita. We are low. Even we are one of the countries in the G20, but if we divide it by the population, which I told you about 300 million people approximately, then the income per capita in our country is still low, A couple of years ago, income per capita was at the level of close to $4,000 per capita. But because of the pandemic, because of the economic turmoil, now that dropped to below the $4,000 per capita. And that will also dragging down the Human Development Index. And especially now, if you look at the education related that I mentioned to you before, we still have to climb from 8.2 to 13.6. So actually the overall Human Development Index is 0.7, and we are, in the region is still, lower, compared to, of course, some other countries in the region like Singapore, like Malaysia, but there's different reason for that Human Development Index is low. Next that I would like to show you within 10 minutes, because the committee gave me only 10 minutes to speak, to give the presentation, is the important thing for the pentahelix cooperation. What is the pentahelix? The first one is the public authorities. In the developing country is slightly different with the one that in the developed countries, where the market is still dragging the based on the market economy. In this in the developing countries, the role of the government is very important. Government intervention is very important. So the public authority is very important to formulate the policy, And the second one is industry. Well, you can see here industry is open, for the program for the student, they create the opportunity for the job, and also is the place, for giving the training, giving the developing of professionalisms for the human resources to become the human capital. And then the academia is important too, I'm now still teaching in the Bandung Institute of Technology, and I am a founder of the Defense University, where I feel that the innovation for the young professional is very important. The place how that we can increase our professionalisms, education, our skills, academia is very important. And then the important thing that I would like to mention to you, now the development of the curriculum is now tend to move to what we call it the strategic studies, and it's not many that we have in this country yet. I know some of the university have that strategic study in which they study the multidisciplines, in order to achieve the human capital. And then NGO, NGO is also very important in here, You can see it's provided training. I knew one of the NGO when I was in the government that really doing the good job, They are building the hydropower before. They encourage the local people, the young local people to do it, But of course, the funding, some coming from overseas, for the investment, and then for the maintenance and operation costs, they pick up from from the local, by paying back the electricity. And then the citizen, like us, is also playing the big roles, in developing the human capital development. Because of that, citizen is the active support, for the low carbon emission. I think with that, then I would conclude, my 10 minutes presentation. Then probably we can start some kind of interaction between you and us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your speech, Professor Purnomo Yusgiantoro. Professor, if you may, please remain on your seat as we will now proceed with the fireside chat that will be moderated by the Chairman of GIPA, Mr. Steven Marcelino. Over to you, Mr. Steven.
Check. Thanks, Prof. Pur, to share some of your insights, especially the pentahelix on developing green workforce. That's the first time I heard about it. No wonder, when can you hear from such a legend who really understands about energy security, the geopolitics tension from his portfolio as former energy minister and former defense minister, and also who leads OPEC on one of its heyday. But I think we're certainly delighted again. So ladies and gents, please join me to give a round of applause to Professor Purnomo Yusgiantoro. We first delighted when he went to London and inspired to many Indonesian professionals. And that day still really resonates with me and many of our folks back in London. But now, turning into green talents, Prof. Pur. I think certainly it's great that you have shared some of your outlook and some of your suggestions. I wonder if you're able to share how big is the gap between the supply and demand for green talents in Indonesia? Will the current energy crisis and geopolitics tension that we all feel across major powers will accelerate the sustainability transition or not? So keen to hear a little bit of your thoughts.
Yeah, thank you, Mahil. The first one that I would like to share with you, that I show you before in the second slide, is the gap between the human development index, between the human index, what we are today, the actual one, and what we dream to achieve. I show you the numbers 13.2, and the current level is about 8 point something. So we still have to catch up that. That's for the human resources, not the human capital. The human capital is more than that. It's below that. Why? Because the human capital is the human that's like a capital. Like I told you before, is human capital can be depreciated, and that is human that is rich of experience, rich of knowledge, rich of innovation, rich of skill. But then the issue is then more worsen when we are talking the green energy. Why? Because I mentioned to you, in the green talent, you need to have the capital intensive one. You need to have the technological intensive. And then you have to have the human capital. So, the homework is there in order to achieve this, the gap. So the gap is not only in the human capital, yes, in the human capital, but still, you have also in the technology and in the economic and the capital. Let me mention to you, the program that we have in year 2024, that we plan to achieve 23% is the new and renewable energy developed in this country. I have to tell you frankly, today it's only 11%. So a lot of work that you have to do to achieve 23%. Now, why? Because the fossil fuel is still dominant in this country. Fortunately also that this country, the oil is depleted, the gas is still okay, the coal, it's huge of reserve. The coal reserve in this country is for 70 years. But if you convert the resources to become the proof reserve, the coal in this country will be until 250 years ago. So if I will have to mention to keep the gap small, let's study, let's learn from South Africa. When before, you remember, long time ago, the South Africa was embargoed by the Western countries. And then what they did, they have a lot of coal. So they liquefy the coal to become the oil. And then it's cleaner, it's better. So if you're talking the gap, then you're not only talking the human capital, but you also have to understand how that structure of our energy exists in this country. And also, of course, the human capital, I agree with you, you have to fight with it, but still, the pentahelix have to work hard on that one. Yeah.
Sure. Thanks, Prof. Purnomo. And I think you're right. This is certainly a growing issue that we have to solve in the ongoing climate crisis. Now, I want to turn to your personal story, Prof. Purnomo. Before maybe, if the organizing committee allow me to just have one question from the audience, if that's okay, we're gonna pick just one question later. But just turning to you, and earlier on the table, we had a short discussion that you spent, about 8 years in the US, sort of studying and working there, and then you decided to come back. Are you able to walk us through a little bit around that story? What's on your mind? Because there are some of the hub leaders who work overseas and maybe thinking the same thing, or whether maybe it's better to sort of stay and work abroad, or should we come back? What's your story?
About me?
Yes, about you.
This is like a testimony.
Yeah.
And let me make sure with you that I don't want to give the wrong signal to them. You're asking
your experience when you were in the US and
yes,
when you were decided whether is this the right choice to go back.
Well, this is really, really personal. I lived there in US for 9 years, actually. I worked in US for 2 years. I was in Colorado for 2 years. And then next 2 years, I was in California. So it was 4 years. And then I decided to bring all my family to US, stay there, and get the graduate study until I finished. Then after that, I did teach the university there. I did teach economic in the University of Colorado. Until finally, somewhat, I think I mentioned to her, probably you can stand up. Her grandfather, isn't it? Her grandfather, he was the Minister of Trade, I think, Professor Sumitro Joyo Hadikusumo invited me back. So I was like you, diaspora. I was fooling around in US, and then in 1988, I was back here, and then joined first the Professor Sumitro's group, and then joining the government, and then starting my career in the government until I finished. But then when I finished my serving to the government, then I returned back to my school. I've been teaching now at school for so many years, and I'm happy mixing with the young people. I enjoy that, and I put myself specialized in the mining and energy in the defense. So I made here what we call it the Purnomo Yusgiantoro Center. It's non-profit independent organization. We are not belong to any organization. We are here to serve the countries, to help the countries in the field of mining and energy and defense and security. I don't know, that's enough or not?
Yeah, of course. And if you want to learn more about PYC and Purnomo Yusgiantoro Center, there's a booth outside for you to get more information and some of the books published by Prof. Pur. Okay, well, I think we'll just open up any questions from anyone on the audience. If you just raise your hand and introduce yourself, that'd be great. Yeah, Mas Reda, if someone want to help just to put. Try again.
Tes. Okay.
Nah, that works.
So good afternoon, Pak.
Yeah.
So my question is, when you found this Purnomo Yusgiantoro Center, Pak, what was your initial motive back then?
And you established PYC after your term as defense minister.
Yes. I mentioned to you before that I live in US for 9 years.
Yeah.
And then I returned back here in Indonesia, and then I served the government as a civil servant. And after I finished with the government, I returned back to my school, to Bandung Institute of Technology. And also I'm not teaching the University of Defense, the university that I founded, with the former president of Indonesia. And then I was thinking that no, my serving to this country is not yet over. I need to do something that I can contribute to this country, the one that I belong. So what I did, I formed the Purnomo Yusgiantoro Center, the center that is not profitable, it's non-profit, and also is independent. It always remember in my mind, when you live, like I think I heard the most of you also coming from overseas, you always travel around the country. So when I was in US, I went to Arlington. That I remember, in John F. Kennedy's cemetery. They said, don't ask what the country can do for you, but ask yourself what you can do for the country. That things put in my mind until now. I never ask what the country can do for me, but I ask myself what I can do for the country. That is one of my expression, is to form the Purnomo Yusgiantoro Center, non-profit and independent. We don't make money, but of course, if somebody come to me and give the money, I'll take it. Being the human being. So with that, then I'm happy, and also, being the senior people in this country that I serve, giving that what my knowledge to the young people. So I'm happy in my school in Bandung Institute of Technology. Usually the senior professor is always teaching the graduate school, the master program. No, in my case, I am teaching the undergrads. I'm teaching the young people here. I groom them, I twist them, so they understand now, the art of the knowledge. So I'm teaching the undergrad, I'm teaching the graduate school, and I am happy in this kind of positions. And I do hope with you that please, wherever you are, outside the Indonesia, but please remember, you have the beloved country here. That is Indonesia. And just remember what John F. Kennedy said. Don't ask what the country can do for you, but ask yourself what you can do for the country. Thank you.
Fantastic, and I think that's inspiring stories for everyone. Let's give a round of applause to Prof. Purnomo Yusgiantoro. A huge thanks, Prof. Pur, for your remarks and also your brilliant story. This is gonna resonate with many of us. Thank you, Prof.
Thank you, folks.
Thank you. We also would like to greet the B20 Sherpa, Pak Riza Lukman, who just joined us, with Mas Ian, I saw, who is basically the guardian of our G20 presidency. Also with our green panel speakers and moderator. I'm gonna hand over back to Diva to invite our moderator. Diva, over to you.
Thank you very much, Pak Steven. And of course, thank you very much to our headline speaker for this segment, Professor Purnomo Yusgiantoro. Thank you very much, Bapak, for coming here. It was such a wonderful conversation with Bapak Steven as well earlier. So now, ladies and gentlemen, we will be proceeding to the next panel session with question and answer, still on the digital segment. This session will be moderated by Mr. Wilbert Angrendo. Mr. Wilbert is the head of IPA Middle East, and Mr. Wilbert is a senior consultant with Kearney Dubai, focusing on the trade, investment, and defense sector. To Mr. Wilbert, we would like to welcome you to the stage.
Check. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the Green Panel in this Global Human Capital Summit. And in this Green Panel, we have heard a lot about the importance of human capital and in this most pressing issue about transitioning to a greener culture. Now, in this panel specifically, we are honored to have two prominent speakers who are gonna talk more about what are the initiatives, challenges, as well as the potential solutions that we can do together to address the talent gap in green talent. So without further ado, I would like to invite our first speaker, Mr. Zaid Zadiansyah. Bapak, I would like you please to share the stage. A brief profile about Mr. Said. Mr. Said is the Deputy Country Director for Indonesia at the Asian Development Bank. He has been working with the ADB for over 20 years, primarily within its legal function. Previously, he has also served as the President of the Indonesia Diaspora Network Global. He is also currently as a member of Board of Trustees. He started his career as a lawyer with the Baker McKenzie. Vice Said, welcome. Introducing our second speaker, we have with us today Ms. Gita Shahrir. Please everyone give a round of applause. Ms. Gita Shahrir is currently Special Advisor to the Coordinating Minister for Maritime and Investment Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia. Ms. Shahrir is also a serial entrepreneur with a passion for learning and development. She co-founded and also was CEO of R Fitness, Indonesia's largest online and offline boutique fitness brand. Both of our speakers today share a lot of passion about diaspora, and I couldn't help but to be very excited to discuss more. And without further ado, I would like to pass the opportunity to Pak Said to deliver his opening remarks. Pak Said, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Wilbert. Thank you, GIPA, for Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat sore untuk teman-teman semua. Pertama-tama saya ucapkan terima kasih. I'd like to first of all extend my gratitude to GIPA, the Global Indonesian Professional Association, Stephen Marsliano, a good friend of mine, Wilbert, my fellow panelists, Ibu Gita Syahrir, obviously, Pak Rizal Lukman, the Serpa of B20, and colleagues, friends who are here today, for the opportunity to give a bit of an overview on how we can boost green talents in Indonesia. I understand that we have limited time, so I'll try to go very fast on my presentation, and then we can have further Q&A to explore further some of the points that I may be raising here. So next slide. So Indonesia has a vision to be an advanced country by 2045, to be the fifth largest economy. But that is not something that we can take for granted that it will happen. There are certain prerequisites for that to be achieved. First and foremost is for us to be able to generate a 6% annual average real GDP growth until 2045, right? And another factor that needs to be considered is that we do need to strengthen our human capital. And therefore, it is not surprising when President Joko Widodo delivered his inauguration speech on 20th of October 2019, the first point that he raised, or the first priority of his administration, was basically strengthening human capital, with diaspora being a great part of that process. Next slide. Now, when you look at the education level in Indonesia, so we want to be an advanced country by 2045. Human capital development is a key agenda of President Joko Widodo's administration. But when you look at the situation today, as it happens, when you look at the high school graduate, it's 67.46% by 2021. So it is not yet universal. Next slide. And despite efforts to improve the teaching force, we do have to note that in terms of the PISA result, right, we still are ranked pretty low in that regard. So this is not the most recent data, but when you look at, I think, the 2021 data, Indonesia is ranked 71 out of 79 countries. But here you could see that Indonesia is ranked lower than some of our neighboring countries, Thailand, Malaysia. I think the only country in ASEAN that is considered under the PISA assessment that we are higher from would be the Philippines. But mind you, the Philippines has 10 years of basic education. We have 12 years, right? So that's also a factor to consider. Only in 2016 that Philippines has K-12 program. Before that was 10 years. So that's a factor that we need to consider as well. So our PISA is probably one of the lowest among the countries assessed, and the second lowest in ASEAN among countries assessed by PISA. Next slide. Tertiary education is also still low compared to those in other G20 countries. Only South Africa is lower than Indonesia. Next slide. So that's in terms of the numbers. But when you look at the quality, so I'm trying to sort of make a comparison between quantity and quality. So when you look at the quality as well, unfortunately, when you look at the top 20, we are only three universities or 4 universities in Indonesia, or 5 rather, make the top 20. But the highest ranked Indonesian universities under the QS ranking is still ranked 231. So it's still relatively low, and the 9th rank in ASEAN, right? When you look at NUS, you look at NTU, they are the top 2 universities. In fact, if you look at NTU, and NUS and NTU, they are even among the top 20 universities in the world. I mean, and they are our neighbor in ASEAN, right? So there is still some way for us to go. Next slide. But not all is gloomy, right? So there are bright spots. Science and technology are receiving increasing attention in the national policy agenda. For some time there was a dedicated research and technology ministry, but now we have the government is trying to reform the science and technology institutions. So having this integrated to make sure there is a common platform, a common corridor, a common approach to the research institute in Indonesia through BRIN. A number of technology parks, innovation centers, and incubators have been established in recent years. I'm pleased to inform that ADB, Asian Development Bank, the organization that I belong to, is heavily supporting the government in this regard. Entrepreneurial activities has also scored some major success. We have around 10 to 11 unicorn decacorns, right? Among them, Gojek, which is a decacorn, Tokopedia, Traveloka, and Bukalapak. And there are many more. So there are bright spots. We are entrepreneurial, and when we want to do something, we can, properly, we can do it right. Next slide. I would be remiss, right, not to mention a little bit of what we do, but I'll go very quickly. You can get the slides later to get a bit more information. But we are actively supporting the government in this regard, right? Because we are a development partner of the government. The government has a strong agenda on human capital development. We are obliged to support them in that regard. So we have a number of programs, Polytechnic Education Development Project, 34 polytechnics that we supported to make sure that their curriculum are aligned with industry needs. We have program as well, which we call AICPA, looking into upgrading universities in Riau, Universitas Riau, Universitas Jambi, Universitas Malikul Saleh in North Aceh, as well as Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia in Bandung, through provision of new infrastructure and teaching equipment. We want to make sure that these equipments are also sort of meet with the green campus requirements. We also provide teacher training, developing center of excellence, and strengthening partnership with industry. That is the same thing that we're doing as well with the Polytechnic, trying to do a link and match with the industry. In addition to that, we also supported ITS, Institut Teknologi Surabaya, through a different loan. And in that loan, or in that intervention, we also supported we are also supporting Universitas Lampung, ITS, to basically create an innovation center in certain areas. Universitas Lampung is to construct a teaching hospitals and medical research center, and expanding partnership with industry. And now we are processing a loan as well to strengthen the science and technology park at UI, UGM, ITB, IPB, by providing research facilities. These are the top 4 centers of excellence in Indonesia. So as you can see, we are very much involved in the education sector, particularly at the tertiary level. Next slide. Now, so that I've given you a bit in terms of the state of the, let's say, human capital in Indonesia, briefly, right? Now, in terms of the green agenda, we want to achieve net zero by 2060. This is a commitment the Indonesian government has expressed in COP26, right, in Glasgow. Current share of national electricity mix is 11% of renewable energy, but when you look at the target of energy mix by 2045 is to have 23%. That's not, that should have been made a bit more clear. 23% of new and renewable energy. So we are still, we are in 2022, but we still have some gap to go in order to achieve that target of 23% of renewable energy by 2025. Next slide. Yeah, but how do we then meet the human capital need for this? So you could see that we have an ambitious, relatively ambitious target for renewable energy for our green agenda, but there are certain issues with the human capital. The challenge is often, between the quality and skills mismatch, particularly as the need for renewable energy is growing. If you could look at here, top graduates produced by higher education institutions in energy conservation, physics, engineering is still much lower than other types of engineering. And also when you look at basically graduates of engineering faculties with that of the social sciences, you still see that the majority are still in social sciences. And that even in SMCs, the renewable energy engineering is much lower than other types of engineering. So we do need to take note of the fact that number of students and graduates in green energy engineering is the lowest than other engineering degree, and therefore new courses and degree programs covering green sectors is essential at both higher education and TVET. Next slide. This is just a brief overview of how we are supporting. I mentioned earlier how ADB is supporting the education, the human capital agenda. This is how we're supporting the Indonesia Green Agenda. We have provided around over $3 billion in funding since 2012 for helping Indonesia achieve the Green Agenda. I'll share the slides, and you could, for you to include this in terms of as reference material for that purpose. Next slide. Other key initiatives that we're doing, I just want to speak a little bit on this. ETM, Energy Transition Mechanism. Pak Purnomo mentioned earlier that Indonesia still has abundance of fossil fuel, including coal power plant. We want to, as much as possible, try to help retire earlier coal-fired power plant or repurpose the coal-fired power plant, right? To unlock investments in clean energy and enable just transition. We launched together with Ibu Sri Mulyani and Secretary Paul Dominguez from the Philippines a partnership on energy transition mechanisms, and we are looking to be able to help the government basically to be able to make some announceables in G20 Leader Summit. If you look at the G20 Leader Summit, one of the 3 priority agenda is energy transition. The other 2 being global health architecture and digital transformation. The third is energy transition, and the government is planning to make some announceables on this, and we are working to support that. We're also supporting the government recently in the launch of the energy transition mechanism country platform. We have also SDG Indonesia SDG Indonesia 1 Green Financing Facility that's also helping to finance, providing blended financing mechanism for green infrastructure projects, making financing of green infrastructure cheaper, also in terms of helping prepare the taxonomy of green infrastructure. Then we have ASEAN Catalytic Green Finance Facility, another blended finance mechanism for the green, to help the government in terms of building green infrastructure. But in the case of ACGF, it's not Indonesia specific, it's more for ASEAN, but it can also be tapped for Indonesia. And we are looking at doing a number of projects in this regard, including possibly the electrification of Transjakarta, for example. Next slide. Another challenge that we have, right, here is R&D, research and development. The expenditure is low compared to its regional peers. So in Indonesia, when you look at it compared to GDP, right, there should be a percentage of GDP here, is 0.08%. When you look at the role of the private sector, right, the role of private sector in R&D is 26% in Indonesia. ASEAN is 46%. And this is, these numbers are repeated, right, in different categories as well. So challenge is also in research and development. The government is trying to basically provide some tax, super deduction in tax and so forth, trying to promote this, but this is still a challenge in terms of R&D. Next slide. Next slide. So what are some of the policy recommendations? This is my last slide. One option is to offer study programs that are relevant to industry needs in the green sector, training, provide market-driven training and retraining programs in green sector, including through competency certification. We need to ride on the digitalization wave, making trainings available on online platform to increase opportunities to learn new skills and knowledge, including in green sector. And the role of diaspora. Most of you here are Indonesian diaspora. I used to be the president of Indonesian Diaspora Network Global. So I do understand, I do realize the importance of the Indonesian diaspora. So Indonesia needs to incentivize Indonesian abroad, especially those with Indonesian talent, to work in Indonesia and encourage Indonesian talents to work abroad. So there have been certain initiatives by the government in order to incentivize Indonesian talents to work in Indonesia. When you look at MRT, for example, at one point MRT, out of 5 BOD members, 2 were basically diaspora. Now we have only 1, Ibu Sylvia Halim. When Pak Luhut, had the office of the president, he basically tapped into Indonesian diaspora. Pak Darmo who was then deputy chief of staff 1, and then Pak Yanwar Nugroho. And also, Pak Eric now is trying to bring in also Indonesian diaspora to come and return and work in SOEs. We have a number of board of directors of several SOEs who are Indonesian diaspora. Among them, for example, Saleh Ayubi, who's the director for director for biopharma, Silvano Rumantir, who's this director in BNI, and many others. But there has to be a more strategic approach to bring diaspora in and contribute to the country. Diaspora doesn't have to come to Indonesia to contribute, but obviously coming to Indonesia is one way. Indonesian diasporas have three ways to sort of contribute to the country. One is through knowledge, share knowledge to fellow Indonesians. Second is basically through mobilization of resources, your own capital or capital from other sources that you have. And third is the network. Indonesian diasporas have network that Indonesians often need. That's why I'm very impressed, and I salute Stephen for the great work that he's done through his many ventures to be able to connect, right, among Indonesian policymakers with, let's say, the UK business community, with the UK leaders. That is what Indonesian diaspora should be doing, add value. And therefore, the norm that people have in the past, that Indonesian diaspora is brain drain, is actually not correct. At the end of the day, Indonesian diaspora can very much be a brain gain. But another point that we need to make sure is so it's not just now a brain gain, but also brain circulation. Indonesian diaspora should also think about how they can contribute to the country in the country, while Indonesians in the country should also find ways to be able to work abroad and learn from other countries and by working in other countries and so forth. And I'm pleased to see that this is something, the spirit is something that I'm seeing more and more among the younger generations. This is not something that I'm seeing as much in the older generation, but certainly in the younger generation. And I'm trying to walk the talk as well. My family, my siblings are all Indonesian diaspora. I've got a brother who's with OPEC Fund in Vienna. I've got another brother who's the head of strategy development in Ericsson. I've got a sister who's basically a professor or associate professor in ANU. So they all plan to come back at some point, but by adding value when they come back and contribute to the country. And then the role of private sector, encouraging private sector's contribution in developing talents, such as through corporate universities and staff training. So let me end there. Apologies if I may have spoken a bit longer than I should. Thank you so much. Yeah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Pak. Thank you very much, Pak Said, for your opening remarks. We're all very enlightened by his insights. And without further ado, I would like to invite our second speaker, Ms. Gita Shahrir, to deliver her opening remarks. Ms. Gita, the floor is yours.
Okay, so this is hard because I'm talking at the last segment. All of you are probably wanting some coffee or tea. Right now, your WhatsApp is probably blowing up because you've been here all day. And also, I'm talking after several ministers and ex-ministers. So this is going to be fun. So I'll do something that everyone else hasn't done, which is I have no slides. I have no data. No info, no nothing here. So, if you would like to take that early coffee break, I definitely will not be offended. But since we're talking about green talent, I have a secret. I kind of lied. I said that I care about green talent. Actually, not very true. I care about all talents. The reason is when we say green talent, we immediately think engineering, STEM, math, right? We think immediately those things, right? But actually what I see today in Indonesia is not just we need more math talent, more engineering, more this, more this. We actually need a lot of everything. And one thing that I see is this lack of focus on seeing all talent as being very valuable. Because if you look at the green economy, it's not just about the best technology, it's also about how are you going to manage your finances, green finance. Green bonds, that is its own thing. Then if we're gonna think about green energy and a green Indonesia one day, you also have to think about workplace culture. How do you make it more inclusive? Because that requires optimizing the entire people, the entire community. Okay, fine. How are you going to make your place more inclusive for women, women with children, single women with children? All of those things will come into play. So it's not as simple as, oh, green talent. Yeah, let's make sure everybody goes to MIT, get their engineering degree, everything will be fine. This is a very holistic issue. It happens on all fronts. So right now, if you are here thinking, what do I have to do with green economy? I'm just a lawyer. I'm just an accountant. Actually, you are needed in all of these things. Because as we create a more green economy and a more green future, what happens is there will be legal questions, accounting questions, finance questions, management questions that will come up that will require creative, active solutions. So I think I can iterate what Luhut, Pak Purnomo, and all of the esteemed guests before Ibu Shinta, they actually all have said only one thing throughout. There's been one theme, and you could see the theme happening, including with the GIPA conference itself, which is, by the way, a collection of people voluntarily, literally spending so much time, effort, their own money, and everything to create a movement. This is the ultimate in Indonesian gotong royong. Right? These are people literally coming together. There's like people in Paris, Netherlands, just Zooming each other for like 2 years in order to make what we see today. That's what happens if there's a collective. And that's what happens when individuals look outside of yourself and rather than go, what can you give me? Government, what can you do? Like, my boss, what can you give me? This is what happens when you say, actually stop. This is what I can do. And this is how I can empower other people to do with me. This is the GIPA conference. So if you can see this happening in a conference of this scale with people doing this voluntarily, not getting paid at all, living everywhere around the world, then imagine what you can do with your current skills in finance, in accounting, in law, in everything that you do. And imagine that contributing to a green Indonesia. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ita, for your amazing opening remarks. I believe we are all very excited to hear now the second half of this panel, where we will spend with them answering a few questions, and I also will give some opportunity for the audience later to ask some questions to our two speakers today. Quickly after all the opening remarks, I would like to address the first question to Pak Said. Pak Said, you have mentioned a lot of initiatives and also challenges in terms of building this green talent and achieving our net zero target. My question to you is more about, so how can Indonesian professionals and also Indonesian workforce across government, across private sector, across even academia can take an active role in helping us achieve this goal?
Thank you so much, Wilbert. That's a very very interesting question. I think at the end of the day, I mean, this is not a government agenda. I think this is a national agenda. And I say national, I mean, this is an agenda of the entire, it has to be an agenda of the entire population, right? In terms of, let's say, achieving net zero emission target by 2060 and other, being able to achieve 23% renewable energy within 2025, let's say. But in order to do this, there has to be a concerted effort by Indonesian professionals, by the government, and when I say Indonesian professionals here, I do refer to both Indonesian professionals in the country as well as the diaspora. I think the Indonesian diaspora play a huge part in this regard, because Indonesian diaspora, the beauty of Indonesian diaspora is that you are living in a ecosystem that is different from here, and so therefore you're bringing in new mindset. You're bringing in not new but different mindset, right? You may be able to sort of see what works in one place, what didn't work in other places. What are the challenges that other countries have done in order to secure some of its green agenda and so forth. So I think it is important for that cross-fertilization among the Indonesian professionals, particularly, right, abroad and in the country. The organization that I used to chair, which is Indonesian Diaspora Network Global, have previously tried to engage in a number of knowledge sharing among the Indonesian diaspora and the Indonesian professionals here. And I think GIPA is actually a very good vehicle for this as well. That's why I think I salute, again, I kudos to GIPA for organizing this global human capital summit, because by having this event, you're also sharing the views and not just of Indonesian policymakers, Indonesian professionals, but hopefully Indonesian professionals in the country, but also Indonesian professionals abroad, in terms of what is it that have helped certain countries achieve some of their green agenda, and what can we learn from that perspective. So I think that cross-fertilization, that brain circulation, again, I sort of come back to that theme, is essential and crucial, and GIPA has a role in that regard. Okay, let me stop there.
Yeah, totally agree, Pak Said. And anytime we're happy to support you as well with the cross-fertilization and also the brain circulation initiatives. Now to Bagita. You mentioned a very important point about culture just now, and we have also discussed this a little bit. I think this is a topic that is not commonly talked yet, but I believe this is a very important enabler to attract talent across green, digital, and health. But specifically on green talent, what do you think are the initiatives that we need to do to embrace a new culture so that a workplace become very attractive for this green talent?
Yeah, okay. Workplace culture. This is going to be testy, fun. Yeah. Okay. I think everybody in this entire room can easily agree with me that I'm a millennial. Millennial and Gen Z have different calculations in terms of a work-life quality, right? And I'm pretty sure you've seen all the research. I mean, you can literally Google this like right now. I don't need to show anything. Like, you've seen all the research, all the McKinsey, all of the data showing that workplace culture really matters. It really matters. Because actually, when you look at the movement of people, people don't necessarily move because of taxes. They actually move because of quality of life. And yes, financial is big part of that, but so is air quality. So is work-life balance, which the older generation are like, what? But you know that is a challenge. You know that this is what people are looking for. So actually, this isn't a green talent thing. This is a talent thing. Fact is, if you're trying to attract the millennial and Gen Z, which are literally like the future and the future of workers and the future of leaders, this really has to be kept in mind. And when we think about workplace culture, this is more than just a ping pong table. Like, this is more than just free coffee, This is something much bigger. This is a structural question. And that's why it's so hard to answer. Because now I'm putting on my, boss hat, because I also have companies. We have shareholders to answer to. We have investors to answer to. So there are variables that will make us go, what is the ROI in this? And of course, the easy answer is the ROI will come in 5 years, which is factual, right? The ROI is usually in the mid to long term. But then the real question becomes, are you going to be one of those brave ones? And you may have short-term implications when you do this that'll really invest into workplace culture, because that is its own question. I wonder, why isn't there something like a culture like Google in Indonesia, where people go, oh yeah, I really want to work there. People kill themselves trying to work there. Why aren't there bosses where people go, oh, I love my boss? all I hear about on social media is this toxic, blah, blah, blah. You know, favorite word of the year, toxic. It's true. But why isn't that an alarm bell? Why aren't companies actually going, yeah, I don't want to be toxic. I want to be a place that people who work with me want to be in. Yes, and I agree. I think public sector has a massive thing that we can do here. At the same time, I really believe in public-private partnership, as in, as I said before, and as all the other speakers have said before me too, it's not as simple as just look to the other person and go, hey, you have more power than me, what can you give me? What's really great here now too is, actually, if you can make things hectic enough, you can also make the decision makers pay attention. We've done this many times. Indonesia is very good with memviralkan. We're great at it. And you must accept that things have changed because unfortunately, viralkan kind of works. So yes, I think workplace culture is one of those things everybody knows is very important. The question is, who's brave enough to take that first step to really make workplace culture a priority, to really make inclusivity a priority, to really make it more than just ping pong tables and free pizza, but make it into something that people want to go to and contribute to. That's a challenge.
Thank you a lot, Mbak Gita. That's a very impressive answer. Okay, we have a couple more minutes left, and I would like to give an opportunity for any audience who would like to ask to our speakers here. Please state your name and institution, please, and your question.
Check. Good afternoon, distinguished speakers and chair. My name is Vivi. I'm from Purnomo Yusgiantoro Center, and I have two questions for all distinguished speakers. The first one will be, I'm curious about your opinion about just transition. What do you think about the injustice, especially in education sector, in terms of just transition? What are the injustices that we should be address about the transition? And then I also curious about what do you think about the gender dimension in this transition? And the second question will be about, I want to know about your opinion. What if we introduce the real world problem in earlier stage to the students? Like for example, what do you think if we introduce to the high school student about the industry as well? So it's not only the vocational school, but probably from SMP as well. So that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think I would like to give the opportunity to Baswedan to address that question.
Yeah, thank you so much, Wilbert. Excellent questions. On just transition, that's a very, very important question that you've asked. Now, ADB is trying to promote energy transition mechanism, which is the earlier retirement of coal-fired power plant to renewable energy. That has implications, that has positive implications for the climate, right? For achieving our net zero emission target. But we have to be mindful that there are people that will be affected. There are those who have been working in a coal-fired power plant companies for years and years and years. Suddenly they may be laid off. And there are communities who are basically living or working or providing for either for the plant, as suppliers, or they have a canteen that's providing for the employees of that fire power plants and so forth. So one of the things that ADB is trying to promote, my apologies that I do mention a little bit about ADB, is only fair because I can't come and speak in this forum without mentioning a little bit about the organization that I work for, is that we are trying to also push for a just transition roadmap, right? So how can we make sure that people who are affected by the energy transition can continue to have their livelihood? We want to avoid a scenario like Detroit, for example, like Pittsburgh in the early 80s. Pittsburgh was a steel city. But because of the fact that that was no longer attractive, or Detroit was a car manufacturer city, then suddenly, when the car manufacturing companies had to leave, the city deteriorated. That you had to pay people to go and live in Detroit. That you had to go and, Pittsburgh had a better story than Detroit. But Detroit is now, as I understand, trying to rejuvenate itself. So we have to avoid the stories of Pittsburgh, the stories of, I think in the UK, there may be Sheffield as well, that had also some problems because it was mainly, I think it may have been Steel City as well. But we want to avoid scenario. We have to avoid scenarios like that. Gender dimension is also considered in that regard, right? So just transition is a very important part of the energy transition. ADB is trying to also not just promote energy transition, but also we have an energy transition mechanism that we're trying to promote in Indonesia, in the Philippines, but also eventually in other countries in Asia Pacific. But we're also trying to promote at the same time just transition. So that is also an important part. And in just transition, obviously gender dimension should also be considered, right? I think in my view, you cannot do any form of development without taking into account 50% of the population. Right? There is no growth, right, without active participation of all segments of the population, regardless of gender, background, creed, and so forth. So for me, in my view, gender dimension is very important. You have to make sure that gender that there is gender equity, there is gender empowerment in all areas, particularly in Indonesia, where I do find that there is still some form of, maybe it's more of a social norm. Yeah, there is still some form of gender discrimination. So that is something that I think we do need to address. On your other point, in terms of how to make sure that our graduates are work ready, my son just graduated from high school, and is going to university. I'm still very excited about that. So I'm speaking a little bit on from a personal perspective. So he's going to University of Manchester. So I was looking at the curriculum. One of the in the curriculum, they have industrial placement for 1 year. So he can graduate in 4 years with 1 year of work experience. That is part of his university degree, right? And so he's got to study abroad for a semester, and that will allow him to have exposure to different universities around one of the universities in other parts of the world. And also he will have 1 year of experience working in an area relevant to his study. I think if we could think of something like that, right? Make sure that university graduate, when they finish school, they have solid. They don't have to have solid working experience, but they have they have skills that are ready to be applied. I was a law student in Fakultas Hukum Universitas Indonesia. I have to be very frank, right? I learned a lot of things when I was in UI, right? I learned a lot in UI, but I didn't really learn a lot about law. I learned more when I started working with Baker McKenzie. So that became my real law school. Right? Law education really started in HHP, in Hadi Putranto, Hadinoto and Partners. I think if we could make our school, our university experience such that people can also have that ready skill available for real life experience, I think that would be fantastic.
That will be amazing.
Yeah, thank you. Let me stop there.
And just mindful of time, I would like to open floor for one more question, the next 2-3 minutes for Mbak Gita.
Actually, can I talk on the gender thing?
Sure.
Yeah, right. Okay. So I wonder if they took a look at my profile, because I'm a gender lens investor. And this is one of the things I really focus on. Pasaid is absolutely correct. How can you create a green Indonesia or any Indonesia without paying attention to 50% of its people? But to be very honest, That is literally how we've been living our entire life. In terms of corporate, in terms of every sector that we can think of, actually, it has been about if you design it for men, it will work for women. That shows up in the venture capital scene, for example, where when I joined venture capital about 12 years ago, when I joined the startup scene, women were getting about, I think, 1.9% of total venture capital funding. In 2022 was, I think, 2021, it's about 2.1. And I experienced it myself when I was raising funds and got rejected by, I don't know, like 200 investors. I don't even remember anymore. I stopped keeping count after 200. And basically what that taught me is, especially to all women here, I give you permission to raise absolute hell. Meaning, if there is something that isn't working and you have the power to do something about it, you better do something about it. I did it by investing. I invest into tech and also green tech. And I do it also through my work at Marves. If you see something in your law firm, in your accounting firm, in anything at all, you better raise hell and you better make people extremely uncomfortable if you can afford to do so, because a lot of people cannot afford to do so. And that is what I do with my work today. So whenever we think moving forward, question so many things that you're doing. I question myself on a daily basis because bias, as one of my master's degree is psychology, is actually inside of us. None of us are rational, logical creatures. We're actually walking around full of emotions all the time. In fact, most of our decisions in the workforce, we do by our feelings. Terus, we use data to convince ourselves that we're right. That's finance works like that, actually. So because we are all emotional creatures, we have our bias. Check your bias very, very often. This goes also for women. Ask yourself, am I being harder to the female boss because she's female? What if it's a male boss doing the exact same thing? Will I be just as angry? You look at the Prime Minister of Finland, went out partying with 20 people, how scandalous. If Boris Johnson went out partying with 20 people, would it be scandalous? Really start questioning why you hold the standards that you hold. That is something you can do right now. And that is something you can affect your community with. Again, just like everybody else talking before me, it's not about what everybody else can do for you, but really question what can you do for everybody else.
Thanks a lot, Magita. If I may summarize this panel, we learned a lot about all the initiative, all the challenges, and our homework is not done here. We have still a lot of things to do. And as we just heard from our speakers, they are call to action about culture with the eventual objective of ultimately creating a workplace that is attractive enough to attract talent, both in Indonesia and abroad. And with that in mind, I would like to conclude this panel. Thank you very much, Pasai. Thank you very much, Mbak Gita. Thank you, audience.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you to our moderator for this session as well, Mr. Wilbert Angrendo, and of course to our very notable and distinguished speaker, Mr. Said Zaidan Shah, the Deputy Director, Country Director at Indonesia at the Asian Development Bank, and also Ibu Gita Syahrir as the Special Advisor to Coordinating Minister for Maritime and Investment Affairs. Now, ladies and gentlemen, Bapak dan Ibu yang terhormat, finally, we are already at the very end of this event. We had a very thoughtful discussion and such intriguing insights from all of our distinguished speakers. And now, we would like to have our closing remarks delivered by the B20 Sherpa Indonesia 2022, Mr. Rizal Lukman Afandi. To Mr. Rizal, the floor is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
It is indeed difficult job for me to speak before you as the last standing man here. But I think Excellencies Pak Steven Marcelino, Chair of GIPA and team, Pak Said, Ibu Gita, Ibu Rahayu Saraswati, the co-chairs of the U20, as well as ambassadors, diplomatic representative, and fellow speakers, policymakers, executive, and professionals in attendance. It is with a great pleasure for me to conclude the inaugural GIPA Global Human Capital Summit, hosted in association with the KADIN, B20, in particular Task Force for Future of Work and Education. In my capacity as the Sherpa for B20 Indonesia, I'm pleased to learn that today we have explored perspective and ideas that would inform the B20 Future of Work and Education policy paper. I commend the inclusivity this event is promoting by providing an equal opportunity to speakers from various sectors, field to contribute their ideas and enhancing green, digital, and health talents. With so many prominent speakers, Pak Luhut, Professor Purnomo, and many other speakers. Those talents are essential to adapt to the future of work, which will harness the rapid growth of technology as an earlier to spur higher productivity. I'm confident that this has been the rationale for GIPA to host this event. GIPA is indeed helping us to prepare more competitive human capital for the future. Ladies and gentlemen, preparing future talents that are digitally literate and environmentally aware are important. 3 reasons came to mind. First, demographic bonus. With 188 million people between age between 15 and 64 years old, out of 270 million people in Indonesia, which is about 70%. This country can and should serve not only as a market, but also as innovators and producers and source of the energy for the country. And I show so many young, talented people around here. So I'm very glad and confident that the development in the country will be still growing and achieve the highest, and hopefully we can achieve it by 2045. Second, with more than 2,300 startups and e-commerce transactions reaching 27 billion US dollar in 2021, Indonesia is ready to contribute more than 140 billion US dollar towards Southeast Asia digital economy gross merchandise value by 2025. And third, there are around 370 million mobile connection users and 204 million internet users, or around 74% of the total population. Without the solid development of digital literacy, it would be impossible for Indonesia to attain a qualified digitalization growth. Digital literacy helps, among other, prevent hoax to spread, cultivate respect towards differences in online platforms, and promote online safety. That's very important. All of our money now in our gadget and our cellular phone. We don't need to go to any teller machine, ATM, it can be done for the payment through this cellular phone. So it's becoming very, very important, and also at the same time it's very dangerous. In parallel, digital inclusion must also be at the pace with the speed of financial inclusion. Currently, and explained by Bapak Said, the digital literacy index stands at 38.03%, while financial inclusion is able to reach 75 to 76%. So there is a gap. For that reason, I think the rationale is very clear for Indonesia to continue upskilling our industrial and human capital capacities. We need to define better the mismatch between what the education front produces and what the industries need. Hence, a triple helix approach that involves the industry, government, and education sector is becoming crucial. And I agree with Pak Luhut's and Pak Anies' statements earlier that education must be a good quality and inclusive, including by reaching the people living in rural areas. Honorable participants, the future of work has arrived today at the head of the various crises aggravated by the shortage in key talents. For example, as the health session highlighted earlier, there is a gap in the worker supply where Indonesia has 0.42 doctors per 1,000 populations. This is far below the WHO standards, where one doctor is meant to serve 1,000 population. Such a key talent shortage happens at the same time as the world is moving faster to achieve net zero emission, healthier world, and digitalization. KADIN and B20 recognize the importance of the future of work, and hence it is B20 priority through the Future of Work and Education Task Force led by Bapak Hamdani Salim from Astra, with 150 task force members from more than 33 countries and 139 companies. Therefore, allow me to recognize the launch of the Global Skills Center, which has been the fruit of the collaboration between GIPA and B20 KADIN, and further powered by key private partners. I see the merit of the Global Skills Center initiative to support education and lifelong learning in the context of future of work. And to that end, I look forward to the full launch in November this year. Before I conclude, let me praise the presence of all speakers and various corporate partners, as well as the audience joining today's talk until right now. I'd like also to thank GIPA for its partnership with the B20 in organizing this event. GIPA is a testament of how young Indonesian diaspora can contribute to the development of this nation with their own way. On that note, I shall end my closing remarks. Thank you once again, everyone, and see you in the next B20 summit that will be held in Bali on 13 and 14. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Bapak Rizal Afandi Lukman, the B20 Sherpa Indonesia 2022, for concluding today's event. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, before we really end this session this afternoon, last but not least, allow me to once again invite Mr. Steven Marcelino, the chairman of GIPA, to wrap up today's event. Over to you, Mr. Steven.
Check. Thank you, Diva. Give a round of applause to our MC, who has been standing here from very early morning all the way to here to look after all of us. Thank you, Pak Rizal Lukman, B20 Sherpa. I've been seeing a lot of the hard work of Pak Rizal even at the end of 2021, before B20 started. His hard work in promoting B20 priorities in the country, in Indonesia, abroad, all the way to Switzerland and Davos, and all different pieces that Pak Rizal has to really deliver. This has been remarkable, and we'd love to, happy to play a part, because GIPA strength actually overseas. KADIN and B20 strength in the country. Certainly a synergistic collaboration we would love to continue. So this morning, we are kicked off very nicely by B20 Chair, Bushinta Kamdani, where she feels herself and many KADIN leaders are part of the GIPA family. And I think I want to sort of underline that sense. No matter where we are, I think COVID-19 pandemic has certainly put a bit of distance, a bit tough for London-based folks or those in Europe and America, come back to Indonesia. But I think, with the right attitude, and I think, we can still continue that big family. And today, I'm hoping Bushinta and the B20 will extend everyone to really be part of this movement with three things. One, I think Prof. Pur and some of the speakers, Mbak Gita and Mbak Said, keep saying that, don't ask what the country can do for you, but ask what can you do for the country. Secondly, contributing back to Indonesia doesn't mean that we have to be physically in Indonesia. You heard stories from hub leaders, overseas hub leaders, and I want to thank them, especially Wilbert from Middle East, Leo from Singapore, Vanessa from Netherlands, and also Juan, as well as Odi from the UK, as well as hub leaders who joined virtually, from different time zones, able to make their time. They're also testimonies that are building community of Indonesian professionals working in corporates overseas, and they themselves can contribute, where they would like. And the third is that we're part of, one big family, and hopefully later on you can join us for drinks reception. Is I think alcoholic. I think they're hoping there is non-alcoholic version as well for you to join us. So those are the three things. Then after some of the opening, we launch the Global Skills Center, which is really an online platform to help participating companies to organically develop their digital, green, and health balance. Because what the one major red thread to support G20 presidency of energy transition, digital transformation, and global health reforms are the people that can help leaders who with ambitions and visions to turn these into reality. Those people that will do the heavy lifting. After the Global Skills Center launch, our Secretary General and our head of regions shared that is call to actions for companies who are thinking about professional development, or those that already have strong professional development initiatives, to join forces as part of the Global Skills Center, as Pak Rizal Lukman said, for the main launch in November, in conjunction with Pak Hamdani, CEO of Astra Auto Parts, and B20 Task Force Chair on Future of Work and Education. So we have about end of August all the way to November to really firm up working with our founding signatories to have more participating companies in the top 20 priority skills, digital skills, green skills, as well as health skills. We're also proud that we're joined by Coordinating Minister Luhut Pandjaitan, who really shared the incredible opportunities in the Indonesian net zero economy. We're also pleased, from the central level, we also go to the regional level. We have Governor Anies Baswedan, who is co-chairing Urban 20, and actually, in fact, I'll be attending the U20 Mayor Summit next Tuesday, as he will be gathering and convening mayors of the G20 sort of cities, basically, which is remarkable to see. Then we had another headline of Professor Purnomo Yusgiantoro, who shared the pentahelix concept in developing green talents as well. On top of many great speakers we have in each of the digital, the health, as well as the green panels, and amazing moderators. Now, to conclude, I know we're at 5, so this is like on the dot, just before drinks. This is the list of thanks to my fellow GIPA Leadership Council that spread across the 3 continents. So we're quite a global team, very small. I want to thank Hilmi, our country director. Aplausnya dong. Mana berdiri dong, Mi? Mi. Without this man, today's is not gonna happen. I also want to thank Wijaya, who's behind Global Skills Center. Berdiri dong. Nah, there you go. Also, thanks Christy, head of Europe, Americas, and also Center of Excellence Piare. She has many hats, so it's incredible she is able to do a lot of things out of London. Also, Arki, who spoke earlier virtually, round of applause too. So we have it on record. So Arki leads our head of professional development. Now, I'm gonna go very fast because there is a lot of names I have to say. I wanna thank Diva, our MC earlier, Tiffany, Alif, Erin, who really corral a lot of the attendees and you know, amazing. I wanna especially thank Kay and Kenzo, who whilst remote from Japan and UK, made the virtual experience possible. So thanks, Kay and Kenzo. I want to thank Jody and Karina for the marketing and design, Muzak, Sam, Kenny for all of your support, and importantly, who's been with us from last night, hours and hours of briefing and prep, as well as, you know, delivering the logistics side and volunteers, Mas Dali, Mas Andi, Mas Ardana, Mas Bravli, Mas Haki, Mas Dede, as well as our EO. Well, we have an EO too, Gemalindo and Mandarin Oriental. Huge thank you. Today marks something very exciting. There is a new movement of Indonesian professionals overseas, and it's not gonna stop. Back in the days, our founding fathers started a movement of Indonesian students and scholars overseas. Now, in the decade to deliver, we need Indonesian professionals to work hand in hand with the pentahelix, with the government, with the industry. Together, we'll make a difference. Thank you, everyone. Cheers.
Thank you, Mr. Stephen, for wrapping up this event today. Let's give one last big round of applause for all of us today in the Global Human Capital Summit today. It marks our collective commitment to redoubling Indonesian talents and developing human capital in all the 3 strategic sectors, such as the digital, health, and green. It is very relevant to our today's trends and all the challenges that we are facing now in the 21st century. And we are very optimistic for our initiative that has just launched this evening, which is the Global Skills Center. And on behalf of the organizing committee, we would like to thank everyone that has taken a very big part in this event. Our main sponsors, once again, Petskita, Lipo Group, Page Group, Equatorize, the Coordinating Ministry for Maritime and Investment Affairs. This event is also powered by AICPA and CIMA. It is also supported by PT Astra International Tbk, PT Bayan Resources Tbk, PT Indica Energy Tbk, PT Sinarmas, April Group, Bakri Group, Bank Central Asia Tbk, PT Bank Negara Indonesia, PT Elang Mahkota Teknologi Tbk, PT Goto, Gojek Tokopedia Tbk, PT HM Sampurna Tbk, PT Indonesia Financial Group, Indofood, Permata Bank, Pertamina, and Telkom Indonesia. And of course, to KADIN Indonesia, the Indonesian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and also to B20 Indonesia 2022 and the B20 Future of Work and Education Task Force 2022. Once again, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Diva Farzani, and I hope to see you again in the next occasion. Ladies and gentlemen, after this event, we will be having the social reception. Drinks are served outside of the ballroom, and after this, you may have some time to network, and this event is formally closed. Thank you very much.